which is typical of postmodern thought, we can conclude that, 1. Agamben hits squarely the problem of the margin, that of the exit from a materialist physics and from the tautology of value in pantheism. 2. The way out, as deemed by Agamben, is never through an operation of verticalization of being, that is, through an operation by which value is founded in the sphere of transcendence and theology. The operation carried out by Agamben is always horizontal. We may, occasionally, encounter a wavering in Agamben, an opening that alludes to theology, but the verticality of the theological solution is never adopted, contrary to what occurs in certain tendencies of phenomenology, as Janicod has extensively shown. 3. However, the solution that Agamben gives to the problem, despite having correctly deemed its site, will be powerless. Indeed, it will not be through Bartleby's refusal or the stronger refusal represented by the Muslim that we will be able to grasp being. Nor will it be Benjamin's desperate utopia, which reverberates throughout the coming community, and which still has so distinct an echo of 19th-century communism about it. In Echt, the fundamental limit consists in taking the biopolitical as non-productive, as bare life. Now bare life will never, as we have seen, be said to be theological or vertical, although it leads us into a blind alley because life is never naked but always clothed. Life can present itself as monstrous but never as bare. In the biopolitical, that which clothes life is never separate but always organically connected to the body. All this to say that bare life is the opposite of Spinozian power and joy of the body. One cannot place oneself ambiguously between Spinoza and Heidegger. Spinoza systematically overturns all the ontological positions that characterize Dasein as unproductive. Just as Spinoza opposes Amor to Angst and to Umsicht, the look that grasps the environment, he opposes Mens, the reason that opens passion to the absolute, so to Entschlossenheit, the decision that encloses, he opposes Cupiditas, the desire that creates, to Anwesenheit, Ousia, present being, Conatus, the force always open to the being to come, to Besorgen, he opposes Aptitus, and to Möglichkeit, he opposes Potentia. Power and poverty. The conclusion we can draw from this lengthy discussion and from this example is that if we want to pose the problem of the construction of a new political subject, constituting it according to the oaths of the ontology of immanence, we must not cross the margin but must rather take up a position within the biopolitical fabric. That is, we must elucidate the common dimension of the productive bios. It is there that we must dig so as to avoid crushing any emergent subjectivation by determinism, and in order to elevate subjectivation to the immeasurable, elevate it to the position of a surplus with respect to even the materialist experience of the world. This is true of the imagination just as it is of the rational schematization of the construction of the world. The only chance for subjective opening, the only possibility for giving direction to the multitude, lies in engaging with it as immeasurable and thereby qualifying the common that characterizes it as creation. It is for this reason that I propose to set out from poverty. For Agamben, in the light of a political power deemed in a one-dimensional manner, the only possible reaction, as an alternative to power, is that of bare life, the extremity, the margin of life. But here we remain caught within modernity, or more precisely, in the narrow-minded 1930s definition of power as ideological à la Carl Schmitt. In contrast to this position, we understand power in biopolitical terms, we are immersed in power, we are within power and harbor no illusion of being outside out of it or being on the margins. But if biopower is an invasion of life, the exercise of power shows itself to be essentially exploitation. Here, then, the poor person emerges and is revealed in a clear light. It is the poor person that requires an explanation for the concept of the political to be constructed, and not vice versa, as Agamben would prefer. At present, the experience of poverty occurs within a common that knows no outside, within a dense common that has neither spatial sewers nor temporal suspensions of time. In postmodernity the poor are the excluded, and this exclusion is within the production of the world. But in this situation, to be excluded is a logical paradox. In a linguistic community, exclusion is only a pathological fact and, in biopolitical production, it is materially impossible. Here we see the emergence of the RST features that characterize the scandal of the experience of the poor in postmodernity. One is the poorest of the poor because one is the most integrated in the commonality of life, of language, of production, and of consumption. One is excluded within the biopolitical, in that same biopolitical that he produces and in which one is subjectively produced. Poverty is thus a being inside. Is it also a being against? This is what is revealed by the resistance of the poor. This is what is revealed by the fact that this resistance is productive of new spaces of creation and circulation, that thus the resistance of the poor person rises up as surplus. The poor are excluded from the world that they produce, but that power becomes resistance and resistance nourishes new power. When we speak of poverty, it is therefore not a case of bare life but rather of a power to create the world. This power is constrained, excluded, and must reappear as resistance. Poverty is entirely redent due to its existing within the bios, and it stays within the bios because there is no longer an outside. It remains within the bios because exclusion ekes but does not nullify power. Thus resistance expresses itself as excess and immeasurableness. Biopolitics and movement. In order to sum up the operation of disarticulation of linear materialist physics that we have carried out here in the course of our investigation into the elements of subjectivation that enable us to consider the multitude as a dispositif of decision, let us secure the following points. 1. The productive fabric of biopolitics is fundamental, whatever the limits and the politics to which it is subjected. The tempus potentiae that traverses biopolitics is its central characteristic. 2. One can test out the strategy of conatus in this framework but only if one does not consider it in linear fashion but thinks of it, instead, as an interweaving of diarrhent threads, which are in a state of permanent agitation and rise up in untimely fashion. Otherwise, we fall back into the univocal dimensions of modern materialism. 3. The prise de conscience of the multitude passes through the proliferation of singularities thought constitutes it. Pudenthesiderms theta scophleologically recomposing the multitude, of constructing it as political subject, is unrealizable. This failure does not eke the substance of the problem, it demands only that we displace it. 4. The displacement consists in a refusal to incorporate the formal characteristics of constitutional and/or institutional engineering into the problem of the organization of the multitude. The element upon which to concentrate the entire debate is solely that of poverty. Poverty does not represent merely the content of the resistance of the multitude but also the site where its power reveals itself. Poverty is the extremely radical capacity to overturn the biopower that puts power to work so as to exploit it, exclude it, and enslave it. Poverty is the multitude in action. Translated by Matteo Mandarini. Kenneth Surin rewriting the ontological script of liberation, on the question of finding a new kind of political subject. 6. There is a conventional wisdom in the history of philosophy regarding the more or less intrinsic connection between the metaphysical epistemological project that seeks an absolute ground for thought or reason, and the philosophico-political project of ending a ground in reason for the modus operandi of a moral and political subject. According to the lineaments of this well-seasoned narrative, the essential congruence between the rational subject of thought and the complementary subject of morality and politics was posited by Plato and Aristotle, and this unity between the two kinds of subject then found its suitably differentiated way into the thought of Hobbes, Locke, Spinoza, Leibniz, Hume, Kant, and Hegel, among many others. The choreophthis narrative is expressed bethesum what Kantian proposition characteristic of the Enlightenment in general, that reason provides the vital and indispensable criterion by which all judgments concerning belief, morality, politics, and art are to be appraised. On this view, reason is the faculty that denisant regulates the thinking being's activity while its activity is in turn the essential means for reason's deployment in any thinking about the world, for the thinking being's capacity to describe and explain the world in ways that accord fundamentally with reason's precepts, precisely because reason is the irreducibly prior and enabling condition of any use of this capacity. Reason, in other words, constitutes the thinking being, and the activity of this being in turn enables reason to unfold dynamically, to provide a somewhat Hegelian gloss on this initially Kantian proposition. In the topography of this unfolding of reason, both thought and politics and their foundation. The philosophical tradition provides another way of delineating this connection between the subject of thought and the political subject, one that also derives its focal point from Kant. Using the distinction between a subjectum, the thing that serves as the bearer of something, be it consciousness or some other property of the individual, and a subjectus, the thing that is subjected to something else, the tradition has included among its repertoire of concepts a gur of thought taken from medieval philosophy that hinges on the relation between the subjectum and the subjectus. Etienne Balibar, in his fascinating essay Citizen Subject, uses this distinction to urge that we not identify Descartes' thinking thing, residential cogitans, with the transcendental subject of thought that very quickly became an ineliminable feature of modern epistemology. Nothing could be further from the truth, says Balibar, because the human being is for Descartes the unity of a soul and a body, and this unity, which marks the essence of the human being, cannot be represented in terms of the subjectum, presumably because the subjectum, qua intellectual simple nature, can exist logically without requiring the presupposition of a unity between soul and body. One as the unity of a soul and a body, the human individual is not a mere intellectual simple nature, a subjectum, but is, rather, a subject in another quite different sense. In this other different sense, the human individual is a subject transitively related to an other, a something else, and for Descartes this something else is precisely the divine sovereignty. In other words, for Descartes the human individual is really a subjectus, and never the subjectum of modern epistemology, which in any case owes its discovery to Locke and not to Descartes. For Balibar, therefore, it is important to remember that Descartes, who in many ways is really a late scholastic philosopher, was profoundly engaged with a range of issues that had been central for medieval philosophy, in this particular case the question of the relation of lesser beings to the supreme being, a question which both Descartes and the medieval philosophers broached, albeit in daring ways, under the rubric of the divine sovereignty. The Cartesian subject is thus a subjectus, one who submits, and this in at least two ways that were significant for both Descartes and medieval political theology. 1. The subject submits to the sovereign who is the Lord God, and, 2. The subject also yields to the earthly authority of the prince who is God's representative on earth. As Descartes put it in his letter to Mersenne, April 15, 1630, do not hesitate, I tell you, to avow and proclaim everywhere, that it is God who has established the laws of nature, as a king establishes laws in his kingdom too. From this passage and from his other writings, it is clear that the notion of sovereignty was at once political and theological for Descartes, as it had been for the earlier scholastic philosophers. This is not the place for a detailed discussion of Balibar's argument, which in addition to being a little sketchy is also not entirely new. G.W. Leibniz, Antoine Arnauld, and Nicolas Malebranche had long ago viewed Descartes, roughly their contemporary, as a follower in the footsteps of Augustine, who found philosophy's raison d'être in the soul's contemplation of its relation to God, and who therefore took the dependence of lesser beings on the supreme eminence as philosophy's primary concern. 3. But if Locke is the inventor of the modern concept of the self, who then is the real author of the fully-edged concept of the transcendental subject, if Balibar is right to insist that it is not Descartes? The true culprit here, says Balibar, is not Descartes, but Kant, who needed the concept of the transcendental subject to account for the synthetic unity that provides the necessary conditions for objective experience. Kant chose to foist onto Descartes something that was really his own discovery, and with Heidegger as his more than willing subsequent accomplice in this dubious undertaking, the outcome of this grievous misattribution has been momentous for your understanding, or lack thereof, of the course taken by the history of philosophy. For Kant, however, was about more than just the discovery of the transcendental subject. The Kantian subject had also to prescribe duties for itself in the name of the categorical imperative, and in so doing carve out a realm of freedom in nature that would enable the subject to free itself from a self-enacted tutelage that arises when we can't make judgments without the supervision of another, and this of course includes the tutelage of the king. The condition for realizing any such ideal on the part of the enlightened subject is the ability to submit to nothing but the rule of reason in making judgments, and so to be free from the power of the despot when making one's judgments entails a critical repositioning of the place from which sovereignty is exercised. No more is this place the body of the king, since for Kant this tutelage is stoppable only if the subject is able to owe its allegiance to a republican polity constituted by the rule of reason and nothing but the rule of reason. Whatever criticism Balibar levels at Kant for the supposed historical mistake he made with regard to Descartes, the philosopher from East Prussia nonetheless emerges as a very considerable gur in Balibar's account. For Kant also created the concept of a certain kind of practical subject, one who operates in the realm of freedom, and this practical subject, whose telos is the ultimate abolition of any kind of self-enacted tutelage, had to destroy the subject of the king, i.e., the subjectus of Descartes and medieval political theology, in order to become a self-legislating rational being. Kant therefore simultaneously created the transcendental subject, i.e., the subjectum of modern epistemology, and discredited philosophically the subjectus of the previous philosophical and political dispensation. The concomitant of Kant's philosophical evisceration of subject king was thus the political emergence of the republican citizen who from 1789 onward would supplant the subject/subjectus of the previous epoch. In the process, Descartes' philosophical world of subjects who submit to the laws of God and King was dislodged by Kant's world of self-legislating rational subjects who engage in this legislation precisely by adverting to the notions of right and duty. This new subject is the embodiment of right and of the operation of practical reason, right being for Kant the outcome that can be guaranteed only by the proper use of practical reason, and furthermore the subject is considered a citizen to the extent he or she embodies the general will, in which case the only laws worthy of the name are those framed to wreak the united will of the holy nation. 5. Sovereignty is thus glossed bekannt through Erekasting auf the Rousseauian social contract. Laws are rationally promulgated only when they exemplify the general will, and this exemplification of the general will is possible only if there is a perfectly just civil constitution. The outcome, as the philosophy textbooks tell us, was a crucial separation of the earthly from the heavenly city. However, if Kant is the inaugurator of the citizen subject, then for Balibar Michel Foucault is the great theorist of the transition from the world of kingly and divine sovereignty to the world of rights and duties determined by the state and its apparatuses, and Balibar concludes his essay with the following observation: as to whether this gur the citizen subject like a face of sand at the edge of the sea, is about to be eased with the next great sea change, that is another question. Perhaps it is nothing more than Foucault's own utopia, a necessary support for that utopia's facticity. 6. I would like now to address the Foucauldian question left by Balibar for future consideration and pose the question of the current destination or fate of the citizen subject. To do this we have to look again at Kant. The reason that constitutes the subject is perforce a transcendental reason. The Kantian inection here is not accidental, because the reason that grounds the subject is not a reason that can be specied within the terms of the activity of the subject. This reason is the basis of this subject's very possibility qua subject, and by virtue of that, reason is necessarily exterior to the subject. Reason in this kind of employment is thus the activity of a single and universal quintessence whose object is reason itself, so that reason has necessarily to seek its ground within itself, as Hegel noted. 7. Reason, by virtue of its self-grounding, is perforce the writing of the absolute. 8. The subject's ground which has Dorsidian reason itself is therefore entirely and properly metaphysical, and any crisis of transcendental reason unavoidably becomes a philosophical crisis of the subject. Kant himself was the RST to realize this, though it was left to his philosophical successors in the movement known as early Romanticism, Frühromantik, to make the acknowledgement of this crisis of transcendental reason into a starting point for philosophical reaction. With Nietzsche, however, the hitherto radical gore of the transcendental subject is propelled into a crisis, and with this crisis the fundamental convergence between the metaphysical epistemological subject and the philosophico-political subject is denied plausibility. We all know from the basic textbooks in the history of philosophy that reason, insofar as it operates on both the understanding and the will, is placed by Nietzsche entirely within the ambit of the Wille zur Macht, so that power or desire becomes the enabling basis of any epistemological or moral and political subject, thereby irretrievably undermining or dislocating both kinds of subject. As a result of the intervention represented by Nietzsche, truth, goodness, and beauty, that is, the guiding transcendental notions for the constitution of this epistemological and moral and political subject, are henceforth to be regarded merely as the functions and ciphers of the supervening will to power. The same conventional wisdom also assures us that Marx and Freud likewise undid the two kinds of subject and thus undermined even further any basis for their essential congruence. The constellation formed by Nietzsche, Marx, and Freud, and their successors, shows both the transcendental subject and the ethico-political subject of action to be mere conceptual functions, lacking any substantial being, Kant of course having already argued in the Critique of Pure Reason that the subject of thought is not a substance. This hackneyed narrative about the collective impact of the great masters of suspicion is any as it goes. What is far more interesting, however, is the story of what had to come after Nietzsche, Marx, and Freud, of what it is that was going to be done with the ruins of the epistemological and moral and political subject who ostensibly had reigned from Plato to Hegel before receiving its quietus in the latter part of the 19th century. It is interesting that Balibar, who is as resolute a Marxist as anyone could be in these supposedly post-Marxist days, appears not to take on board Marx's critique of bourgeois democracy in Citizen Subject but instead regards Foucault as the thinker who, more than any other, registered the crisis of this subject. Be that as it may, it is hard to deny that the transcendental subject of modern epistemology swerved calamitously at the hands of Nietzsche, and Heidegger after Nietzsche, and that political and philosophical developments in the 20th century cast the citizen subject adrift in a rickety lifeboat headed in the direction of the reefs mapped by Foucault. But can the course of this stricken lifeboat be altered, and the functions and modes of expression typically associated with the citizen subject be reconstituted in some more productive way, so that this subject, or its successor, but who would that putative successor be, would be able to meet the political and philosophical demands generated by the presently emerging conjuncture? Here one senses a certain ambivalence at the end of Balibar's essay, a wish that Foucault was perhaps not going to be right when it came to anal reckoning of the fate of the citizen subject, and that better times will somehow come to await a radically transformed citizen subject. But what could the shape and character of this new life for the citizen subject be? Balibar has an emphatic proposal: the citizen subject will live only by becoming a revolutionary actor. I want to take Balibar's proposal as the starting point for the discussion that will occupy the rest of this paper. There is also the question of the theoretical space that used to be occupied by the transcendental subject of epistemology. While we may not quarrel with Balibar's suggestion that the citizen subject supplanted the subjectus that owed its fealty to the sovereign monarch and sovereign deity, it has also to be acknowledged, and Balibar himself is certainly aware of this, that Kant placed under the category of right not merely action, but also knowledge. The Kantian subject is both the citizen subject who acts and the epistemological subject who reeks in accordance with the principles of reason. The subject may have been displaced or nearly extinguished in the latter part of the 20th century, but the question of the right use of reason remains, or at any rate, the question of the place of a hope for right use of reason still poses itself. This question is therefore one that demands to be addressed. Whatever Foucault may have said about the supersession of the post-classical episteme, and the death of man-citizen that accompanied the supersession, I take Foucault's man-citizen to be coextensive with Balibar's citizen subject. It is obvious here that the subsequent mutation of classical liberalism into a globalizing neoliberalism and the disappearance of socialism to form the basis of a new conjuncture, a conjuncture some have called the post-political politics of the time after 1968, represents an added inconvenience for the already punishing trajectory taken by the citizen subject or man-citizen. The culmination of this trajectory in the post-political politics of the last few decades seems at one and the same time to reduce the weight of the critique represented by Nietzsche, Marx, and Freud. The subject's apparent superioity in this post-political dispensation undermines the very need for its critique, with the easement of the object of critique, critique also ends itself fading into nothingness, while at the same time making more urgent the question of the ontological status of the subject of this post-political politics. Is it still some kind of vestigial laictive subject, a barely breathing remnant of the man-citizen of Foucault's modern episteme, or Balibar's citizen subject of the time after 1789, and if so, what powers, if any, reside in this brute remnant, or are we left today with nothing for the metaphysical constitution of the possibility of politics but the sheer acknowledgement of the power of the body? The power of bare life, as proposed by the thinkers of the inoperative community and the community to come, or the appeal to some kind of undeconstructible justice, as proposed by Derrida and his epigone. We don't have to hear too much along these lines in order to recognize that the practices and orders of thought associated with the societies of control limned by Deleuze, and those of the domain of the biopolitical identified by Foucault, but also developed by Agamben and Hart and Negri, each derives their saliency from this post-political conjuncture. The centrality of the problematic of the post-political for any putative project of liberation can therefore hardly be gainsaid. By the 1960s and 1970s it had become clear, or clear enough, that the politics of the last 200 years was no longer able to manage the complex and uneven movements of force that had been unleashed by the newest regimes of capitalist accumulation. Although many periodizations take 1789 to be the emblematic starting point for this politics, which by the 1970s and 1980s had become more and more clearly visible as a previous politics. By such a politics we mean both a politics based on centrally planned economies of the party state, i.e., the system of government that existed in the former Eastern Bloc, and one predicated on the market-oriented liberal democratic state, associated in a complementary way with what is however still called the West. This politics, even in countries of the former Soviet bloc, was always the politics of a particular phase of capitalist development. As indicated, it lasted from 1789 until the RST unravelings of this international system in the early 1970s. As has also been noted, the metaphysical heart of this politics was a particular conception of sovereignty and of the political subject ideally subsumed under the benison of this sovereignty through the principle of representation. With the new capitalist dispensation that came into being in the 1960s and early 1970s, a dispensation now described and analyzed under several familiar titles: post-Fordism, disorganized capitalism, exable accumulation, worldwide integrated capitalism, late capitalism, empire after the age of imperial empires, the domain of the biopolitical, and so forth. Such notions of sovereignty were progressively enervated or circumvented. These unprecedented transformations in the capitalist order were accompanied by an attenuation and deracination of the classical political subject, that is, the subject who up to now had been at once enabled and constrained by the principles of sovereignty embodied by the previous political dispensation. To put it somewhat schematically, if Nietzsche, Marx, and Freud undid this classical epistemological and political subject, and in the process undermined its philosophical rationales, then the move to a post-political politics associated with the latest stage of capitalist development has had, ostensibly, the act of doing away with the very need for such a classical citizen subject as well as the accompanying philosophical rationales provided on its behalf. 11. The thing rendered equivocal and otiose by Nietzsche, Marx, and Freud, but still needed by the politics that had lasted from 1789 up to the 1970s, had by the 1970s become a sheer relic. Transnational capitalism and the neoliberal ideology identified with its current ascendancy simply have no need for the classical citizen subject, just as they have no need for the ideology of modernization that was an intrinsic component of the RST or classical liberalism and the various socialisms and communisms that rivaled this liberalism. One does not have to be Naomi Klein, Will Hutton, or Ignacio Raimonet to acknowledge that, however complex the processes that led to the emergence of the current phase of capitalist development, it is virtually undeniable that consumers, corporations and marktschevenaugen Legitimation Powerthexpans of the citizen subject and the accompanying notion, integral to the previous politics just referred to, of a sovereignty lodged unconditionally in the state and its constituent administrative agencies. The historical and social conditions that served to legitimize the state and its functions, as well as the core of this citizen subject, were severely undermined in the episteme instituted by transnational late capitalism, whose initial proponents in the overdeveloped economies of the North now administer everything in the name of capitalist accumulation. Ronanda their energy company seek to police the US government's energy policy. Italy's government is in the pocket of one of its richest men, who bought his way into the prime ministership of his country. Tony Blair's entourage at the recent Johannesburg Earth Summit included the boss of one of Britain's biggest corporate polluters. Weapons manufacturers are so completely in league with ministries of defense in the advanced industrial countries that this is no longer reckoned a scandal, and so forth. In the place of the citizen subject posited as an ideal by the political systems of the 19th and 20th centuries beyond large stands a new kind of ideal subject, to wit, a consumer subject cajoled and tutored in this country by Disney and USA Today, and in place of the ideal of the sovereign state by and large stands a state formation that has been transformed over the course of the last few decades into a more loosely amalgamated bundle of functions and apparatuses, economic, political, ideological, military, and so forth, with some functions and apparatuses demanding relatively high concentrations of state power for their operation, and others not. It is important not to exaggerate the outcomes and implications of this post-political politics for state formations, tempting though it is to declare that the state has no place in today's borderless world. The truth in regard to state formations is quite dire. In some domains, state power has been drastically weakened, in others it has been more or less actively neutralized, but in still others it has, if anything, been strengthened, globalization notwithstanding. State projects, to use Bob Jessup's helpful term, are constituted more and more through multiple and even contradictory armatures and their associated structural and strategic capacities. There are states that are and aren't nations, France being an example of the former and Cyprus of the latter. There are nations that are and aren't states, France again being an example of the former and Kurdistan of the latter. There are states that are functional and those that exist precisely in order not to be functional, Switzerland being an example of the former and Somalia of the latter. There are assiduous Tatar states, Hong Kong and Singapore, and there are continental regimes that encompass several different kinds of state, NAFTA, the EU, and where forms of state governance ain't advanced industrial countries are concerned, there are Keynesian welfare states and those that are Schumpeterian workfare states, the United States being an example of the latter, Germany of the former, and there are also emerging forms of a parastatal civil society not delimited by national boundaries, as when the indigenous peoples of Australia form linkages with those of Mexico and New Zealand. 12. But this variety and complexity notwithstanding, state projects and their associated conceptions of citizenship are today permeated by a powerful neoliberal sensibility that glories the convergence of a minimalist state with a deregulated economy and insists implacably that the rate of profit be maximized at every turn. 13. The economic and political logic behind this convergence has come to be questioned in the last few years, especially since the bursting of the 1990s US speculative bubble, but this mistrust of neoliberalism is never, in itself, going to be able to restore the classical citizen subject. The demise of this subject was one of the outcomes of the cluster of conditions responsible for the subsequent emergence of neoliberalism, and it will take the removal of these prior enabling conditions, and not just the passing of neoliberalism per se, to put in place a new kind of political subject. For these new conditions to come into being, a new kind of state practical logic for dealing with the state will have to materialize, nothing less will sus. The state, no matter how weak or powerful, is not, however, a mere arrangement of apparatuses or functions. As Sean Sayers and Phil Corrigan point out in their somewhat neglected book The Great Arch, the state never stops speaking. 14. The state speaks to and from its idea before it even becomes the thing that is embodied in institutions, constitutions, legal protocols, and the activities of functionaries. The ability to imagine the state is something that has to exist before the state can be brought into being, and the state begins speaking the moment it can be imagined. In the past, the state used to speak by using the compelling and simultaneously inhibiting social power of the sovereign, or its cognate forces, to subdue the inactive and wasteful power of the citizen individual. When this was accomplished, the state became fully edged, and the practical exercising of its sovereign principle was able to unite, more or less decisively, the many potentially recalcitrant individual wills into a collectively harmonious power of the people or the body politic, or so it was maintained. The state, on this view, is external to the body politic, as the constituting force and arbitrator imposing order on the disorganized elements of the body politic, which it does through the various organs of representation available to it. The state stands above the jumbled panoply of individual wills ranged below it. Hobbes, Locke, Pufendorf, Spinoza, Rousseau, Kant, Sieyes, and Hegel were the primary philosophical architects of this conception of the state as the architectonic force that created a single polity out of the contending elements lodged within it, and this conception regulated the political dispensation that lasted until the 1970s. 15. While we may seek a more contemporary understanding of this speaking of the state by resorting to the Althusserian notion of an interpellation of its subjects by the state's ideological apparatuses, or Deleuze and Guattari's conception of the state as an immense, criss-crossing apparatus that mobilizes a repertoire of codes to regulate every possible kind of entity, linguistic, monetary, military, political, educational, racial, and ethnic, etc., and while the state continues to speak even in the post-political order that emerged in the last few decades of the 20th century, it no longer does so by privileging the kind of rational and political subject who becomes an object of representation through the implementation of the principle of a people's sovereignty. Instead, in today's post-political politics, the state actively eviscerates or dispenses altogether with the principle of this sovereignty, and speaks, more or less straightforwardly, the language of an all-encompassing hedonistic capitalism. One recalls here George W. Bush's passionate appeal in the days after the destruction of the World Trade Center that Americans make it their patriotic duty to begin shopping again. The post-political state coddles this hedonistic capitalism by harnessing it to a populist lowest common denominator that preempts real criticism of capital or state. This populism, which pervades the state's mode of social regulation, is typically expressed in such nostrums as the government does not create wealth, it only taxes it, there is no such thing as society, there are only individuals, when guns are outlawed, only outlaws will have guns, America, love it or leave it. If the United States has a national health insurance system, a bureaucrat will choose your doctor for you, and so forth. The principle of representation, integral to the previous politics and its citizen subjects, has nowadays been pretty much reduced to a shoeing and reshoeing of the seating arrangements in congressional and parliamentary chambers. However, by inserting itself strategically into the realm of the popular consciousness, and by becoming the meta-corporation that safeguards the other corporations, at least where the promotion of capital accumulation is concerned, the post-political state situates itself willy-nilly within the political eld. Unlike the previous politics that in principle presumed the externality of the state to this eld, the current post-political dispensation has reduced the distinctiveness of state formation so that the state has not tended in certain domains to become one institutional agent among others, or at any rate is now more easily decomposed into its component functions, each of which can be hived or outsourced to other social and economic agents, invariably with a view to maximizing the profit rate. The state today in most countries runs prisons, radio and television stations, schools, hospitals, asylums, airlines, railways, laboratories, telephone systems, banks and pension funds, and farms. But then so do private companies, often side by side with their state-owned counterparts, or sometimes in conjunction with the state. As many commentators have noted, This trend toward a market-friendly economic policy is frequently coupled with the espousal of a populist modus operandi in the state's administration of culture and the social mores. Populist positions are widely prevalent in policy debates in the advanced industrial countries concerning immigration, law and order, education, privatization policy, governmental insciency, whether merely perceived or otherwise, environmental issues, social welfare provision, foreign aid, free trade, rural life, religious freedom, hunting, gun control, and so forth. By often casting its positions in these debates in a populist vein, the state is drawn inexorably into the political eld, and these positions are then susceptible to challenges in ways not conceivable when the state constituted itself as the absolute arbiter of politics by purporting to stand RMLY above the political fray. 16th. A post-political state as much as it espouses market-friendly and populist policy positions in all its activities, has however to retain a considerable state capacity, since it is also a competition state whose rationale is the pursuit of competitive advantage over its rivals. The securing of competitive advantage can then be translated into tangible monetary assets, the possession of which enhances the power of the state, so that whereas in the previous phase of capitalist development states sought power in order to gain competitive advantages that could then be translated into wealth, nowadays states acquire wealth that can be transmuted into power. This accounts for a novel and peculiar feature of America's current hegemony, namely, that the United States and its economic allies assure their preeminence primarily by keeping the rest of the world in debt that is denominated in strong US dollars, so that the less wealthy countries are trapped in endless spirals of debt repayment and can never challenge this hegemony. This is the postmodern equivalent of the debt peonage that characterized pre-modern societies, the only real difference being that whereas in pre-modern societies it was a peasant who was indebted a landowner, now it is whole countries that are indebted in ways that redound to the colossal advantage of the wealthier nations, and especially the United States. So for all that globalization is purported to amount to, the prevailing mode of capitalist accumulation is still premised on the active functioning of the various national capitals. The system in which states struggle for competitive advantage is thus one that still has individual nation-states as its primary units. The post-political state is still therefore very much a national state, and it ends its raison d'etre and fools itself precisely by serving as a model of realization for capital in this competitive system. 17. It does this by mobilizing a range of sectors and their agents, which are sorted and aligned according to the wealth they can realize, as well as demographic considerations, the availability of natural resources, trade and industrial policy, levels of technological development, the relation of national capital to world capital markets, and most important of all, the existing configuration of social relations. The claim that the state transcends politics is therefore true in one sense, for the state to mobilize capital through its control of the system of social regulation, the state has to be a eld in which class contradictions and conics can be resolved and social compromises forged, and as the container of these antagonisms and architect of the resultant compromises, the state has to appear to be above politics. 18. Today, in other words, the post-political state is both above politics, in the sense just specified, and at the same time an agent, indeed the principal agent, within the political domain. The action of the state in the political domain invariably does not appear as such but rather takes the form of a direct administration of social formations and the cultural forces sustained by these formations. The state uses its resources of power and coercion expressly to transform cultural traditions and social structures, while appearing all the time to be the thing that is above any actual and specific exercise of governance, and in this way it can profess to be acting in the common interest. The post-political state and the capitalist regimes of accumulation authorized by it thus have explicitly cultural objects and cultural identities, as much as stocks and bonds, as their currency. Through the relentless administration of culture, the state reconstitutes social subjects and market participants, and non-participants, who by virtue of this reconstitution become the agents and bearers of the capitalist state substance. In the course of expressing the capitalist state substance, these subjects are constrained by the state and its component organizations, on this issue the Frankfurt School is perhaps more right than ever, even as they exercise varying degrees of command on behalf of the state, and ipso facto of capital. But the power of the state is really and ultimately only that of a radical disempowerment, since the capitalist state can maintain itself only by neutralizing as thoroughly as it can any force capable of undermining the state and its capitalist raison d'être. The capitalist state has of course always been in the business of holding down living labor in order to empower the various capitalist regimes of production and accumulation. In the past, before the current post-political constellation, the capitalist system had to undertake this regimentation of living labor against the backdrop of an active and actual politics, one which, regardless of how circumscribed or disorganized it was, at least afforded its protagonists the possibility of differentiating meaningfully between a political left and whatever it was that stood in opposition to that left. In that previous politics, both the left and the right had to confront each other as their respective exteriorities precisely as a condition of engaging in politics. There was in principle the viable option of an emancipatory or a reactionary politics, or at any rate, the connects and contradictions between the two kinds of politics were discernible at the level of the state's structures and strategies. And beyond the somewhat more immediate and limited exteriorities of day-to-day politics, with left posed against right on this or that issue, lay the space of the one superordinate exteriority, that is, the absolute possibility of being able to strive for a decisive alternative to any and all existing political arrangements, revolution in other words. Integral to the previous politics, therefore, was the possibility of setting aside the old order in the name of an entirely new social reality. Today, by contrast, a liberation that seeks to turn things upside down seems pervasively unrealizable. As my colleague Frederick Jameson has remarked, it's easier for us nowadays to contemplate the total destruction of the earth through some ecological catastrophe than it is to believe that capitalism will come to an end. Where left and right were once able to contend, there is now a void in which any real distinction between left and right is blurred, and the demarcation between the dominant and the marginalized, central to the previous politics, and indeed to any politics, is harder to locate if not east altogether. 19. The question of this exteriority to the political as it is presently constituted is a crucial one for thought today. It is the overarching framework for Derrida's reactions on today's unavoidable spectralization of Marx, and for Hart and Negri's understanding of empire, empire being for Hart and Negri the political order of a worldwide capitalism that has subsumed every conceivable space around it, while Slavoj Žižek and Alain Badiou have both argued that the 20th century was the age of the great and overwhelmingly powerful revolutionary transformations that occurred on the right as well as the left. Politics today is post-political precisely to the extent that there is no such exteriority to the political as it actually exists, no enabling point in the so-called liberal democracies from which to pose a genuine social democracy against the regnant liberalism, let alone one that will overturn the system in its entirety. The project of liberation can be viable only if it is predicated on the need to end this exteriority once more. Only then will there be an alternative to the mutually reinforcing relationship that exists between this neoliberal conjuncture and world-integrated capitalism. Three basic kinds of exteriority are involved here. 1. That in which there is the bare possibility of establishing a political alignment beyond something that is currently left or something that is currently right. Exteriority is the political boundary between left and right. 2. That in which it is possible for the entirety of the political eld to be superseded by a completely new configuration of possibilities, such as a radically new mode of production, a completely overturned system of governance, and so forth. Exteriority as the space of revolutionary transformation, and 3. That exteriority in which it becomes possible for desire to surpass itself in ways that desire itself cannot know or anticipate. Exteriority as the threshold of ontological transformation or exteriority as a new regime of truth or encounter with the Žižekian real. These exteriorities at the very least, 1, and certainly, 2, have a necessarily on the agenda for any project of liberation that cannot be collapsed into actually existing liberalism and world-integrated capitalism, while, 3, is the sine qua non of any revolutionary change capable of nally negating the forms of self-justifying power that are integral to the maintenance of the capitalist system and its liberal democratic appurtenances. In fact, it could be argued that the exteriority expressed by 3 is the one that guarantees the potential efficacy of those contained in 1 and 2. There seem these days to be 4 main options for organizing a politics directly motivated by the quest for liberation: the politics of identity, the politics of subjectivity, the politics of the event, and the politics of the multitude. Of these possible bases for launching the project of liberation in any substantive sense, we can discount more or less immediately the politics of identity, since it seems to be little more than an extension of the actually existing liberal democracy that dovetails so smoothly into actually existing capitalism. Nearly 30 years ago the late Robert Nozick argued, in his Anarchy, State, and Utopia, that the minimalist state propounded by him in that book was entirely compatible with a whole range of communal options, with the sole proviso that individuals should be free to join and free to leave these communities. In this utopia of utopias, the phrase is Nozick's: there will be communities that consist of visionaries and crackpots, maniacs and saints, monks and libertines, capitalists and communists and participatory democrats, proponents of phalanxes, Fourier, palaces of labor, Flora Tristan, villages of unity and cooperation, Owen, mutualist communities, Proudhon, time stores, Josiah Warren, Bruderhof, kibbutzim, Kundalini yoga ashrams, and so forth, 20, as long as they adhere to the absolutely unobtrusive framework of Reichshierarchist communities. Anyone may start any sort of new community, compatible with the operation of the framework they wish. No community may be excluded, on paternalistic grounds, nor may lesser paternalistic restrictions geared to nullify supposed defects in people's decision processes be imposed, for example compulsory information programs, waiting periods. The supervening minimalist regime of rights and rules remains impartial and detached from these communities, and their members simply get on with their lives. So in this utopia there is no politics, and moreover there can be no need for politics. 21. It would not be unfair to view Nozick's proposals for a utopia as the culminating point or utopia for any identity politics, and at the same time as the integral reductio ad absurdum of identity politics. These proposals also show graphically the ultimate bankruptcy of any rights-based regime not accompanied by a substantive conception of human well-being. Slavoj Žižek has been the most trenchant recent critic of this identity politics, and I see no reason in principle to disagree with the import of his critique. Less easy to dismiss is the politics of subjectivity, which we can associate with any politics premised on the notion of a reciprocity between a subject and its other. Derrida is the most notable exponent of the thought of such a politics, though where Derrida is concerned Levinas is of course very much the background force inspiriting this line of ethico-political thought. A detailed argument is needed to press home a compelling critique of the politics of subjectivity, especially since Derrida has scrupulously insisted on the need for a thoroughgoing renovation of the discourse of the subject. 22. Nonetheless, I think Simon Critchley is right in claiming that for all Derrida's reamness in maintaining that the post-deconstructed subject begins with a constituting non-identity with itself, and that its underpinning as subject comes precisely from a call made by the other, justice then being deemed as one's irreducible responsibility for the other in the face of the undecidability that pervades one's relationship with the other, there is still an unavoidable sense in which the politics that comes from this conception of the subject is a politics of decision vitiated by Derrida's inability to tell us how the, seemingly always solitary, subject moves from ever-present undecidability to concrete political decision. 23. Tony Negri did not mince words in his response to Derrida's specters of Marx when he said that Derrida's insistence on solitary transcendental horizons when expounding his conception of justice means that Derrida had nothing really to say about exploitation and the forms of capitalist regulation that subtend this exploitation. Negri is absolutely right. The tragedy of the politics of subjectivity, at least the Derridian version thereof, is that it has no way of inserting the subject into the domain of the actually political. 24 We are left instead with a paralyzing Kierkegaardian pathos that provides no way of imagining resistance at the level of a politics of collective action. The politic soft event associate here with Alon Beatty want, to a lesser extent, Slavoj Žižek, NDS the possibilities of a reinvigorated militancy in the political reorientation opened up by a particular kind of singularization, one stemming from an encounter with the real or a truth event, the primary exemplars of this kind of singularization being such figures as St. Paul or Lenin. From these remarkable and distinctive singularizations there emerge possibilities of a rupture with the baneful reality of the present, and in turn with such ruptures come potential anti-capitalist political interventions. Several of his commentators have noted that Beattie's truth events tend to be august and rather splendid, St. Paul's conversion, 1789, 1917, May 1968, as well as being associated with charismatically distinctive personages, Lenin, Mao, St. Paul, and Simon Critchley and others have criticized him for this political romanticism. The other problem with the politics of the exceptional event is that it is the right that is now using the category of the exceptional event to mobilize the very considerable resources of power and coercion that are at its disposal after September 11. September 11 is clearly the right wing. Obverse of Beattie's 1968 truth event, as evidenced by such claims as things can never be the same again in America or from now on everything is different, used by George Bush and his handlers to mobilize American public opinion not just as a response to Al-Qaeda, but also to promote the Republican Party's overall right-wing agenda. The left's attempts to mobilize a countervailing power to this right-wing truth event have to involve the insistence that some things really have remained the same, that, for instance, the exigent claims of justice, the cause of equality, and so forth, have not been abolished or shelved by the events of September 11. As the country singer Steve Earle reminded an audience in London a few days after September 11, George W. Bush did not stop being stupid on September 11. 25 If September 11 is the truth event par excellence for us today, and this proposition is entertained here as a posit, then this is its profoundly fundamental truth, its axiomatics, that the world will not be a better place for the majority of human beings as long as those who lead us continue to provide forms of psychic relief for the bewildered and confused, as well as the plain nasty, even though these forms, inducing a war fever over Iraq in the case of George W. Bush, conducting a xenophobic campaign against asylum seekers in the case of the Australian Prime Minister John Howard, making specious humanitarian appeals and riding the Princess Diana or Queen Mother Eat in the case of Tony Blair, are utterly disabling, even in the shortest of short runs. A countervailing politics should not seek to predicate itself on the event of exception, and in this way would seek to organize signs in new ways, as well as ending new theoretical operations and formulations. It would discover novel and sometimes disturbing styles for organizing gestures and actions and expressing dissatisfactions, in many places and in many times. After all, even as tacit structures for the disclosure of revolutionary possibility taken in the most abstract sense, St. Paul and 1968 mean nothing for most of the inhabitants of the earth. The import of these notions may be implicitly universal, but they are not pragmatically available to those who lack a basic familiarity with the foundations of Christianity or the thwarted revolution of 1968. Finding ways, in their specific locations and contexts, of getting rid of the Shah of Iran, or Margaret Thatcher, or George W. Bush, or the local tyrant, on the contrary possess a saliency that is politically less elusive. To accomplish such things urgently needed and sought for patterns of revolutionary opportunity will have to be sought, and hopefully found, in theoretical formulation as much as on the streets. But it is not clear that we need the singularization of an exceptional event for such a politics. The politics of the multitude, which can be identified with Deleuze and Guattari's nomadology and Hart and Negri's empire, has the two primary virtues. First, unlike its counterpart politics of the exceptional event, it does not rely on the extraordinary event to provide the basis for the convergence of collective agents around a project of liberation. The crowds who seemingly emerged out of nowhere to restore Hugo Chavez to the presidency of Venezuela after he had been deposed in a coup, or the similar crowds of protesters at the Genoa G8 summit, both constitute multitudes whose actions are regarded by some as harbingers of significant future political transformations. 26. And in a more philosophical vein, multitude theory has the great merit of bypassing the problematic of representation identified earlier with the previous politics model of sovereignty, the model that requires an orchestration, primarily through the mediation of the state, of the mass of individual wills into a single collective will or body politic. This assembling of the hodgepodge of individual wills into the people is then regarded by proponents of this political tradition as the essential, indeed transcendental, condition for active political action. In multitude theory this axiom of political action is totally dispensed with, and this because the logic of the multitude's political being cannot but be structurally autopoietic. The multitude directs itself according to its own powers and its own history. It should be noted that overlaps are possible between multitude theory and the politics of the event, this convergence being very evident in the work of Deleuze and Guattari, for instance, whose nomadology provides the logic for a project of struggle, but who also accords certain events, the foundation of the Paleolithic state, May 1968, and so forth, a decisive political significance. It would be wrong to assume that we are behooved to choose between these different practico-theoretical models for a project of liberation. Of course, it does appear that multitude theory possesses fewer disadvantages than its rivals, and that in my admittedly sketchy account identity politics and the politics of subjectivity are virtual non-starters in comparison to the alternatives against which they are ranged. But and this is the suggestion I wish to develop now, the primacy we are likely to accord one or the other of these models for a project of liberation can be determined only ontologically. That is, this primacy can be determined only in relation to the space of an exteriority in which, as was said earlier, it becomes possible for desire to surpass itself in ways that desire itself cannot know or anticipate. What in principle are the conditions that allow this exteriority to exist and to be active? A number of candidates deserve the title of this exteriority. A prime candidate is the universal passed myth of the vision of Christianity underwritten by the radical orthodoxy movement. Two reservations come to mind, however, when considering this proposal advanced in the name of radical orthodoxy. The RST is radical orthodoxy's reliance on the via analogia, as opposed to Ascetist, Spinozist, or Deleuzian univocity. The following set of claims will be hugely tendentious in the eyes of some, but the espousal of the via analogia ostensibly militates against Christianity's universal passed myth in at least one respect, namely, that the via analogia necessarily introduces a hierarchy among beings, this hierarchy being speciated in terms of a being's proximity in principle to the Godhead, angels being nearer the Godhead than humans, and so forth, so that there is the inevitable possibility of the said passions arising when ontologically a being is lower down the hierarchy. For with analogy there is always a primary and a secondary analogate, so that some kind of via eminentiae becomes absolutely unavoidable, with one subject, the primary analogate, producing the other, the secondary or derivative analogate, at any rate conceptually, through the unavoidable mechanism of the analogy of concepts. Christianity forestalls this pathos of ressentiment by retaining its Platonist philosophical antecedents, this Platonism in Echt allowing a relationship of peaceability to be maintained between the primary and the derivative analogates, so that the eminence of the primary analogate does not ensue in a violence of intractable difference between it and its derivative analogates. But the price of this has to be the incorporation into Christianity of a version of the doctrine of pre-established harmony. 27 By sanctioning the equivalent of a pre-established harmony between levels of being, the unavoidably Platonized Christian mythos obviates the pathos of ressentiment that is bound to exist between the different levels of being, which, of course, an analogical doctrine is required to posit. But do we want to adopt some version of the doctrine of re-established harmony? Christianity's peaceableness is thus guaranteed only when there is logically prior commitment to the ontological requisites of a pre-established harmony, In fact, acceptance of this divinely ordained harmony becomes an ontological condition for being a Christian, since this is the only way to preempt absolutely the occurrence of the sad passions. This pre-established harmony is thus vital for Christianity, its ineluctable weddedness to the great chain of being, without which it cannot operate. The via analogia is at once its power and its weakness. As was said, this problem for Christianity's universal passed myth arises because hierarchies necessarily impose difference. But it could be argued that diarence in itself is not necessarily to be identified with an inevitable ontological violence, since there can always be a peaceable diarence. In the eyes of radical orthodoxy, this is precisely the ontological core of Christianity's universal passed myth, because, on this account, only Christianity is capable of providing a metaphysical legitimation of a diarence that does not ensue in ontological violence. On this view, only Christianity can furnish an ontological backing for hierarchy that does not involve a recourse to terror, but if I am right, it can make this claim only because of its prior adherence to some version of the doctrine of pre-established harmony. There is an interesting implication here, because it has to follow from this that diarence as diarence will be peaceable only when all become Christians, for only then will there be the possibility of a peaceable acceptance of diarence. The Christian mythos will work only when all are guided or constrained by it, which means that the via analogia can plausibly serve as the basis for Christianity's universal passed myth only when the whole world is converted or somehow drawn toward the Christian mythos. 28 Christianity bestows harmony through essence, which raises the question whether harmony can be given in this way, or whether, as urged by the Scotists, harmony can come only from the striving of collectivities whose eorts are organized by the operation of a will guided by eros. This a question I shall return to shortly. Univocity, the Scotist doctrine par excellence, is of course disavowed by radical orthodoxy, but it could be argued that it alone is capable of securing the principle of an accord among beings without overriding diarence in the process, because for univocity, at least in its Scotist Deleuzian rendition, diarence resides purely and simply in the repetition of singularity, with there being no hierarchy among the singularities. 29 Second, there is the matter of what comes rst, the universal myth that founds peaceable diarence, or the solidarity with other human beings, out of which comes the development and consolidation of a rationality that enjoins peaceability. The Christian mythos requires the rst of these alternatives, whereas the Stoics and Hume, as well as Deleuze and Guattari, are to be aligned with the second of these choices. The problem with the immanentism of the position identified here with Stoicism, Hume, and Deleuze and Guattari, which happens also to be my own position, is that solidarity is never attainable by desiring solidarity as an end in itself. The desire for solidarity for its own sake seems to be an inherently tragic desire, as when one seeks absurdly to make friends merely for the sake of having friends, so that a politics that never gets beyond politics is doomed to futility. Christianity is founded on a logic that arms the rationality of a desire grounded in something beyond that which we know on desire, and to this extent it is ontologically disposed to acknowledge the exteriority premised on self-surpassing desire, the desire that gets beyond what desire itself can know or anticipate. This is a truly remarkable ontological asset, if one can speak of it in this way, since it enables Christianity ceaselessly to move beyond the limits necessarily constituted by the given, this movement being another name for the exteriority adverted to in this paper, and this of course is something that liberalism never really can do. Žižek is therefore quite right to insist that Christianity and Marxism are the only two real metaphysical alternatives to liberalism. Faced with the ultimately spurious choice of harnessing Marxism to the ontological lineaments of Christianity, or trying somehow to make Marxism compatible with liberalism, the management of diarence that has always to be placed within limits in order to facilitate this bureaucratic administration of diarence, this aptly expresses liberalism's metaphysical nucleus. Žižek has clearly opted for the former. But are we con to two, and only two, alternatives? On the one hand, a Marxism functioning concordantly with Christianity in the manner advocated by Žižek, or, on the other, a Marxism that, because it has no real way of engaging with its exteriority, can become only an approximation to liberalism, albeit one with a bit more struggle tacked on? How is the project of liberation to come to a proper acknowledgement of the exteriority constituted by this self-surpassing desire? Here we should end where we began, that is, with the Gur of Kant. Kant broke with his scholastic precursors when he declined to view being as the transcendental of the transcendentals, and instead made truth and judgment function in place of being in his first critique. Kant failed to see, however, that the notions of truth and judgment can't perform this surrogate function, for two reasons: rst, making judgments always presupposes other judgments, and these in turn presuppose yet other judgments, and so on. 30 and second, the use of the notions of truth and judgment to serve as quasi-transcendentals depends in any case on a harmony of the faculties that simply can't be justified by reason. 31 So imagination, i.e., aesthetics, displaced judgment in the third critique, as Kant made the critique of judgment complete the transcendental argument that could not be completed by his RST critique. Feeling, Gefühl, was initially kept outside the boundary delimited by the critical philosophy but inevitably became the organizing principle for completing the transcendental argument, since only feeling can harmonize the faculties. Just as important is another consequence of this Kantian shift from judgment to the imagination and feeling, which is that the sublime, necessarily lodged in the noumenal for Kant, becomes for him the only place for the properly ontological. German idealism then took over this axiom regarding the imagination as the proxy for the transcendental of transcendentals, and it is perhaps noteworthy that the contemporary interest in the unpresentable, the writings of Lyotard, Lacan, Derrida, and Nancy come readily to mind in this connection, is really an extension of the exemplary philosophical pattern established by Kant. But this pattern has now run its course. Today what is presentable in the popular culture is precisely the unpresentable as it is displayed in the phenomena that go under such labels as panic culture, trauma culture, hyperreality, and so forth. But how does one philosophize this momentous transformation, important as it is for any thinking about the absolute exteriority that is the metaphysical, though not the practical, place from which any kind of movement toward a revolutionary transformation will have to issue as thought? What lies beyond this historic change, which in it requires the very presentability of the sublime, where its being the sublime, i.e., the unpresentable, has become paradoxically the precise condition of its presentability? With the now normative reinsertion of the sublime into the realm of feeling and sensibility in this paradoxical movement, Kant in any case having prepared us for this shift with his linking of the sublime to time, the imagination has to yield to the sensibility, or so it would seem, or, more precisely, it would appear that feeling and the passions have supplanted the imagination at the level of the faculties. Kant's faculties, if we retain them, now necessarily relate to each other through activity and the structures of act. Kant's circumscription of reason had thus actively broken down by the time he got to the third critique, when he was forced to concede that the faculties cannot be regulated in their employment. Henceforth there could be no pre-established harmony of the faculties. Deleuze has a passage on the ground-breaking implications of Kant's emancipation of dissonance that is worth quoting. This is no longer the aesthetic of the critique of pure reason, which considered the sensible as the quality that could be related to an object in space and time, nor is it the logic of the sensible, nor even a new logic that would be time. It is an aesthetic of the beautiful and the sublime, in which the sensible takes on an autonomous value for itself and is deployed in a pathos beyond all logic, and which will grasp time as it bursts forth, dans son jaillissement, at the very origin of its thread and its vertigo. This is no longer the act of the critique of pure reason, which linked the self to the I in a relationship that was still regulated by the order of time. It is a pathos that lets them evolve freely in order to form strange combinations as sources of time, arbitrary forms of possible intuitions. It is no longer the determination of an I, which must be joined to the determinability of the self in order to constitute knowledge. It is now the undetermined unity of all the faculties, the soul, which makes us enter the unknown. 32 This unconstrained deployment of all the faculties inevitably politicizes any undertaking involving knowing, feeling, and doing, although this is a conclusion that Kant himself failed to draw. A very significant philosophical opportunity opened up by the dissonant accords, the phrase is deleuze. Introduced by Kant in the Critique of Judgment comes with the accompanying acknowledgement that it is not reason which leads us to the real, but rather the will guided by eros, so that reason is produced as an eke that emerges from the will's striving. Kant thus opened a way that led back to Scotus and Spinoza, and from these gears a trajectory could be launched that takes us forward to Deleuze. The Scotist axioms that reality is to be approached by the will guided by love, and that reality is constituted by worlds of singularities, events, and virtualities, and not of subjects and objects, allows all these items to be expressively distributed. All kinds of possible worlds, extending to a potential entity, can express the same singularity, event, or virtuality, so there is from the beginning a complete preemption of any bureaucratic administration of these expressive distributions and the worlds in which they are located. The very constitution of reality is politicized, but not in the sense that involves, necessarily and from the beginning, a coercive reining in, a management, of this multiplicity by the negative power of the state/sovereign. The distribution of expressivities is governed by a logic of ceaseless proliferation, one freed from any ontological dependence on the categories and principles of classical representation and the anthropological presuppositions that guided the previous architectonico-Frisian anthropolytics it sustained. With this uncontainable production of expressivity, there is an absolute beyond for all that is given. As the horizon for the critique of anything that is given, this beyond is precisely the exteriority needed for any viable project of liberation. This unity of expressivities and their associated possible worlds is rigorously immanent and materialist. Without being transcendent, there being no universal subject and universal object for it to transcend, it serves as a transcendental eld for the becoming of no multiplicities, each no multiplicity being potentially another name for a new kind of political agent living for a liberation that the old sovereignties are now unable to forestall. The ontological script that can be written out of this delineation of the immanent eld of the multiple is certainly compatible with the Marxist conception of liberation. We cannot be sure that it is compatible with Christianity, which seems irreducibly to be wedded to an ontology of the transcendent. But the possibility of Christianity's being able to incorporate an ontology of unqualified immanence is one that cannot be ruled out tout court. Someone someday is going to write a dissertation on this. Or it may be that we cannot after all obviate the transcendent, despite what I have been arguing for, in which case Christianity's ontological preeminence is guaranteed. But either way, I think we know that it is possible for us to delineate convincingly the terms of a conceptual basis for a notion of liberation that is unrelentingly immanent. What this actually portends for conceptions of liberation so far premised on transcendence is really another story. For the moment, the immanent ontology of liberation certainly bypasses liberalism, but, as I said, we cannot be so certain that it does the same with regard to Christianity. The career of Phainarete, the mother of Socrates, deserves attention. As recounted by Socrates himself in Plato's Theaetetus, this skillful woman takes upon herself the vocation of midwife after having given birth to her divinely gifted son and then subsequently passing beyond the age of fertility. In following the sequence, Phainarete adheres to the sovereign decree of the goddess Artemis: fertile women ought not to become midwives, but neither should women who have never given birth, since the latter lack direct experience. Of course, in his own way Socrates goes on to become a midwife of knowledge and virtue to the citizens of Athens and to subsequent history. Through this legacy, Phainarete's role in the destiny of Athens becomes twofold. She serves the city directly in her later years through the art of midwifery, but she also serves history by giving birth during her fecund years to the fated infant whose wisdom will come to be proclaimed unparalleled and whose influence will extend far beyond the walls of Athens. The life of Phainarete plays a role in the future of Hersition at least these two distinct levels, yet her direct involvement in Athenian politics is nil, not least because of the stark gender division in ancient Greek society. The case thus arises of the relation of Phainarete's actions, her natural act of birth and her hybrid social natural practice of midwifery, to the eventual political destinies of her son Socrates and the other children whose births she assists. Is Phainaret responsible for the later histories of the lives she initiates into the Athenian polis? Are the lives thus engendered obligated or answerable to Phainaret's original gift? As the Socratic legacy is handed down through history, what is its relation to Phainaret, who remains independent of its development yet has made it possible? Translated into the register of the more general philosophical question of human freedom, these concerns touch upon the ultimately ontological and theological grounds for any sustained reaction upon the essence of politics. Contrary to the Rousseauian tradition, politics is not the self-grounded and autonomous result of a collective decision. The doctrine of the social contract presupposes what it needs to explain the emergency of human freedom within history and the uncovering of the ground for that freedom. To seek freedom's ground is to attempt to expose the transcendental conditions for the essentially unconditioned. In the modern period, the paradox at work in such an attempt has been reactively developed from Kant's second and third critiques, through Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel, to Heidegger and beyond, as above all a question about time and the ecstatic or self-transcending character of all temporal becoming. In this philosophical trajectory, the terms of the problem remain oriented within the tension between two poles, on the one hand the innate and unconditioned essence of freedom, and on the other the historical conditions of night existence. For theology, this question of freedom comes to be asked in terms of the human possibility of realizing a free and communal relationship to the world's divinely creative ground as that ground has been revealed to and within history. Finite, historical freedom must be coordinated with the act of divine creativity without thereby losing its free character. As the epigraph from Rosenzweig's The Star of Redemption suggests above, the realization of any such relationship would require the radical deceleration of God's innate creativity into the night dimensions of history's slow development. This deceleration would constitute the event of revelation itself and the history of that revelation's reception. If this reception is itself to be characterized as a freely creative response, the event of revelation to which it answers must be developmental and dynamic in its very essence. It must be something inherently growing, inherently augmentable too for both philosophy and theology. Then, the question of human freedom is always also a political question, the question of sovereignty. Particularly since Hegel, the issue of political sovereignty has become indissociable from the concern with temporal becoming and its concomitant philosophy of history. In Hegel's conception, genuine sovereignty, the freedom of absolute spirit, must engender itself, must come to itself across a process of historical and institutional development. True freedom can be actualized only as a result of this process. In Hegel's well-worn narrative, the original asymmetry of the consciousnesses of master and slave is overcome through the movement and labor of history itself. True sovereignty consists at last in the mutual recognition of particular and historically conditioned consciousnesses as they attain symmetry within the spiritual and universal medium of language. 3. Since at this ultimate moment which consummates the phenomenology of spirit and initiates the post-history of the science of logic, the equation of thought and being has been accomplished, this form of sovereignty requires, and includes, nothing outside its own immanent circulation. In this historical development, however, each step of history's dialectical movement is logically entailed by the state of consciousness or spirit that immediately precedes it. No step is free, but each is logically and sequentially necessary, even if this necessity becomes visible only from a later vantage point. The ultimate state of absolute knowledge as attained in mutual recognition can alone be designated as truly embodying or expressing sovereign freedom, yet this null state of freedom can result structurally only from an essentially unfree movement of reason within history. The main features of this common reading of Hegel follow in broad strokes Alexandra Kojève's lectures on the phenomenology of spirit given in the 1930s at the École des Hautes Études in Paris. For this series of lectures, which had a tremendous impact on the next generation of French philosophers, had a particularly traceable influence on the work of Georges Baudelot. In the later analyses of general economy, Baudelot draws certain extreme social and political consequences that bring to light shortcomings in Hegel's concept of historical freedom. Here, as well as in the 3 volumes of The Accursed Share and his Theory of Religion, he follows Kojève in strictly identifying temporal duration with the historical dialectical processes of reason, though Bödeli hypertrophizes this reading to the point that even the mere endurance of consciousness through time, across even the shortest segment of continuous duration, necessarily subjects the sovereignty of consciousness to the utilitarian, conservative, and productive forces of reason. Subjected to these forces, sovereign freedom inverts into its opposite, becoming a mere instrument of abstract reason. Reason is thus expressed as a principle of pure utility coextensive with time itself. The movement of consciousness or spirit in history serves only to eke the efficient coordination of means and ends, and the ultimate end of this process is none other than total rational efficiency itself. 5. On this view, the apparently sovereign moment of mutual recognition in Hegel as forgiveness in freedom and the overcoming of the universal/particular antinomy can be read as no more than a subjective illusion that a purely formal process of reason exploits as a means for its own extension. Here Bödeli follows Kojeve's logic more strictly than Kojeve himself. If the movement of reason coextensive with the movement of time is essentially formal and unfree, then the appearance of any state of freedom that endures through time must be nothing other than a further means for reason's own development. In the face of this potentially all-pervasive instrumentality, true sovereignty shrinks to the ecstasy of a dimensionless instant. Genuine freedom can then exist only in opposition to time and knowledge. Sovereignty itself becomes durationless, unknowable, and dense in Bataille's term, an ecstatic experience of nothing. 6 Such a conception of sovereignty is obviously not conducive to a viable conception of politics. In fact, at the close of the third volume of The Accursed Share, Bödeli asserts that the only genuine political alternatives available to contemporary humanity are communism and Nietzscheanism. Since communism appears doomed to relapse inevitably into the productive state model of Stalinism, a Dionysian politics, a politics of the delirious Nietzsche at Silsmaria, seems to be the only real option remaining. 7 For Bödeli, nothing but a relentlessly consumptive and exorbitant politics as con to the sovereign, durationless instant could possibly escape the dialectical utility of reason in history. Gratuitously destructive acts beyond any recuperation of pleasure or purpose would be the only conceivable expressions of genuine political freedom. Bödeli's extremist political conclusions follow directly from his failure to challenge the Kojevian Hegelian identification of temporal duration and reason. 8 If sovereign freedom cannot endure across time without compromising itself, Bödeli's conclusions about sovereignty would seem inevitable. Yet adherent model of temporality and freedom exists hat draws in sources and themes very near to Hegel, yet avoids Bödeli's political conclusions. By actively equating freedom and duration, this model rst apparent in Friedrich Schelling's philosophy of art rejects any denitive or null production of freedom as the result of an unfree process. Instead, it relates temporal freedom to an excessive and transcendent virtuality which is in itself an innate and unlimited becoming. We will see how the early 20th century Russian Orthodox theologian Sergei Bulgakov makes use of this model and draws upon Schelling's thought in working through the question of historical freedom on a Trinitarian basis. For Schelling, a kind of sovereign ambiguity characterizes the role of the artist vis-a-vis the production of the work. Every genuine creation is capable of being expounded ad infinitum, as though it contained an unity of purposes, while yet one is never able to say whether this unity has lain within Theordist, or resides only in the work of art. 9 Like Hegel, Schelling argues that the radically historical work of art can no longer be conceived as the copying within time of a eternal model, but in sharp contrast to Hegel's aesthetique, which sees no way around mimetic representation except that of abolishing the archetype altogether. Schelling supposes that the artist herself shares in the eternal archetype, without looking to any predetermined prototype. She sculpts in time and utter freedom a form that is itself dynamic and eternal. 10 Rather than a mimetic copying, the artist's work accomplishes the eternalization of this form precisely by means of its production within time. The slow work of the sculptor brings an innately self-varying, or virtual, form into history, clarifying it into night actuality. The labor involved in the creation of the work serves thus to catalyze the virtual form's subsequent unfolding through actual history. Here sculpting is a kind of temporal deceleration of the eternal and virtual form, the eidos, which the work itself presents. The actual niched work is thereby in no way null or closed, since it itself endures through time only insofar as it continues to be received, interpreted, and extrapolated further in new historical contexts. Independently of the artist, the work begins to transmit its form, the decelerated labor of eternity by which it was produced, into the new and continuous creation of its subsequent history. In this ongoing history of reception and new production, the artist him or herself is no longer directly present, yet his or her artful labor constantly renews itself therein and spawns its own unforeseeable inventions. It would be useless to ask at which exact moment the work becomes freely and independently creative in this way, since its creative freedom consists precisely in the extended duration of its making. Over the course of its conception, creativity and reception become strictly indistinguishable. Open throughout this conception onto the whole of its ensuing and unforeclosed history, the artist's act of creation is equally the reception of an eternal and virtual form. On the other hand, the work's historical reception functions as an ongoing creative act. Where the Hegelian model of freedom remains predicated upon the possibility, and indeed the supposed actualization, of a completed historical state in which the telos of all previous history would be realized denitively, the Schellingian model of the work of art allows for freedom's unlimited and pluralistic development. Freedom here is not the end result, always subject to suspicion, of an essentially unfree course of development. Instead it subsists throughout the durational process itself. The conception of the work of art is an expression of freedom precisely insofar as that process does not complete itself in a denitive closure but rather continues to extend and differentiate through time. Its freedom is a freedom to endure and proliferate. Hegelians will try to accuse Schelling's conception of falling into the trap of a bad inite if the future is truly unending. Is it not the case that actual, historically realized freedom remains endless liedford? Is not an unlimited development of freedom nothing more than freedom's eternal postponement? No, since any moment or segment of duration, including the null moment of the actualization of the absolute state, cannot really be construed independently of the innate virtuality from and in which its temporal O derives its impetus and momentum. The apparent isolation of any particular event within time is always artificially constructed, as the event itself has its home in the virtual. The work of art, then, is brought forth, delivered, one might say, pace faineret, within a non-arrestable virtual form, a form embodied by the work even as it endlessly exceeds the work on every side. But what is this eternally proliferating virtual, and how does it mediate itself into the historical? Sergei Bulgakov offers a possible thesis for the ontology of the virtual, taking cues from Schelling, especially from the mystical Schellingian theology of Vladimir Solovyov. For Bulgakov, the being of all within God implies an excessiveness that is at the heart of God's own being. This is rst of all the case because of the specific form of self-knowledge that characterizes the triune God. For God, consciousness of self has no cognitive gap, a period of self-ignorance that must be overcome by knowledge. Nor is it static, as an I that subsists immediately in the denial of an other. Rather, God's personality is kinetic, consisting of the eternal Armation, the Holy Spirit of intradivine Altérité, the Son. As Trinity, God knows himself only as an eternal exiting of himself in penetration of the other. The unity of God appears only in this penetration, and in fact is only this penetration. In this sense, the single ousia, the unity of God that is not ruptured even by internal Altérité, is eternally manifested to God in the movement of Father, Son, and Spirit. 11. Beyond the love that the hypostases reciprocate between themselves, however, it is also the case that the entire Godhead as a whole is enraptured by this discovery of divine unity. In this light, the kinetic manifestation takes form as the intrinsic subsistence of an extra-trinitarian companion, an other to God that is identical to God's desire for this non-identical unity, that is, the Godhead together desires unity as if it were an extra-divine being. Further, as the love of the hypostases for each other is irreducibly an exchange, both given and returned, the love that characterizes the Godhead as a whole is likewise reciprocating. God not only desires the manifest unity, but desires to be desired by it. Hence for Bulgakov, the Christian God, in contrast to the Plotinian one, is, prior to any question of creation, always already a God in relation. The Absolute is always already the Absolute relative. 12 Not simply internally relational as Trinity, but also, and by virtue of this, relating as a Godhead to an imaginary exteriority, to a beloved companion who springs from the love that is the intrinsic essence of God Himself. This companion is God's beloved wisdom, the divine Sophia. 13 In terms of God's kinetic personality, we might deem Sophia as a divine rapture. The Spirit beaties the Son to the Father, resting upon Him in such a way as to reveal Him to be of the same essence as the Father. The self-revelation within God thus discloses His unity, as if God eternally discovers the truth of the Shema, the Lord is one. This timeless moment is God's joy at the eternal discovery of His unity. Essence is revealed to God, and, as revealed, radiates. 14 There is in this sense a kind of brilliance to the kinetic Trinity, an excessive explosion of a joy that is not collapsible into any of the three hypostases. And, as desired reciprocity characterizes God's relation to His raptus, God personates this raptus itself as eternal and dependent object of God's favor, Sophia, the eternal bride of God. For Bulgakov, the unboundedness of the triune God implies that this intradivine excess enfolds all time and being within the eternal instant. In the formulation of the Church Fathers, all logoi are bound up within the logos in innate simplicity, so that His beatification by the Spirit is, simultaneously, the beatification of the all in the transcendent, and only here being and beauty perfectly coincide. This coincidence, however, is no more static than the intradivine relations themselves, played out in a cycle of manifestation and rapture in the excess of the divine. Sophia possesses an innate and absolute dynamism, her timeless movement in and through the divine hypostasis. To say that the excess is the ontological all is not to say that all possible worlds are contained in God, as in the scholastic Franciscan hypothesis. Eternity is beyond possibility, and even the simple Sophianic all has a certain actuality, which, extracted from time, is identical to God's own actuality. Within God's being as pure act, however, this excessive companion displays a certain virtuality, as if her beauty is, in the formulation of Solovyov, an eternal summons to God to give her own actuality, her own being in the form of temporal becoming. 15 There is no sense here of a disinterested detachment of God to a eld possibility that might rise up to actuality. Instead, the Sophia entreats God to allow her to decrease, to surrender the innate speed of divine companionship and enact her love for God at her own pace. Divine excess is the eternal rapture in God that contains this plea for a created sphere, a world of decelerated excess. This then is the theological virtual, the excess of the Trinitarian relations, a virtual world to itself, eternally manifest to God in the midst of God's rapture. But how is the plea actualized? That is, if sovereignty within the historical is a matter of the mediation of this kinetic virtuality, the virtuality itself must decelerate to night proportions. The divine Sophia, as God's timeless celebration of the beauty of the all, must itself achieve a transferal into time, now as historically and independently actual. In short, as an earthly Sophia. How then does the earthly come to participate in the divine? Perhaps nowhere is a deceleration of precisely this kind more clearly dramatized than in the Gospel of Luke's account of the Annunciation. In Gabriel's encounter with Mary, the archangel charges her with the dual task of the natural birth and the social, cultural, and religious formation of Israel's Messiah, who is also the universal incarnate Logos of God. As Gabriel articulates Mary's mission, all of heaven hinges on her reply, as if the innate movement of the heavenly virtual the divine Sophia is in this narrative contracting to a pause, anticipating her reception by history. A significant element of the blessedness of the Virgin in ecclesiastical history is the recognition that, while she is presented by the Gospel as unquestionably free in her submissive response, it is at the same time quite out of the question that she might have refused. 16, and in this she is perhaps even more attuned to the divine than her son, who hesitates and appears even to contemplate a refusal when confronted with his cup. Mary's freedom is not a voluntarism, as if she were disinterestedly perched between a yes and a no, 17. It is precisely in her acceptance of the invitation to arm the full actualization of God's companion in history that her own complete freedom appears. Mary is free to bear God into the world, to generate divinity through human, historical labor. This dynamic is manifested in El Greco's well-known painting of the Annunciation. As Gabriel makes his impassioned plea to Mary, an angelic orchestra hovers above, perched to begin the symphony. One angel sits holding a recorder, but his face is turned away from the mouthpiece, with one ear turned toward the conversation below. Another angel has her hands already at the keys of a harpsichord, but a third seems to tell her to wait, as the conductor stands before them, hands hovering in the air. A path opens through space, or is it time, away from the eternal into the temporal, a way perhaps constituting the very essence of the temporal, from the angels to the young virgin apeth seemingly lined with souls and didis down thispeth that the dove descends. The transcendent, where Sophia dwells as timeless virtual, waits to see if history will magnify the Lord in and through itself. Absolute being pauses in its eternal symphonic activity to see if it will in fact become in time. In some recent critical literature, the Annunciation is taken as a prime case of negative gender typing. The mundane female is made to submit to the power of the supramundane male, such that Mary's self-effacing submission becomes the Church's paradigm of ontologically female discipleship. Interestingly, however, her acquiescing verbum "be it unto me" comes only after the angel Gabriel seeks her out and announces that she has found favor in the eyes of the Lord. Luke 1:26-38. Is it not significant that God at the very least notices her, and his gaze is drawn to what he sees? If there is no indication in text or traditional readings that Mary could have refused, there is also no indication that God could have done without Mary, that Mary was pure instrument, as if any functioning uterus would have done the trick. She was chosen, and divinity itself is contingent on her response. In this light, it is no longer absolutely clear just who the handmaiden in the narrative is. The Spirit of God waits on Mary, submits to her submission. To extend the image of divine deceleration further through history, we might observe that the original choice to enfold the divine is ird not only tomari but originalito Israele sane entire people. Again, in this case, refusal is quite out of the question. 18. And, again, there is no hint in the Torah that just any people at all would have ceased to be chosen. In this sense, Mary's divine attraction invites a retroactive appeal to the world that crafted her. Sophia waits for Mary, Sophia waits for Israel. The chosen people, virgin, are given the freedom to make divinity within time, and divinity itself can only rest its angers at the keys while the choice is made. The telos of the heritage of Israel Mary is the birthing of Sophia. The practical art is itself a kind of secret knowledge pervading the activities of Abraham and Moses as well as the orations of the prophets. It would appear that there is a kind of technique for the birthing of the divine. Anticipating the Pauline extension of Mary's work of art in the direction of the Eschaton, we might call this technique ecclesia, recognizing that its prevalence throughout history suggests that the innate movement of Christ's Church is in no sense the RST or only instance of divine birthing in history. Israel and Mary are not necessary moments that feed into a later freedom of life in the nality of the eschatological Church. Rather, their singular submissions are perfectly free repetitions of an eternal and virtual craft, utterly free events of ecclesia. 19. Mary, in short, with Israel before her, is a midwife for the divine Sophia. Like Phaneret's two labors, Mary's vocation also places her in a dual role, though for her both come through a single event. The Marian ascent arms both the actual conception of Christ, and through his Socratic career, the deferred birth of the heavenly city, the New Jerusalem. And it is significant that the city does not ascend from time to eternity, as we might expect a more Hegelian church to do if history's null product were to be post-historical sovereignty. In the revelation of St. John, the heavenly city descends to earth, suggesting that the political craft had all along been making the true form, but in an innately slower mode. 20. Sophia, the timeless rapture of the Godhead, is therefore precisely the pure freedom that must wait on the handmaiden. Again, the El Greco, heaven is a wealth of kinesis now in hesitation, pausing the unpausable symphony while it strains to hear Mary's response, and remaining in pause or better, in a profound retardando as it waits upon ecclesia. Is the angel with his hand up telling the harpsichordist to stop, or to ease the tempo? Is the angel at the viol to the conductor's back attending to a deceleration in the Lied auf die orchestra? 21 Sophia is not subject to history in her virtual being as God's immediate symphony, yet in her actual becoming she is only historical. Her being is the eternal form, the ever-kinetic virtual, her becoming the excess and fulfillment of this being is the actual event of birthing the form in time. Divine sovereignty is therefore thoroughly mediated by the art of ecclesia, given not in the immediacy of the heavenly, but as logoi spermatikoi the virtual seeds of the logos unborn but through the artful hand of the midwife. 22 At stake here is the continuity of God's incarnational event in relation to the social, political, and historical contexts in which that event takes shape. Can an absolute line be drawn prior to which God is not yet revealed or incarnate and posterior to which God has been revealed or made esh? Even if the difficulties of determining such an instant seem insurmountable, one might argue that such a denotative instant has to be posited in principle. If incarnation is to mean anything at all, it needs to have clear conceptual limits. As a historical event it must have a clear before and after. Yet this way of thinking presupposes to one degree or another an autonomous or neutral eld of historical being into the logic of which God's incarnational revelation would enter. To say that the incarnate God develops out of such a eld would clearly be incoherent. If, on the other hand, the eld of historical being is always already sophionic, though perhaps not yet fully armed as such, and if temporal movement can never be other than a nightly realized deceleration of the divine Sophia's own innate velocity, both less than and in excess of because the excess of intra-Trinitarian relations, then incarnational eventfulness would characterize time as such. Time in its essence would already be historical, and history already incarnational. The freedom of the human polis, the freedom to organize, shape, and reproduce the human bios would extend indefinitely toward its fulfillment in ecclesia. Phainarete remains the original gur womanly, Athenian, and nearly forgotten of a birth that becomes an art. Her creative act extends beyond her own local circumstances and develops beyond itself into an historical destiny. In a separate context, Mary's armative response to Gabriel repeats Phainarete's act with this important difference: Mary arms the whole of the virtual with her yes, and with this seemingly paradoxical armation she initiates the full, historical actualization of the virtual, that is, Sophia herself as history. Since the virtual exists only as an excess or transcendence of the whole, Mary's embodied yes also repeats in act the divine Sophia's eternal relation to the Godhead, thereby constituting the very substance of human history and politics as the labor of rapture. In what sense, however, can the whole of the virtual be fully actualized within the limits of history? Is the form not, as Hegel suspected, complete only after history? Indeed, Scripture strongly implies a postponement of this sort. Israel is the womb called to bear a young virgin who will, in her turn, bear God. Once born, however, Christ takes over the laboring process, as he is, in Gregory of Nyssa's image, responsible for giving birth to himself. 23 Even Christ himself cannot finish the job and ultimately passes the nullization of his form to his followers, so that St. Paul can say the many members, throughout the ensuing centuries, we can surmise, are the body. In this way the specific art form originating in Israel is passed along through a series of artists and will seemingly be deferred indefinitely, until the null form of history or ecclesia. Added to this seemingly problematic deferment is an element of excess within the temporal itself. For Mary, as for Phainarete, the form that is born from her body overtakes her actual laboring, and the Son becomes more than she could have expected, perhaps even hoped. 24 In the case of Christ as well, who, like Socrates, is more clearly a barren, Artemian midwife, I have come that they might have life, the canvas upon which he works escapes his human reach, and the life form he begins to create has to be completed in his absence. The corpus verum stretches out through history, almost innately overreaching the corpus historicum. For each artist, Phainarete or Socrates or any given Athenian, Israel or Mary or Jesus, or any given disciple, the virtual form overrose the historicized actual, and all the midwick efforts to make it appear in its fullness nally come up short. If the virtual is in itself dynamic and augmentable, it would seem to resist any complete actualization, and thus the totally arming ascent to its full, historical realization would appear to be impossible. There is thus a dual protest to our thesis that the historical birth is a true moment of eternal sovereignty. On the one hand, the form is passed down from one midwife to another, never complete. On the other hand, even the work of a single midwife seems to detract from her freedom, insofar as it overtakes her direct intentions and escapes her grasp. This protest leaves one of two options open for us: either Mary herself is not free, not really birthing the divine, and can be called Theotokos only from the perspective of the post-historical end, call this the Hegelian option, or Mary, Israel, Christ, and the Pauline body, together are actually bearing God, in that their historical mediation of the virtual is never isolated from this virtual, only in this precise sense is their craft sovereign in the midst of history, call this the Schelingen/Bulgakovian option. According to this second option, the only genuine form of political sovereignty would be one that, like Mary's, embraces the whole of the virtual in a contingent act of armation mediated through continuity with its past and future embodiment. This temporal act would arm the virtual innate as the only real event of freedom possible and would craft itself within this ontological space as a historical retardando. As a slowing of God's virtuality, political sovereignty is neither a thing sacrist for the sake of the common good, nor a destructive ecstasy, nor an impossible telos of the historical state, but rather the historicity of political life itself. More directly, it is the techne that understands all invention and reinvention within the polis to be a repetition of divine rapture, a free and earthly passage of divinity, under the care of the midwife, into the life of the city. Such an art is the enraptured labor of mercy. Still, the pains of birth remain great even in the care of the most practiced midwife. As Schelling understood in his own day, this is still a time of struggle. 25. Catherine Pickstock, the univocalist mode of production. Have we really entered a postmodern phase of history? And if so, is this to be celebrated or regretted? If the modern is progressive, then is the postmodern inevitably reactionary at heart, for all its clever disguises? In what follows, I will examine the relation of the postmodern to the modern through a double perspective. In the theoretical sphere, I will focus on the conjoined philosophical legacy of univocity and representation, which can be taken as the ultimate presupposition of modern thought. In the practical sphere, I will focus on the category of civil society, which is normally regarded as the core of a secular public space in modern times. In his book We Have Never Been Modern, French philosopher of science Bruno Latour exposes the falsity of the myth that there are absolutely irreversible breaks in cultures through time. This observation bears strongly upon the theme of the present essay, for in tracing certain theoretical and practical transformations from the later Middle Ages to the early modern period, one can see that aspects of late medieval theological thought underpin later characteristically modern ideas, even though much in the Enlightenment may also be seen as a qualied reaction against these changes. It has been common to account for the origins of modernity in terms of the vaguitas of the Enlightenment, and to see modernity as coextensive with the rise of the secular modern state needed to quell the wars of religion, together with the rise of systematic organization of medical, educational, and penal institutions. But given that attempts to improve society in a secular way via the state and market have so visibly failed, perhaps this revised genealogy that stresses the legacy of a distorted religious theory and practice could also point us indirectly toward a more serious alternative future polity than the liberal and postmodern critiques. But one can go even further than this. Against the one-dimensional modern vision of progress without a genuine novum, postmodern philosophers and cultural theorists have protested in the name of the diverse, the more than human, the incommensurable. In doing so, some of them, in particular Gilles Deleuze, Alain Badiou, and Jacques Derrida, have explicitly appealed back to Duns Scotus for their alternative vision. They regard his leveling of the innate and the night to a univocal being, his unleashing of the virtual and unmediablitis continuous as permittinger radical break with that totalizing rationalism. But it has recently been argued that all these schismist innovations themselves lie at the inception of modernity. How then can they provide the key to a break with modernity? Surely they betoken a radicalization of, and a return to, the very origins of modernity. Duns Scotus's attaining out of actual necessity, an aesthetically necessary order shown only in actual existence, not proceeding from logical possibility, to pure virtuality and doth being to thebere facto fexistence, a modern rationalist move that undergirds the primacy of epistemology over ontology does indeed suggest a radicalization oft modern in a more anarchic direction that renders all possibilities in their limitless range equally valid, and all existence merely phenomenal and ephemeral, lacking altogether in depth, or any symbolic pointing beyond itself toward either eternal truth or abiding human values. This suggests that one way to understand the postmodern is as the late modern, or the intensification of certain trends established within modernity. The invocation of Duns Scotus and the later Middle Ages by Gilles Deleuze, Alain Badiou, Jacques Derrida, and many others is a crucial part of what is best understood as a revised understanding of the nature of modernity itself. In the philosophical sphere, modernity used to be characterized by the turn to the subject, the dominance of epistemology, and the guaranteeing of secure knowledge by the following of a reliable method. Today, following tendencies begin in lie in the 20th century with Dworkovsky and Gilson and climaxing in the rigorous scholarship of Jean-Luc Marion, J.F. Coubertin, and Olivier Boulnois. We have become aware of the way in which both the Cartesian and the Kantian moves depended upon shifts within Latin scholasticism, to such an extent that one can now validly say that both Descartes and Kant remain to a degree scholastics. In particular, it can be seen that these two thinkers did not simply transfer allegiance for objectively critical reasons from an unwarranted claim to know being as it really is, to an attempt to deem true knowledge and even being in terms of the unequivocally graspable and internally consistent. Rather, a priorcangiant understanding of being a priori orientation of ontology, was necessary in order to make possible the move from ontology to epistemology. As long as the Greco-Arab and then Western Catholic synthesis of Aristotle with Neoplatonism remained in place, a turn toward epistemology could have possessed no critical obviousness. Within the synthesis, every abstraction of properties such as being or truth or good or entity from the real was still concerned with their instance as universal elements within the real, as opposed to logical abstractions, while even the act of abstraction was regarded as an elevation toward that greater actuality and perfection that characterized a more purely spiritual apprehension. The working assumption was that the night occurrence of being, as of truth, goodness, substance, etc., restricts innate being in which it participates. When knowledge grasps nitude in its relatively universal aspects, it does not simply mirror nitude but rather fools its nature in achieving a certain elevation of its reality. 3. To conceive of knowledge, by contrast, as a mirroring, or as representation, requires that one think of the abstraction that is clearly involved in all understanding in an entirely diarrhent fashion. To abstract must not involve any elevation but rather uses a kind of mimetic doubling. It is now regarded as a demand of rigor that one keep a transcendental universality strictly distinct from transcendent height and spirituality, logical abstraction from spiritual ascesis. This is what Duns Scotus achieves by reading Pseudo-Dionysius and Augustine in his own fashion, which was sometimes alert to ambiguities within their texts, and at other times seemingly almost willfully perverse. His new and explicit deployment of perfection terms as common both to God and creatures was nonetheless anticipated by Bonaventure and was decisively undergirded by central elements of Avicennian metaphysics. For Scotus, being, and other transcendental categories now imply no freight of perfective elevation. Instead, night creatures, like the innate creator, nakedly are, as opposed to not being in a punctiliar fashion they are the same in quid as regards existing that belongs to them as an essential property, just as substance and accident, genus, species, and individuality all exist in the same fashion, in quid. Only in quali as regards specific diarrhences of a qualitative kind, including the diarrhence between night and innate, and the differences between the transcendentals, since Duns Scotus denies their full convertibility, being is not of itself entirely true. 5. Is there no univocity, but rather, it seems, something like pure equivocity? This provides a very complex and notoriously subtle picture, but, put briefly, as regards the pure logical essence of esse, there is univocity between all its instances, while as regards ultimate differentiating qualitative properties there is equivocal diversity. Thus although esse is univocal in quid, in the fully determined quitative instance there is always something existentially present that is over and above pure univocity and appears indeed to be entirely different. Nevertheless, because differences are instantiated only in things that are, Scotus declares that uncreated being and the 10 genera of nitude are all included essentially within being as univocal and as a quasi-genus. It is not a proper genus, for Scotus, because for him genera only divide the night, and not because, as for Aquinas, being cannot, like a genus, be extrinsically determined. Moreover, even the specific differences of nitude, the property of initude and the passions or transcendentals are virtually included within being as univocal. This makes it clear that while, indeed, univocity is rst of all for Scotus a semantic thesis regarding the constancy of meaning through diverse predications, all the same he tends to semanticize the eld of ontology itself, through his thesis of essential and virtual inclusion. 6. In this implies that being as a semantic or logical unit is also a real, formal element of the makeup of any existential reality, although Scotus does not explicitly speak of a formal distinction between being gonda since later Scotists logically did so. When Scotus speaks of analogy, as Bulnois concludes, this seems to reduce either to the equivocal, or to degrees of intensity upon a quantitative model. 7. Although, indeed, Scotus allows that an innate degree transcends the quantitative, this excess is once again conceived in an equivocal fashion, while the model of intensive assent itself remains quantitative in its paradigm, as is shown by Scotus's insistence that the idea of more good does not contra Augustine our very grasp of the meaning of good. 8. The position of the analogical, as a third medium between identity and difference, whereby something can be like something else in its very unlikeness according to an enneable co-belonging, is rejected by Scotus because it does not seem to be rationally thinkable. 9. What remains is a semantic world sundered between the univocal and the equivocal. Scotus's refusal, in contrast to Aristotle and Aquinas, to conceive of a semantic analogy within grammar and logic inevitably enunciates his conception of the metaphysical eld also, since the new autonomy he grants to the semantic is itself a metaphysical move, purely logical existence, including purely punctiliar essential univocal being in quid, now belongs entirely to the real and can always be virtually distinguished within its more complex concrete binding together with other elements. In quale. Far from this outlook displaying an unquestionable rigor, it would seem that the idea that abstraction opens upon its own new quasi-ontological realm of virtuality that is independent of any assent to the concretely spiritual amounts simply to the following through of one hermeneutic option. Since night being is now regarded as possessing in essence being in its own right, even though it still requires an innate cause, when the mind abstracts being from nitude, it undergoes no elevation but simply isolates something formally empty, something that is already in a transcendentally a priori category and no longer transcendental in the usual medieval sense of a metaphysically universal category that applies to all beings as such, with or without material instantiation. For this reason, it now represents something that is simply there, without overtones of valuation, although it also represents something that must be invoked in any act of representation and is in this new sense transcendental. Scotus here echoes the Avicennian view that the subject of metaphysics is being and not the RST principle, as Averroes held, for being can now be regarded as, for our understanding, transcendentally prior to, and also as common to both God and creatures. 10. In one sense, this inaugurates onto theology and so is modern and not postmodern. But in another sense, Scotus opens up the possibility of considering being without God, and as more fundamental, supposedly, than the alternative of night versus innate, or temporal versus eternal. This space is occupied as much by Heidegger, Derrida, and Deleuze as it was by Hegel. Here, Scotus's proto-modernity involves also the postmodern. Something similar applies to the Scotist impact upon theology. As a proto-modern thinker, Scotus's contributions had implications for the alliance between theology and the metaphysical, in the broad sense, not meaning onto theology. For within the prevailing theologico-metaphysical discourse of participated imperfections, there was a ready continuity between reason and revelation. Reason itself was drawn upward by divine light, while, inversely, revelation involved the conjunction of radiant being and further illuminated mind. Here, as we have seen, to rise to the good, before as well as within faith, was to rise to God. But once the perceived relationship between the transcendentals has undergone the shift described above, to abstract to the good tells us nothing concerning the divine nature. To know the latter, we wait far more upon a positive revelation of something that has for us the impact of a contingent fact rather than a metaphysical necessity. One can interpret the latter outcome as modern misfortune, the loss of an integrally conceptual and mystical path. Already before Duns Scotus, even in Bonaventure, perhaps, the business of naming God was beginning to change. It was gradually losing the accompanying element of existential transformation of the one naming. This tends to be a consequence of an a prioristic reading of Anselm by the Franciscans, for which perfection terms already start to denote abstraction rather than elevation. 11. But with Scotus, the mystical dimension is lost, and Augustinian divine illumination of the intellect, in all human knowing, is reduced to the divine causal instigation of the natural light of the agent intellect, more so than for Aquinas, for whom the entirely created light of the individual human agent intellect was still a self-exceeding light. 12. In this way a path was opened for a historical transition from Platonic recollection, in its many mutations, to modern a priorism. The above verdict on Scotus is strongly contested by Orlando Tedesco and Isidoro Manzano. 13. These writers do not question the radical orthodoxy, henceforward RO, view that Scotus stood at the center of a paradigm shift in the late 12th century. The argument here concerns evaluation rather than exegesis. I tend to view negatively, they view positively. In particular, Tedesco and Manzano reject my view that Scotus's ideas led to a diminution of the scope of theology. For Tedesco, just the opposite is the case. By reducing metaphysics to a bare ontology that deans the ends in terms of the law of excluded middle, Scotus ends rather than inaugurates onto theology, ensuring that thenceforward our discourse concerning God and his relation to the world will be much more radically derived from the sources of revelation. The RO writers are, furthermore, guilty of ignoring the fact that even univocity of being is a theological as well as a metaphysical thesis. Because of our fallenness, in statu ipso the RST object of knowledge seems to be a material creature, mediated to us by the sensorily imagined phantasm. Only revelation of our previous unfallen condition opens up the hidden truth that by its original, integral nature our intellect is attuned to the metaphysical before the physical, that it properly grasps RST the ens qua ens, in abstraction from either material or spiritual designation. In this way, and on account of this neutral abstraction, revealed theology itself paradoxically makes available the space for metaphysics as a science in its own right, purged of any Aristotelian coreference to God as subject matter along with being. Conversely, a metaphysics redirected toward thinking about ends as such in indifference to cause and relation reciprocally opens up the space of revealed theology in two different ways. First of all, it helps to show the contingency of our perverse fallen condition, where, contrary to natural governance, the senses lead the mind. Second, it reveals a natural precondition for the reception of supernatural grace, namely, the neutral possible orientation of our mind as much to innate as to night being. Both Tedesco and Manzano rightly consider that this indeed subtle and creatively brilliant schema allows for a kind of benign dividing and ruling. Strict reason is more fully acknowledged than with Aquinas, since univocity permits a proof of God's existence without reference to a higher cause beyond our grasp, and so within the terms of strict maintenance of a mediating identity as required by syllogistic proof, one can see with certainty that inite must be ontologically prior to night being only because the middle term being retains a univocal identity. By contrast, Aquinas, following Averroes, knows that his always somewhat physical, though also metaphysical, unlike Averroes, proof of arst highest cause falls short of strict demonstration. 14 In the Proclean-derived schema of analogy of attribution and metaphysics of participation, a mystical supplement to pure reason would appear always to be required. However, Scotus goes still further in seeing this schema as rationally deficient. He argues that it violates the law of the excluded middle. Thus, one may contend, participated esse at once is and is not the divine esse, if a thing is like what is higher than it, and this is irreducible to its being like in some ways, univocally, and unlike in other ways, equivocally, then it must be at once present as something that exists and yet also present as not this thing and in the same way and the same respect. On the other hand, reason is more chastened for Scotus than for Aquinas. Our fallen reason is properly attuned to the night, and for this reason night causes form a closed system, otherwise they would disperse into uncertainty. The foreshadowing of Kant is clear. God cannot be demonstrated from physical causes, and the ontological proof of his existence concludes only to a bare inite without further determination purely qua inite, whereas for Aquinas the inite in its simplicity also equals esse and all the other transcendentals. Above all, for Scotus, the ontological diarence between esse and ens will not capture the diarence between creator and creature, since this diarence cannot logically and so, for Scotus, ontologically be construed in terms of participation. Esse is nothing in itself, a vicious abstraction, as Richard Cross terms it, and is exhaustively instantiated in the same way in all the punctual occurrences of encha. The latter do not share an eminent elevation but something common and equal that they alone determine. Nevertheless, Tedesco argues, this shared ontological dimension much better reveals the ontological distance of God than does the Thomist real distinction of esse from essentia. For as we have seen, one cannot rationally know the eminence or causality or excellence of the inite. In this way, univocity, unlike analogy which can only open upon distance be also insinuating a likeness, leaves us radically open to divine grace. No extrinsicism is involved here for Tedesco, since, quite to the contrary, Scotus saw the extrinsicist dangers of Aquinas's view of cognition, reason that is naturally, and not just pro statu ipso, con to the convergio ad phantasmata, is not at all prepared for the reception of grace. Nor does univocity encourage an arbitrary voluntarism. What it favors is charitable gift, not tyranny. For Aquinas the sharedness of esse, whereby divine omnipresence concerns a certain emanation of his esse as such, suggests a necessitating of God in creation, and indeed the divine reason for Thomas takes precedence over his will. In the Thomist cosmos some realities like the orbiting stars are necessary, and in lysomeothers purely contingent. Likewise creatures possess natural ends, which it seems they arrive at ineluctably. By contrast, for Scotus, the creation is a pure-willed free gift. It is incited, beyond reason, not by a will to dominate but by charity, which freely gives a space of freedom to the other. In the Scotist cosmos every creature qua creature is contingent, and in being what it is, reveals that it might have been otherwise. Instead of possessing natural tendencies, human creatures are endowed with open capacities, recognized by the doctrine of univocity, to which divine grace may condescend. Corresponding with the new primacy of charity, however, and here Tedesco and Manzano are in a kind of negative agreement with the RO authors, is a certain arena of created autonomy. This shows clearly that all parties agree that while univocity is rooted in formal logic, it has ontological and theological consequences. Univocity of being allows for Scotus a reading of divine/human concurrence in freedom in terms other than those of Aquinas, whose notions of a fully determined creaturely freedom can seem contradictory. What is an entirely determined freedom? Even if, for Scotus, the divine election is irresistible, our response still has some formal space of its own integrity grounded in the logical law of identity, just as one might mention, for the Franciscan tradition culminating in Acham, property rights are a matter of absolute formal ownership and not built upon appropriate use, as for Aquinas in such a way that the life of religious poverty requires the abandonment of material ownership while still nonetheless owning itself. 15. Since God freely gives gifts of night being to us as others, he can also enter into covenanted bonds with us that are sensitive to our freedom. As free we especially exhibit the image of God, but this God of freedom whom we wreaked is no despot, to the contrary, the Thomist potentia absoluta is dangerously undetermined and rendered just and true only under the auspices of potentia ordinata. For Scotus, however, the two potencies display one single will to charity both in what God actually does and in what he might do. The same formal goodness is shown in human beings, they do not require extrinsic teleological determination in order to be counted by nature, nor do they await any mode of cultural determination. Aristotelianism, to the contrary, requires that human beings be teleologically fooled in the life of the polis. But for Scotus human beings are not political or social animals, as they are for Aristotle and Aquinas respectively. Instead, they are able to negotiate culture as a work of freedom, and the only common good one should recognize is a contractually produced state of empirical peace. This Scotist proto-liberalism, on Manzano's account, meshes exactly with his proto-empiricism and modest rationalism. Scotus maintains both the latter two elements because he also foreshadows, one can add Toto Disco and Manzano, a Baroque division of knowledge between truths of fact and truths of reason to the little that follows from the law of identity. The perspective to Disco and Manzano present with great lucidity is an extremely attractive theological program. If one takes modernity back to its Scotist roots, and even where Tedesco and Manzano protest this thesis, their own exegesis tends to confirm it, one can retain what is valid in the modern world purged of its secularity. Thus empiricism, a strict use of reason, and political liberalism all sit nicely with an apophatic attention to revelation and a theology focused upon charity and the gift. It is a very Anglo-Saxon program, and why should some contemporary British and American authors question it? If, for the moment, I were permitted to be somewhat expansive, I would say that this is in part because of doubts about the modern Anglo-Saxon project that have arisen from within this project itself. Wilfrid Sellers, W. V. O'Quine, Richard Rorty, and John McDowell have all questioned the possibility of empiricism and rationalism by questioning the possibility of distinguishing the sources of our knowledge as clearly either fact or reason, synthesis or analysis, or fact or value. 16. The epistemology of representation whereby the mind can image reality, in either an empiricist or rationalist/idealist variant, has been in this way challenged. Likewise, the liberal politics of representation of supposedly originally isolated and fully autonomous individuals through the objective artifices of contract, money, politeness, and parliamentary election has been challenged by the work of MacIntyre and Sandel and many others, MacIntyre's work being very much Thomistic in inspiration. 17. So if, as both Ro and Tedesco with Manzano seem to agree, epistemological representation and political liberalism have roots in univocity, then an Anglo-Saxon questioning of univocity is not so surprising, it would appear logically to be next on the post-empiricist agenda. And one might add, to conclude this digression, that it may be a welcome sign of the recovery of a truly European culture that British defenders of a southern Italian Norman Andy themselves in debate with Latin defenders of a man born in a small town in the Scottish borders. Can this defense of Scotism be adequately answered? In responding to it, it is important to stress that the present author is not simply advocating the autonomy and wide compass of theology. Rather, the present critique of Scotus has more to do with the separation of faith from reason, grace from nature, will from reason, and theology from metaphysics and physics. One cannot, as most contemporary commentators agree, really exonerate Scotus from the charge of onto theology. The distance of the innate is not diarence from the ontic, and univocity requires that God and creatures are in the same albeit spectral ontic fashion. Scotus's treatment of a vast range of issues from human freedom, as we have just seen, to questions concerning Adam, Christ, grace, and the Eucharist tends to show that this logical/ontological minimum still makes a considerable conceptual and practical difference. Common to all these instances is the idea that a being as self-identical and so recognizable must be free from all internal relations, to adopt a later terminology. It must be thinkable in abstraction from all cause and constitutive co-belonging with other realities. This position tends to encourage both epistemological and political atomism. If each Knight position does not occupy the problematic, even, one can admit, contradictory space of participation, then it is identical with its own space, and univocity involves necessarily a logic of self-possession that may be at variance with the theological notion that being in its very existence is donum and not the mere ground for the reception of a gift, even for the gift of determination of this ends as Knight. For even the latter reception allows a certain formal ground to persist outside gift, as in the case of the Scotist conception of the human will. This self-possessed space is frequently considered by Scotus as if per impossibile God did not exist, and so etsi Deus non deritur. Being can be treated purely metaphysically, for the rst time, in abstraction from physical issues of cause and moving interactions. Yet does not this approach in some slight way impugn divine omnipotence and render God a being alongside other beings, even if this alongside is a non-negotiable gulf, and even because it is a non-negotiable gulf? Tedesco and Manzano do not really engage this issue. Tedesco in particular obfuscates the point that while, for Scotus, being and not God is the subject of metaphysics, God is nonetheless included in the RST subdivision of this subject matter, as innate being, whereas for Aquinas God, as cause of ens in quantum ens, and not just of being qua night, can be invoked only as the inaccessible principle of the subject matter of metaphysics, unknowable by metaphysics itself. 18 If, in this fashion, God is somewhat reduced to ontic status and included within the consideration of metaphysics, then the greater autonomy allowed by Scotus to theology in relation to metaphysics appears ambivalent. In particular, the conceptual space for revelation is predetermined in its nature by philosophy just as much, and arguably more so, as with analogy of attribution. Since revelation is seen to be removed from every mode of compellingly intelligible necessity, it has to fall within the scope of pure contingency and pure factuality. It will inevitably favor the truths of fact pole within a facts/reason a priori alternative supplied solely by philosophy. The danger is clearly one of revelational positivism, that we know in advance that all that God can show us is positive facts and unambiguous information. For example, it does not seem good enough to say, with Manzano, that only by divine freedom are bread and wine appointed to be sacramental vehicles. Of course this is true, but it does not preclude a certain insight into their convenience, or one might say aesthetic necessity. How otherwise should spiritual writers be able to meditate, for example, on the significance of the color, liquidity, and intoxicating power of the wine? It is hard to make sense of this sort of limited but real insight into revelation without invoking certain ideas about analogical assent, and also extending those notions to encompass theories of metaphor. 19 Univocity appears to encourage dualities without mediation. God is unknowably and equivocally remote as regards his being in quale. This gap can be bridged only by positive revealed disclosures, yet this means that the space of revelation is philosophically predetermined as a space of facts or empirical propositions. By contrast, while it seems that analogy already by reason intrudes upon the space of revelation, since any rational advance is ultimately lured forward by a grace-granted anticipation of the Vedic vision, nevertheless the paradoxical presence of unlikeness within likeness in analogy, which also governs revealed discourse, ensures that the mysterious unlikeness of the revealed truth is sustained, not just with regard to content, but even with respect to formality. An analogical participating reality is neither simply a reason nor simply a fact, neither simply universal nor simply particular. The participating analog exhibits not a full rational account of its cause, it cannot furnish us with a syllogistic proof of its cause, but only a partial one, by way of its concreteness as annexed its very factuality, which declares its cause only by exhibiting more clearly its own concrete character. And yet this fact, in pointing toward its more excellent cause, embodies a kind of reason. Only this analogical perspective ensures that revelata are not reduced to objects or items of information. It allows more scope to revelation than does univocity, since revelata now bear with them not just their own historical contingency but also their own logic, which reason without revelation cannot fully anticipate. To put this another way, the space for the logos to amend even our logic may be somewhat lacking on scatist premises. So might it be that analogy more than univocity presents the autonomy of the logic of revelation? One can note that it was Aquinas and not Scotus who wrote many commentaries upon Scripture imbued with the principles of fourfold allegorical exegesis. This is not at all to deny that for Scotus univocity is a theological as well as a metaphysical category. It does indeed have profoundly to do with Scotus's theology of grace, as Tedesco insists. Since, for Scotus, we are fallen, we have lost the possibility of our orientation to the innate in the beatific vision. At the same time, redeeming grace permits us a minimal recovery in neutral terms of the natural orientation of the intellect to being, but without yet allowing us, like Adam, by grace also to see angels and God as easily as trees and rocks, and facilitates our reorientation via grace to the innate. Nevertheless, this beguiling circle relies heavily upon Scotus's Avicennian, and ultimately somewhat Plotinian, view that knowledge is not for us by nature mediated by the senses. 20. And this would appear to qualify the verdict that Scotus more than Aquinas allows this world to be true to itself on its own terms, since here something that clearly belongs to our embodiment, our full conceptual grasp only of the sensorily mediated, is re-evaluated. Everything that depends upon this mediation, science, the arts, philosophy, even the sacramental practice of religion, must partake of this re-evaluation. The entire sphere of culture, like politics, for Scotus can go only as a kind of semi-sinful emergency measure. By contrast, Aquinas was able to combine a certain materialism with our natural orientation to a supernatural end. His armation that, even in Eden, we are to understand the materially instantiated ends requires no extrinsic supplementation in the order of grace, as Scotism suspects, because Aquinas also thought that being as such was the object of the human understanding. The compromisy depends entirely upon Thomas's esse/essentia metaphysics supervening upon his form/matter-spirit/body metaphysics. Since every essence participates in esse and discloses it, the material thing renders being as partially transparent to our gaze as does the spiritual thing. In this way the embodied creature can be as near and far from the beatific vision as the angelic one. It is for this reason that Aquinas, elaborating on several of the Fathers, could so vividly grasp that the degraded following of our senses by the reason after the fall was subverted by the incarnation into the instrument of our redemption. Here it is, after all, Scotus who permits a pathway to extrinsicism because of his cognitive Plotinianism. Adam was oriented to the beatific vision not by nature but only by special grant of grace. Christ's humanity possessed grace not intrinsically but only by special aid. Christ's dead body in the tomb was divine by virtue of the formal distinction, yielding separability of his body from his whole substance, whereas for Aquinas it was divine by virtue of its substantive inclusion via the persona of the Logos and single esse granted by the Logos instead of the normal unity of substantive form. Our desire for beatitude is not entirely natural except according to a nature elicited by grace. 21. The theological dimension of univocity tends to problematize rather than assist an integral vision. But leaving questions of revelation aside, does logic nevertheless ineluctably commit us to a univocal vision, whatever the consequences for the theological realm? Tedesco argues that this is the case. One can concede to him that our night minds are inclined by their very modus cognoscendi to thinking that everything that is, including God, is in the same fashion. The forms of language we are obliged to use tend to imply this, and it is impossible for our logic altogether to escape such a conception. This circumstance, as both Aristotle and Aquinas recognized, is part of the categorical boundedness, at once ontological and logical, of our night circumstances. However, this inescapable univocal moment concerns being as fully transparent to our logic, or mode of thinking. But this does not mean that logic by itself obliges ontology to follow its lead, unless one has already assumed an ontological priority of rational possibility over actuality. Just because, for the most transparent logic, existence is an either/or on the notion of degrees of being makes no sense, it does not follow that actual existence necessarily enshrines this logic. Moreover, disclosures of being other than the logical in aesthetic, ethical, and contemplative experience may suggest to us that being can undergo a qualitative intensification. For actual existence, the circumstance that there is anything at all exceeds the a priori notion of existentiality as the condition of the possibility for things being this or that. Although everything that is given to us is a being, this still involves a disclosure that existence itself is a given mystery. And since the a priori grasp of ens qua ens as bare possibility cannot of itself generate a single actuality, we cannot know what being itself is, nor that it is predatory upon the prior repertoire of the possible. To the contrary, since the possible is always only the possibility of the actual, it makes more sense to assume the ontological primacy of actuality. For these sorts of reasons, Aristotle's metaphysics asks what is being, and in what diverse ways can it occur? Neoplatonism dealt with the resulting aporia as being primarily a rst causal source or primarily the most general categorical circumstance, with the notion of a scale of emanations, construed by Proclus more platonically as also participations and imitations, albeit nally of the one beyond being. 22. Without this resolution, one is left either with the notion of a highest ontic being, which does not explain being as such and invites innate regression, or else with an Avicennian/Scotist notion of an a-causal being in general, which tends toward the mystery of an original res indierent to something or nothing in the long run. This allows the possibility of Scotist nihilism as evidenced by Deleuze. The Proclean, but also Augustinian, Dionysian, and Thomist, hierarchy of participation. An attribution avoids both of these problems. But is it merely senseless? Here one can venture that no night logic can rule out the idea that the actuality of night being includes always a greater and lesser intensity. Indeed, according to a certain traditional logic, only the instance of a lack in appropriate being at any level makes sense of notions of falsity and evil. Likewise, according to a certain traditional ontology, only the notion of degrees of being makes sense of the facts of autonomous life that can accommodate more being and exhibit a self-advancing being, and of the comprehensive powers of cognition that is in a manner all things according to Aristotle. Most crucially, the doctrine of creation forbids theology to think in terms of bare existence if being as such is created, then to be a night being is causally to receive a measure of being. To say that one can think being univocally outside the realm of causality weakens the doctrine of creation. Hence, in the wake of Scotus, a residue of Avicennian Neoplatonism remarkablier surfaces in a ham for the latter at least in principle the intelligences may create beings below their own level. 23. The idea that created being is only a gift bestowed by innate esse, not an a priori something/nothing that any creature might posit, is here dismissed. Logic does not therefore oblige us to assume an univocal ontology. However, does analogy in logic violate the principle of non-contradiction? One must concede to Tedesco that it does. So at this point the present author becomes a Thomistic heretic. Scotus was rigorous and correct in this respect, but maybe this is exactly why Nicholas of Cusa, who sought, unlike the Baroque Thomists, to salvage the Proclean heritage in the face of terminism, decided to question the law of identity itself. The recourse to coincidentia oppositorum is legitimate because of the ontological diarence, which is also for Aquinas the innate/night diarence. Just as there can be only pure identity and simplicity in the innate since night things are always composed and shifting, so, inversely, there can be no mere logical identity in the unlimited, since this notion makes sense only by reference to limitations. For Aristotle, for whom it was still a relatively ontological, and not purely logical principle, the law of excluded middle applies because there is such a thing as, for him always limited, substance, even though inversely the law also ensures that there can be such a thing. 24. If God, as according to Aquinas, lies beyond limited substance, then the law loses its eld of application. In a similar fashion, the law of excluded middle cannot readily apply to participation of the bounded in the unbounded. For the night to enter into participation in the innite is to enter into identity and non-identity, and this coincidence is wreaked and doubled in the circumstance that the night here becomes at once night and innite. And the night can be construed either as the complex and non-identical or as the bounded self-identical. This providus the contradictora dynamisma phanologi which exceeds that of Hegelian dialectics, also indebted to Proclus, since the contradictory tension is not really a conict in search of an elusive return to formal identity but a higher harmony beyond logical opposition that inspires an increase and intensification of attention which mediates and resolves in and through its apparent contradictoriness. One may protest that here language has taken a very long vacation indeed. But does it make any more workaday sense that God is omnipresent and yet the world is not God? That for Augustine we are of ourselves nothing and are something only from God and yet are not God? That, as for Aquinas, our created freedom is entirely determined in the very formality of freedom and yet is incomprehensibly determined as free since God is the absolute author of the existential, including the existentiality of freedom? If he is not, then, as David Burrell has argued, there is a competition between God and creatures in a zero-sum game that loses divine transcendence in an ontic parity. 25. The doctrine of creation seems to impose these mysteries, and the incomprehensible logic of analogy seems sensitive to them. According to a scatist perspective, however, they undergo a demystication. This perspective appears to prioritize the mystery of freedom, yet pure freedom is so open as to cancel mystery. It is already emptily determined as the supposed opposite of rational determination, but this allows to the divine absolute freedom the status of a pure free thing alongside us only insofar as our reason can comprehend this. Every voluntarism is but the reverse face of irrationalism. What one has here is not a benign dividing and ruling, but instead a collusion generated by a questionable dualism. This dualism tends not to allow God the status of a freedom that is equally, and incomprehensibly, something rationally determined and also, again incomprehensibly, able to allow another space of freedom that is still non-aliened. Inversely, reason and determination, once robbed of a freedom intrinsic to their being, are left to their own merely formal and ultimately tautologous devices. The mediation of the beautiful between goodness and truth is here impeded, and whereas an aesthetic is always secretly fundamental for Aquinas, as also for Bonaventure and other Franciscans, in Scotus it tends to be converted at once into an empirical aggregate, a consequence of the Avicennian view that there can be a multiplicity of forms in a single substance, and to analyzable proportion. This somewhat anticipates the much later 18th century tension between empirical and rationalist approaches to aesthetics, neither of which were capable of capturing the beautiful, a circumstance that helped precipitate the Romantic reaction against the Enlightenment. 26. One can say in opposition to this that unless we can formally distinguish truth and goodness in God, our use of these words no longer makes any sense. But this conveys theological discourse to the inert and non-mystical. The domistic counter to this objection is that we already partially integrate in our lives the co-belonging of truth and goodness, and by mystical advance we are asymptotically but essentially drawn to the divine point where the difference between the two really vanishes. Moreover, the scatist determination of the divine difference by inity alone is ontologically insecure once the initization of the night opens to view in the Renaissance, though this was anticipated by another great British Franciscan, Robert Grosseteste, in Duluth. Once this has happened, Scotus's ontological primacy of the innite over the night, which may be a true thesis, is perfectly compatible with a pantheistic immanentism. At this point it was only a continued subscription to attributive assent and to ontological difference, between simple complicatio and composed explicatio, that prevented CUSA from becoming a Bruno or a Spinoza. Alternatively there is a direct passage from Scotism to a Spinozistic postmodernism. 27. As Cornelio Fabreau has argued, only participation secures simultaneously transcendence and immanence. But only the God who is simultaneously both is the transcendent God, since entity without participation and so simply beyond and outside the night can be recruited to pure immanence alone. So participation is not merely a Greek thesis alien to the biblical legacy, it is a framework perfectly compatible with free creation ex nihilo 28, nor does Aquinas' idea that certain created structures are relatively necessary and others relatively contingent negate the freedom of the divine creative act. It rather augments divine freedom to point out that he can build into creation such a distinction, for the free contingency of the creation is ontological and not ontic and therefore more transcendentally free. This means that even the most apparently necessary structures within the cosmos are nonetheless contingent in their ontological dependency, just as the most apparently free creatures in the cosmos are fully determined in their existentiality. To say, by contrast, with Scotus, that all creatures are equally contingent in their ontic instance, thereby taking contingency always to mean that a thing might have been otherwise rather than to mean, ontologically, a thing did not have to be, is to reduce the actual to our logical apprehension and to claim too much insight, despite the apparent mood of empirical piety or pious empiricism. How do we know that water, trees, and so forth merely instantiate possibilities from an innate repertoire? Might they not instead disclose to a small degree the mysterious, not simply rational, necessities of the divine mind and will? Aquinas never separates these two really. Tis. Aquinas, unlike Scotus, for whom a formally distinct will in the human instance is open to the possibility of an incomprehensible pure choice, altogether without inspiring reasons. We have explored some of the negative consequences of univocity and its alliance with the formal distinction of will from reason. But is there nothing in the idea that the reduction of metaphysics to a minimal ontology actually frees theology to be a practical discourse about charity that is truer to the priorities and exigencies of the Christian life? Certainly this perspective allows Scotus to articulate a rich theology from which valuable insights may sometimes be gleaned. Nevertheless, as both Tedesco and Manzano reveal, inadvertently or not, the danger here is of a drift into formalism. If God's will is inherently charitable and this quality enjoys a certain subtle priority over and independence from his intellect, with which indeed it harmonizes yet does not altogether coincide, then what is the content of charity? It will tend to become a free respecting of the freedom of the other, the gift will be simply of freedom, and such giving will be set at variance with the mutual agreement of covenant and contract. Even though for Scotus the second table of the Decalogue republishes the natural law, its extra force as direct divine law still depends on willed institution and formal agreement. 29. This secures what one might see as a typically modern duality of private free gift over against contract, and Manzano appears to endorse, though to evaluate diarrhently, my reading of Scotus that allies him with an emerging market society and the rise of the nation-state. But why should Christian theology endorse with Tedesco, and Scotus, the assumption that people properly pursuing their own legitimate interests will naturally and non-deliberately be in a hostile relation to one another? Is this compatible with Augustinian frameworks of the natural harmony of the creation and the possibility of a substantive, not just formally and contractually contrived, human peace? And why, for Manzano, are notions of the common good any more obscure than the shared values of the public library, or the shared pleasures of the public piazza and Wialo Oxford professors, in this case J.L. Austin, with their remarks about trousers, cats, and teacups? The common good is an ambiguously forking trouser phrase, to deprive us of such palpable actualities. Does not the shared piazza exhibit an irreducibly collective good insofar as it involves a kind of state of charity, a reciprocal give and take within a shared horizon, rather than the empty one-way gift of freedom and the contractual achievement to enjoy such gifts in solitary self-pleasuring? Such an exchange of freedom amounts to a reduction of gift to contract, since the gift is given only within the mutual agreement to respect each other's freedom. By contrast, a contract is like the passing in the night of two free gifts that never acknowledge each other or discover a mutual appropriateness. Manzano's abandonment of Catholic social teaching, for which the notion of the common good is scarcely dispensable, in favor of the today still emerging liberal market state must ensure that the realm of human cultural choices has little relevance to transcendent goodness and truth. If indeed Scotus went this far in the direction of contractualism, then the thesis concerning the secularizing tendency of univocity is all the more confirmed. I am not at all contending instead, as Manzano suggests, for natural law fundamentalism. To the contrary, I take the view that Aquinas's natural law, beyond the minimum that we share with animals, self-preservation, care of the young, and so forth, concerns the prudential judgment of equity and not the reading of norms from a preg-Ivan nature, a perspective that may indeed result in prejudicial views concerning women, as Manzano suggests. To deny, with Manzano, our natural orientation to sociality beyond the family does nonetheless appear to ignore certain facts, such as the fundamental role of sympathy, for example, as noted by that other great philosophical Scottish lowlander, David Hume. But the fact of our orientation to agreeable association can nonetheless be interpreted only by increasing theoretical and practical insight into the value of association and just what it is that makes it agreeable. Teleology is not closure, if it equally avoids formal openness. But then, even the Eschaton can be somewhat anticipated, otherwise it may as well be threat as promise. Neither Aquinas nor Scotus possessed an adequate ontology of culture or history. 30. However, the semi-voluntarist perspective of the latter promises less in this domain than the semi-intellectualism of the former. If culture is merely the work of will, then it is irrelevant to reason. It is still irrelevant to reason if it is half the work of will and half the work of a rational mathesis. For neither is intrinsically cultural. Culture is taken seriously only where it is seen that both reason and desire are possible only in terms of language and other humanly constructed products that in turn construct humanity. The Scotist denial that human knowledge naturally concerns primarily sensorily intuited things cannot support this sort of insight. Much is made of Scotus's historicist attention toth status lapsus. Yet Isaac Abitson lie a concern with salvic meta-history, whereas the denial of the materiality of knowledge before the fall is also by implication a denial of the natural historicity of human understanding, namely, the rootedness of our thoughts in concretely embodied occasions and circumstances. 31. By contrast, the Thomist model of both human and divine understanding seems more promising. God's intellect at one with his will responds to a kind of intrinsic aesthetic necessity. Since Aquinas does not yet subscribe to anything like Leibniz's idea of God as submitting to sentient reason and a calculus of the best possibilities, this necessity is present only in the Trinitarian emanation of the verbum and the procession of the donum. Although this embodies the potentia ordinata, it properly expresses the potentia absoluta, which coincides with divine wisdom, although this innate potency and wisdom cannot be adequately embodied in any particular night order. Nevertheless, since the particular ordained order perfectly expresses an innately wise absolute power, the latter does not virtually suspend the nightly incomparable justice of the actually ordained order, reducing it to a mere possible instantiation of an innate repertoire, as it tends to do for Scotus. 32. For Aquinas, our utterance of the inner word and directing of desire participates in the Trinitarian processions. In the 17th century, the Portuguese Dominican Juan Poinço, John of St. Thomas, expanded the theory of the concept as inner word into an account of our necessary cognitive deployment of culturally instituted signs that were nonetheless in continuity with natural signs. 33. The Trinitarian reference was preserved through a recognition that a sign like the Trinitarian person falls under a real relation within the domain of esse intentionale and as such is as objective as a real relation in the substantive universe, material or angelic. This means that for Poinço, making use of the category of real relation, which Scotism and Terminism had tended to reject, human knowing and willing are possible only within the cultural and yet objective edus of signs, which itself participates in the divine verbum and donum and so in divine esse. Poinço's grasp of participatory metaphysics and analogy was not strong, but his account of signs is Thomistic and compatible with such a metaphysics. 34. One could argue that the potential of Thomism to generate an ontology and theology of culture is linked with its Proclean dimension. Proclus, as a theurgic Neoplatonist, insisted that recollection of the transcendent realities was possible only via their descent into culturally instituted ritual forms. Even in his treatment of geometry he insists on the technological and pragmatic mediation of geometric theorems. 35 I would concur with Benedict Huculaxtris upon Anaquinas Proclus alignment versus Ascotus Plotinus alignment. 36 However, Proclus's interest in recollection, participation, despite Huculax's denial of this end. Conation of Proclus with Plotinus at this point, and insistence upon the abiding of the night soul in time seem closer to Plato than does the Plotinian legacy. It is partly on this basis that one might see Aquinas as more Platonic than Scotus. One could also add that Augustine had also reacted to Plotinus in a manner somewhat analogous to that of Proclus. In the Confessions, although the soul measures time, it remains. Within created time, recollection plays a role in Augustine's articulation of divine illumination, re-invoking the meno-problematic of seeking for what we somehow already know. God must descend in the Incarnation and the Eucharist if we are to see the divine ideas. Interior vision is contained within the vision of a sacral cosmos. Are the usual alignments and contrasts, Plato versus Aristotle, Plotinian Augustine versus Proclean Aquinas, really reliable? Can we not sometimes read Aquinas as more Augustinian than medieval Augustinians much influenced by Plotinus via Avicenna? This is not necessarily to deny that Franciscan mediations of Augustine can balance Aquinas's perhaps not always sufficient stress on intellect as intrinsically desiring. However, Augustine was himself far more Platonically intellectualist than the standard interpretations often suggest. Huculax cites Fabreau as saying that Thomist participation proved incompatible with Augustinianism. However, the passage cited concerns merely Thomist refusal of the Augustinian idea that nitude equates with materiality, Augustine's view here being arguably more complex than this characterization. 37. It is declared by Scotus that the way of denial, or via negativa, only removes night imperfections from the positively known quality inity, deemed to be properly convenient for God in a more absolute sense even than intellect and goodness and so forth. 38 By this concept of a positive inite, one grasps an absolute void of mystery. Within the framework of pseudo-Dionysian and Thomist negative initude, by contrast, one does not grasp mystery, but one might say that the mystery was such that one is positively initiated into it according to the pseudo-Dionysian dialectic of the apophatic and cataphatic that mystical theology embraces. The comprehended inite void is akin to the Plotinian tinged Avicennian inite one, taken by Scotus as formally preceding the divine qualitative perfections, good, true, and so forth, which themselves formally precede the divine intellection. At Quodlibettal Questions 5-3 Scotus speaks of these orderings as quasi-emanations. These ontological prioritio for positive inity over any substantive qualities seems more or less to legitimate the use of the term void here. To say, as many do, that Scotus retains, in his own fashion, a form of apophaticism is somewhat misleading. For Augustine and Aquinas, negativity introduces us to a mysterious and yet palpable darkness, which in refusing our analysis still welcomes us. This remains the case even when perfection terms are negated, as with Pseudo-Dionysius and Eriugena, because this negation is always driven by a super-exceeding, not a skeptical suspension. 39 But Scotus urges us instead the positive presence of a kind of fetishized in-night absence. This could be seen as an anticipation of the Kantian sublime that is alien to an initude of the forma of the beautiful. This shift in the mystical component toward the absolutely empty actively delivers theology over to the enneable authority of the church hierarchy, and, later, alternatively, to that of Scripture. 41 Can also read Duns Scotus as airing a theological anticipation of postmodernity. By foreclosing the scope of theological speculation, he demoted intellect in general and opened up theology as the pure discourse of charity. We receive the loving will of God and respond to this with our answering will. 41 Between the reading of Scotus as surrendering the mystical heart of Catholicism and the reading of Scotus as inaugurating a kind of Pascalian way of charity, recent French historians of philosophy seem to hesitate, and with perfect legitimacy. There is certainly a sense in which the Scotist distinguishing between the ethical goal of happiness and the goal of pure justice, linked with an obedient and correctly intending will, rather than obedient intellect, leads not only toward Kant, but also, as he recognizes, toward Jean-Luc Marian's disinterested charity and unilateral gift. In like fashion, Scotus's separation of revelation from mystical assent points forward both to Karl Barth's hermeneutics of the pure Word of God and Marian's phenomenology, without metaphysics, of the revealed Word. Both seem to be linked to a loss of the mediating vision of analogy, even though, contradictorily, Marian's defense of the pseudo-Dionysian via Antiqua against the Scotist inauguration of onto theology seems to require the via Antiqua alliance of revelation with metaphysics in the broader sense, and a more emphatic sense of analogy and participation than Marian arms, although establishing his position on this is very difficult indeed. 42. It becomes illogical to uphold the postmodern Scotus while denouncing the modern Scotus, and this applies both in philosophy and theology. If one cannot countenance Scotist onto theology, one must also question a pure philosophy concerned with a non-divine being, since this is ultimately grounded in univocity and the refusal of analogy in any sense consistent with the pseudo-Dionysian naming of God. In this way, Heidegger comes into question. Likewise, if one is wary of the Scotist's separation of abstraction from elevation, or, rather, his particular refusal of the mystical, one must be wary also of his semivoluntarism. For the very same separation, applied by Duns Scotus to Augustine's discourse on the Trinity, ensures that one must interpret the divine intellect and divine will as univocally similar in character to the human intellect and will. Such a predilection is reciprocally reinforced by Scotus's Franciscan rejection of a distinguishing of the persons of the Trinity by substantive relations. This rejection is allied to an Avicennian assumption that divine essence, and then intellect, and later still divine will, are quasi-emanations that precede in some fashion the entire Trinity. This and Stotus allow the idea that the verbum simply is an original aspect of the divine intellect in conjunction with the donum, which in turn simply is an original aspect of the divine will. Duns Scotus sees the verbum as simply declaring an understanding fully present in the Father as Father, in principle not requiring any generation in order to be understanding, likewise with the Holy Spirit in relation to paternal and leal volition. 43. This is inevitable, because if essence and intellect and will are all prior to the Trinity, and formally separate from it, then all three realities are essentially non-relational. If relation has no root in the divine essence, then the persons that spring from the divine essence, understanding and will, cannot have their most fundamental identity in relation. They require instead some preceding respective principles to ground their distinctive personhood. For Scotus, such principles are found in originating essence, intellect, and will. The divine intellect, for Scotus, in contrast to Aquinas, can be intellectual only if it represents something that precedes it, since what it represents is the divine perfections, in contrast to the absolute simplicity of the divine innate essence which can be presented on lias perfect. The latter are formally distinct from the divine intellect as well as the divine essence, whereas, for Aquinas, divine ideas in no way abide outside the divine intellect any more than the divine essence. 44. Because the intellect is ineluctably compelled by the perfections, it is a natural response, and the verbum is said to proceed per naturam. This compulsion is formally independent of the will, again in contrast to Aquinas, the supposed intellectualist, and this inaugurates a separation, in Scotus, of judgment from teleology. Concomitantly, the divine will in Scotus is somehow wrenched away from the inner lure of desire, and the procession of the Spirit is grounded in a pure non-natural and, it would seem, arbitrary procession per voluntatem. Without recourse to substantive relation in identifying the persons of the Trinity, the attribution of intellect to the Son, and will to the Spirit, ceases to be remote analogical naming since we cannot really grasp pure relationality and becomes the means of literal distinction. The Son proceeds per naturam, in declaring as words do thought, the Father's ineluctable representations, but the Spirit per voluntatem. In this way, God is psychologized in an unequivocal fashion foreign to Augustine yet scarcely because of Western perversions, since neither substantive relation nor the lioke is anywhere in sight. Indeed, A reading of Scotus tends to show that none of the typical textbook categorizations of the history of Trinitarian doctrine is valid. For example, Scotus has a strong doctrine of the paternal monarchia as prior to generation and spiration because he also has a strong view of the divine essentia as characterizing Godhead, rather than Trinitarian relations. Such a view is found neither in Augustine nor in Aquinas, whose writings have weak, but succinct, accounts of the monarchia. The oft-trumpeted Franciscan alternatives in Trinitarian theology, it seems, result from the subordination of the Christian Trinity to a Neoplatonic Trinity lurking in the ontological shadows. The Scotist mode of distinguishing the persons by the natural/voluntary contrast in turn ensures that will is regarded as a movement of pure spontaneity outside the heteronomy of the laws of motion. A movement is always from another, according to Aristotle, and independent of the recognitions of the intellect. 45. If the latter now simply represents a neutral being, without evaluation, then concomitantly will begins its career of the pure positing of values without foundation. This is the inauguration at once of pure piety and pure irresponsibility. The issue does not involve a contrast between the modern and the postmodern. It is rather that both represent a certain Middle Ages, with roots that reach back before Duns Scotus in his Franciscan forebears and in Avicenna, within which our culture still mostly lies, and whose assumptions we might want to re-examine. It is not that the postmodern aspect of Scotism is now to be perceived as the most fundamental one. So far, I have pursued such an argument, but this is too one-sided. It is true that the reign of representation, or epistemology, assumes univocity of being, but it is equally true that the latter assumes representation. In reality, one cannot assign a priority, either in logic or in historical fact, not in logic, because while representation assumes the formality of abstraction that univocity guarantees, this univocal formality is reciprocally established when it is assumed that the mind's ability to abstract something common mirrors something in the real, rather than doing something to the real. Not in historical fact, because the moves toward univocity were permitted by the Avicennian and later Franciscan doctrine that there can be many substantive forms within the entity, rather than merely subordinate forms integrated under one overriding form, as for Aristotle. This position arises because a new ontological weight is accorded to the mind's ability to isolate and abstract diarrhent elements, the source of the Scotist formal distinction. In addition, Olivier Boulnois has shown how Roger Bacon's reception of Arab optics, or perspective, encouraged the view that physical realities are generated through an exact imaging or copying of prototypes, in a fashion that tends to reduce the Arabic stress on convenientia or inef. Fable aesthetic rapport of all beings to each other, a theme taken up by Aquinas, to exactly measurable proportion and equivalence. 46. This account of optics then tended to encourage Bacon's account of the linguistic sign either as assisting a mental copying of something either real or imagined, or as arbitrarily invoking an ontic equivalent in algebraic fashion without the mediation of reactive understanding, so resisting the Aristotelian sequence of sign concept external thing understood. Such a perspective tended to undo the Aristotelian view of knowledge as realizing spiritually a materialized form, and this shift is sustained through Scotus up to William of Ockham. We have seen that the paradigm of representation had another source. This may be equally or more fundamental. This is in relation to the divine intellect. As we have seen, Scotus shifts notions of divine understanding away from simple identity with essence, and, in consequence, away from the idea of its being archetypal art, a supreme maker's knowledge rather than a kind of self-mirroring. For Scotus, the divine ideas of the divine perfections that are the RST exemplars arise only as representations of perfections that in some sense precede cognition. So, just as for Aquinas night knowledge by identity, the species of a thing being realized in our understanding, is grounded in the supreme divine identity that is simplicity, so for Scotus night knowledge by representation is grounded in divine self-representation. In this double fashion, realism gradually gave way within the Middle Ages to modes of empiricism, skepticism, and even idealism, though there were many examples of hybrids of knowledge by identity and knowledge by mirroring. 47. The complex and gradual shift toward representation also tended to render less distinct cases of mere logical predication from real invocation. As we have already seen, the domains of logic and semantics began to dominate and predetermine that of metaphysics. This process was begun in Avicenna himself. For the latter, logic deals with universals, and physics with particulars, while metaphysics concerns pure forms or essences inherent to either universal or particular. But this tends to turn the subject of metaphysics into certain inherently abstract entities that hover in a no-man's land between the logical and the real, the mental and the actual. Inevitably, this suggests a further logic of that which is not necessarily universal, and metaphysics is here placed on its Kantian course of concern with a transcendental logic. Perhaps Kant the preeminent modern also remained with a certain Middle Ages. 48. Another way to express this would be to say that Scotus increased the tendency to logicize and semanticize metaphysics. Prior to his writings, being had usually been considered to be univocal within logic, equivocal within physics and analogical within metaphysics. It is true that Aquinas's theological analogy plays subtly between metaphysical and logical analogy, where the former, ad unum ipsarum, or proportionality, denotes a real enneable sharing in one principle through convenientia by two other realities, as substance and accident share in being, and the latter, ad unum alterum or proportion, or attribution, denotes a mysterious link strictly in terms of semantic priority with no necessary foundation in the real as both medicine and the body are healthy, the latter primarily so, yet the former in a causal manner. Nevertheless, attribution still assumes, following the Proclean legacy, an ontological foundation, as in this case the matter of occult sympathies, etc. Thus Aquinas also talks of proportionalitas, a parallel sharing in health between medicine and the animal body. 49. Without this metaphysical dimension, attribution would collapse into equivocity. In theology, for Aquinas, the metaphysical aspect of analogy preserves the real entity, while the logical aspect preserves the dimension of mystery. How is God good? And how is medicine healthy? Yet the ontological assumption is made that God is preeminently good. In this way, Aquinas begins somewhat to qualify metaphysics with logic in theology. His analogy, as Alain de Libera has suggested, can be seen as analogical to a second degree, since it lies between the relative univocity of metaphysical analogy and the relative equivocity of logical analogy. 50. Nevertheless thine weaving graphological momentum sto favor the metaphysical interpolation of participation within the schemes of ordered proportionate causality. Scotus also gives logic and grammar a newly accentuated place in theology. But he goes much further. Earlier in his career, he had presented being gas logically equivocal. Later he saw it logically univocal, mainly under the pressure of the need to ground the possibility of predication by night creatures concerning the innate, once participated in perfections had been abandoned. The univocity of being within logic is here held to govern also the character of being as a transcendental formality. Every existing thing, whether night or innate, is univocal in quid, where being is taken to mean an essential not being. Specific and virtual differences remain, however, as we have seen, purely equivocal. Gilles Deleuze was right, univocity releases equivocal difference but it suppresses analogy. 51. Ultimately the warrant for this move is not objectively rational, rather, it is grounded in the refusal of any existential and evaluative freight to the process of abstraction. Can one sustain any notion that postmodernity is a more fundamental matter than modernity? Ideas reales imply an advance at face of modernity where univocity and representation now become inseparable. But, one might object, modernity is very difficult to identify, so much so that there is perhaps little point in engaging in the quixoticism of trying to resurrect the pre-modern. There is no modern, and so there is no pre-modern. Instead, there is a certain Middle Ages that has been dominant. Where, in the midst of all these epochs, which turn out not to be straightforward epochs after all, are we to look? Perhaps, many people from French Catholics to Midwestern exiled evangelicals, such as John Hare, seem to suggest, we need to re-theologize modernity by returning it to its roots in Avicenna, Henry of Ghent, Bonaventure, and, supremely, Duns Scotus. But then, if so, how should one describe Aquinas' challenge to Avicenna, deploying Averroes, Pseudo-Dionysius, and Proclus, rather than Avicenna's Plotinus, and Avicenna's Augustine? Not, surely, as an invocation of the pre-modern, but as something like an avant-garde innovation against the modern already begun in the name of a deepening of the patristic tradition? Somewhat parallel considerations apply in the cultural domain. One might focus upon such themes as individual rights, bureaucratic formality, and abstract economic equivalence as characterizing the modern. By contrast, one might take an emphasis upon style and the subtle conformity of fashion as denoting the postmodern. However, from the outset, modernity concerned the rise of civility as a substitute for liturgy. 52 All that is occurring in our own epoch is the increasing slide of XED manners into temporarily fashionable idioms of behavior. But in many ways this augments the formal lack of underlying rationale and shows an equally increased need for surface reliability, rendering what goes on behind the surface not so much irrelevant as non-existent. From the outset of modernity, civility undergirded rights just as univocity undergirded representation. The representation of subjects as formal bearers of equal rights was possible only once their humanity had been abstracted from their creaturehood without any concomitant advance toward deification, a movement that was in parallel with the Franciscan shift toward an imminent leveling of perfection terms. Whereas, in the Middle Ages, deification involved, among other things, a cultivation of the virtue of cleanness, which for monks and knights encompassed both spiritual purity and physical integrity with bodily hygiene. From the Renaissance through to the 18th century, the human being became increasingly a literally dirty bearer of an abstract nominal spiritual essence of detached reason and indeterminate freedom. Included within the continuing medieval Platonic practice of preventative medicine, greatly reinforced by Arabic Indians, was the continued devotion to the Roman practice of bathing, sometimes indeed within old Roman baths. In the later Middle Ages and the Renaissance, by contrast, public bathing came to be viewed as a threat to morals, and water as itself possibly contaminated. For the generalized baptism of lustration was now substituted the frequent change of clothes and resort to cosmetic concealment, a bodily equivalent of the art of dissembling that the new civility was specifically recognized as often concealing. This can be seen as culturally equivalent to the perspective of ontological anarchy opened up by the formal distinction. In the 19th century, certain neo-Gothic texts, such as Pugin's Contrasts, specifically recognized the lost cleanliness of the medieval monastic, ecclesial, and urban civic order, comparing for example public fountains to mean and sordid parish pumps. In 1928 Linthorndike confirmed that the 19th century may well have been far less hygienic than the Middle Ages. 53 The medieval clean universal humanity, just as it reached down into the body, also reached up into the sphere of transcendence. With St. Paul, after Christ there was no universal humanity and no longer just Greek and Jew, male and female, slave and free, because all human beings were no longer merely human, since God had entered humanity. Therefore, human beings became human beings only by elevation beyond humanity, just as to recognize the good, prior to Bonaventure and Scotus, was to advance toward God non substantive being. By contrast within modernity human beings could be human beings without transformation, as simply thinking, representing, or willing, positing values. This new mode of formal recognition implied a shift in social ontology. No longer was society seen in terms of the liturgical body of Christ, the trace of God ceasing to be only God, which inaugurated humanity as no longer humanity. 54 Initially, it had been only by this mythos of divine descent, the glory of God is humanity fully alive, and theurgic ascent, the life of a human being is the vision of God, to complete Irenaeus's couplet. 55 That general human interrecognition was established as Hegel realized. But now, with the advent of civility as quasi-liturgy, a general humanity was given merely in the uniform practice of empty formal codes. So, to sum up, Once upon a time there was only generality beyond locality via universal myth and ritual. Later, there was only generality where all styles were measured in conformity and equivalence with one another and in the same ever-dictated and appropriate circumstances. And today? Today, a general humanity where all wear the same back-to-front unmediable styles in the same spans of time. This general legal and democratic representation, the abstraction of the general will so that it can constitute a single mirroring mind of government, presupposes civility, in the same way that cognitive representation presupposes univocity. And here also there is a reciprocal foundation. 56. Civility presupposes formal representation. Even if there must be orderly behavior and handshakes between rivals if there is to be an election or a court trial, the hidden presupposition of civility is abstract equality and formal negative freedom. All may use forks, a Renaissance innovation, and wear their conforming or alternative styles or be dirty or externally clean, now without any symbolic resonance, in manifold conventional or subversive fashions. 57. It denotes nothing and therefore nothing, or everything, is armed or subverted in the fullest conformity. If all are to be free and to aim for anything, then, paradoxically, behavior must be made more and more predictable, but, inversely and essentially contentless behavior always proclaims freedom and sublime gesture. Postmodern civility and modern representation therefore continuously spring up together. And they both conform to a certain Middle Ages, a Middle Ages tending to privatize devotion and separate clerical from lay power, thereby immanentizing the latter. Civility and rights coalesce around the idea of a normative formalism. Rights allow an appearance of peace through regularity that disguises the gone beyond any defense of a substantive cause of the marketplace and competing state bureaucracies. Civility prevails in the space of civil society or of free cultural intercourse that is supposedly aside from state mechanisms and not wholly subordinated to the pursuit of abstract wealth. Any radical analysis of contemporary society must expose these twin formalisms as disguising the operations of concrete if self-deluded interests. Do postmodern discourses attain to such radicalism? One can here isolate three tendencies associated with the names of Emmanuel Levinas, and to a large extent Jacques Derrida, Gilles Deleuze, and Alain Badiou respectively. First of all, a Levinasian perspective tends to bring together the perspective of rights with the perspective of civility. A Kantian formalism regarding the generalized other is supposedly exceeded at the point where a legal acknowledgement of freedom passes over into the non-legislatable style of regarding the other's specificity. This is a matter of cultivating a manner, rather than simply following a rule. And apparently this is a liturgical idiom, because respect for the other is described by Levinas in terms of the worshipful acknowledgement of the absolute other, in his irreducible absence. 58. At this point Badiou objects to Levinas's assertion that such a religious perspective mystifies and obscures human relationships. If every human being presents to us the absolute distance of God, then we are always asked to respect the ineffable in mortals, and nothing is said regarding how we are to respect the actual appearing attributes of mortals, save vacuously, insofar as they contain a trace of the unsoundable. This trace is not at all an image that can be in some ways if not exhaustively characterized, as is the case for the human imago Dei within Christian theology. 59. Here the merging of rights with the protocols of sublime civility toward others in fact draws one even further away from a characterization of those others, whose nominality now exceeds even the rationality and freedom of the Kantian bearer of rights. It is not clear that this sort of respect for the other rules out any act of violence that one might commit against appearing bodily subjects, since nothing that appears is here regarded as a token of what warrants absolute respect, and, furthermore, the realm of appearing is for Levinas always necessarily beyond the wit of politics contaminated by totalizing oppression. Because of this latter perspective, Levinas does not seem to deny that an instrumentalization of human life and human bodies is unavoidable in the world of human labyrinth striving, as a moment's reaction will show, but then has no means of teleological discrimination between acceptable and unacceptable instrumentalizations. In consequence, the most diabolical instrumentalization could still present itself as compatible with respect for the non-appearing other. With good reason, Badiou avers that this is just what the West tends to do with the discourses of rights and pluralism, when respect for the other harmonizes with the power of a capital-owning minority. Liberalism is armed, when this particular mode of arbitrary power is threatened by relatively non-capitalist forces. Liberalism is suspended and all sorts of terroristic acts and torturings are legitimate. 60. Ultimately, the hopeless formalism of Levinas's ethic is determined by its reactive character. The ethical impulse is for Levinas born with our persecution by the swearings of others. That is to say, his ethic assumes death and violence as the fundamental facts of ethical relevance. Such a perspective is perfectly compatible with nihilism, and in some ways Levinas appears to owe an ethic for nihilists. This negativity means that, as, again, Badiou says, for Levinas the only shared attribute of human beings beyond inability is the fact that we are all going to die. Against this perspective, Badiou suggests, in some ways in keeping with Augustine, that the good has primacy over evil, and that the good for human beings arises in those acts of imagination whereby we conceive of noble projects that transcend our mere animality and mortality. Evil is therefore more or less privative, though Badiou obscurely backs away from precisely this position, and not the radical positive force that wields the instrument of death in the name of totalization, as for so many of the followers of Levinas, Derrida, and even Žižek. 61. One might say that for Levinas the best one can do is to exercise a kind of metaphysical politeness in the face of death. However, Badiou surely oversimplies matters in saying that Levinas illustrates the danger of letting ethics be contaminated by religion. One could argue that Levinas also commits the opposite error. Transcendence is reduced to the essentially immanent distance of the subjective other, who occupies the same univocal space as ourselves. Certainly the identification of the horizontally encountered face with vertical height tends to mystify that appearing, but, equally, the identification of vertical height with the human subject of respect reduces mystery to civic formula. Later we will see that Badiou's own philosophy seems almost to require a more plenitudinous transcendence that constantly arrives through grace to unfold new concrete possibilities for human coexistence. The space of the religious beyond the ethical matters to politics, because it reminds us that the circumstances of good social blending rely to some degree on chance and coincidence, and are not simply under the command of the private moral will. If Levinas can be construed as the contemporary philosopher of rights and civility, this is in no way obviously true of Gilles Deleuze. A Deleuzian perspective recognizes that notions of civil society tend to conceal from view the playing out of power disputes. It is not an abstract respect for rights that is promoted by Deleuze, but rather a Spinozistic wider and wider combining of active forces in order to permit mutual nourishing. 62. For Deleuze, such forces manifest no basic drives or possibilities but are themselves the play of surface simulacra that conceal no real original essences. A certain Nietzschean distance from pure Marxist orthodoxy, although this does not forbid a reworking of Marxist categories, is indicated by what a scenic terfusaldoried thelat capitalist society of the spectacle, as the more Marxist guide aboard and the situationists already described it in the 60s. 63. In terms of an augmentation of the role of the spell of the fetishized commodity as an element in sustaining conformity. For Deleuze, as for most of the post-60s generation marked by Nietzsche, there can be in a sense only fetishes, and the specifically capitalist illusion concerns the conment of the play of substitution and divergence by abstract fundamental norms, rather than the older substantive norms of transcendence. This is the holding back of complete deterritorialization. 64. Nevertheless, the modern capitalist order still represents for Deleuze an important, and even, it would seem, fated stage of deterritorialization within the historical process. Where Deleuze's position appears truly incompatible with Marxism is at the point where it would seem that pure deterritorialization can never arrive, any more than Derrida's pure gift, or pure diarrhence. And deferral uncontaminated by presence. For territory in Deleuze's philosophy is constituted within the space of epistemological representation. Beyond this space, and always governing it, and undoing it, resides the virtual, which does not represent but constitutes new regimes of the event, and is not mere possibility because of its anarchic unpredictability. However, just as for Heidegger, the history of being ensures that there must be ontic illusion that is folded back into being, so also for Deleuze, as Badiou points out, there must be the realm of representation and of temporary territorial illusion that is folded back into the virtual 65. It follows that one can say that whereas Aquinas questions the instance of the Avicennian, and later Scotist, regime of representation, Deleuze arms its sway within a realm of the real. Again, as with Heidegger's being, this is because for him the virtual has no real ontological content. Just because this absolute is not God, it is in fact paradoxically parasitical upon the very set of temporary orders that it institutes and ceaselessly undoes. The absolute speed of positive diurns is too fast for being and understanding, their secondary illusion arrives always too late, but just for this reason belatedness is inescapable, and all that remains is the conformity of the vacuum of empty retardation. Moreover, as Badiou argues, this would appear to be but a variant of the Plotinian metaphysics of the one so determinative for Avicenna's metaphysical innovations, and therefore for the modern outlook in general. The one has to emanate, in a sense it only is one within and over against the many that it constitutes. For the Plotinian one is itself beyond being, not like the Platonic good with the hyperreality of the irradiating ideal, but rather with an ineffable emptiness of perfect simplicity. Likewise, for Deleuze, the virtual does not possess in itself even the latent being of the possible, it exists only in those regimes that disguise it in manifesting it, since their manifestation of the new also restricts the power of innovation. However, if the virtual is in this way oddly impotent, it is also true that the various multiple regimes are strictly subordinate to the singleness of the virtual. For this reason, Badiou makes the seemingly astonishing complaint that there is too little diurns in Deleuze, who is after all a Platonic metaphysician of the one. Later we will see the ambivalence of this accusation. For Badiou, all philosophers are Platonists. Deleuze's statement that the many always manifest the same univocal being in their diurnances can be read in a substantive Neoplatonic fashion. This is because the specificity of their diversity belongs entirely to the economy of representation. At a higher level of reality they are constituted conjointly in being/truth, in such a way that representation is only a game within a cunningly contrived hall of mirrors. By the virtual. But this means that, before and after diurns collapses back into the one. Part of Badiou's quarrel with Deleuze here is a political one. Isn't all this Scotist apparatus of univocity, virtuality, and formal distinction, whereby anything can be composed with anything else and anything equally can get unraveled, likely only to usher in a non-revolutionary politics of relative speeds, where the theorist is simply the spectator of fated conics between territorial politicisms and presidents, on the one hand, and deterritorializing terrorists and mavericks, on the other, which only obscurely allow some mode of ingress for a vision of justice and freedom. Deleuze's metaphysical framework doesn't want a place for clean breaks or even for discontinuous ruptures of any kind. At best it would seem to allow for the development of civil protocols of temporary balance between restraint and emergence, while one would always have the suspicion that the real manners pertaining between emperors and nomads occurred according to a predetermined and impersonal code. What is Badiou's third alternative to Levinas and Deleuze? And does this owe a postmodern escape from the coils of civility? In one sense it does. Badiou's manners are much more those of revolutionary rupture. He celebrates the pure event or arrival of innovation in the spheres of politics, cosmology, art, and eros. 66 Compared with Deleuze, this event of arrival is given no ontological underpinning, not even the contradictory underpinning of emergence from a virtuality that it simultaneously cancels or contradicts. In this sense Badiou's claim to have broken with Hegelianism is much more convincing than that of Deleuze. At the same time, however, the event in Badiou's philosophy ceases to have the sense of the plural fragment that still clings to Deleuzian and Derridian diurns. To the contrary, Badiou insists that the revolutionary event in any sphere is universally compelling for all humanity, and he combines this with a traditionalist Marxist, or Maoist, impatience at the politics of ethnic, racial, and sexual difference. 67. In this fashion, for Badiou, the universal emerges from a singularity, not from a hidden background of Neoplatonic unity. Though Hescher's Deleuze armation of univocity, he declares that, if he were forced to choose between the univocal and the multiple, he would choose the multiple. And, for Badiou, events occur not against a background of the henological virtual, which generates an agonistic play between movement and stasis, but rather against a background of meaningless multiplicity. Here he develops a fundamental ontology on the basis of the Kantorian theory of inites. 68 All that there is an inite set of multiples that endlessly break down into inite sets and subsets. All these monadic universes, one could say, enshrine the mirror play that allows the illusion of representation, but in contrast to Deleuze, these universes are originally there, and therefore the possibility of representation is more primary and lies in a non-contradictory relation to fundamental ontology. What stands in contrast to representation now arises not before but after it, in the eld of the pure event, which is a kind of surface countercurrent to ontology, governed by the Platonic priority of the good over being, but with the good now deemed in terms of the radical imagination of new possibilities. The pure event is held to break with the static, given situation that embodies some set or thereof the multiple. Here Badiou appears much closer to the situationists and their surrealist legacy than Deleuze, because the break with the spectacular universe of the commodity is seen as absolute, and the pure event performed with integrity as a genuine origination uncontaminated by secondariness or mimesis. There is no longer any need for a civil or well-mannered social governance of an unavoidable ontological agon between what totalizes and what breaches and innovates. Thus, politically, Badiou advocates militant industrial disturbances plus removal from parliamentary processes, and yet, at the same time, pressure on the state to force it to make destabilizing concessions. He claims, against Deleuze, that nothing in his ontology renders impossible the realization of the socialist hopes that drive such stances. 69 This political approach has its parallel in Badiou's deployment of religious analogues. We have already seen that he is critical of Levinas for his religiosity, and he is a far more militant atheist than Derrida and perhaps even than Deleuze or Nietzsche, since in place of the Spinozistic substantive void, or the Dionysio quilto power, the will of a God, perhaps literally for Nietzsche, we have instead the pure Mallarmian random throw of the cosmic dice. 70 And yet it is possible to claim that this pure Rotheism is less obviously nihilism, less obviously the worship of a dark God. For, in Badiou's philosophy, the random and agonistic are in no way subtly armed and fated by a more primary virtuality or being into which they are folded back as with Mallarmé. The hope here persists that a single throw or series of throws may yet somehow defeat the desert of chance itself. This would appear to be a humanist hope, and there is far more residue of Sartrean humanism in Badiou than in other of the Soixante Huitards, however he might protest this. Yet this is not entirely accurate. Badiou retains the tincture of transcendence in the Mallarmian hope. It would seem indeed that he must do so, if he is to explain how the singular event can have the lure of the universal, how, for example, the French Revolution or Cubist painting or Kantorian mathematics or the cult of romantic love should rightly elicit the admiration of all humanity and yet be entirely self-founded, appealing to no pregiven ontological or epistemological circumstances. Here Badiou proclaims himself still Platonist, airing a Platonism of the multiple that expresses the radical thrust of the later Platonic dialogues. Refreshingly, Badiou points out that all the anti-Platonic and antimetaphysical moves against Plato that appeal to diurence and indeterminacy are anticipated by Plato himself. Not only that, he suggests that Plato's self-critique is the more thoroughgoing because the tendency of Heidegger and Deleuze, in ways that we have seen, is to retreat into the monist or dualist, or both at once, cosmologies of the pre-Socratics. If everything is really the ux of diurence, then the life of the city mathematics, erotic encounters, exchanges in the agora, the shaping of statues of the gods becomes epiphenomenal and illusory. Plato, however, was for Badiou the RST philosopher as opposed to cosmologist, because he said, quite simply, that there is the cosmos, and there is love and politics and art and mathematics, and then asked what reality comprises all of this. This is why true philosophers can or only Platonisms. Plato's own answer, according to Badiou, eventually half acknowledged the primacy of the multiple in both cosmos and city, but also struggled to explain why certain humanly contrived practices were absolutely and universally compelling. 72 And yet Badiou, too hastily perhaps, rejects the continuing role of the forms in the later Plato, together with his account of metahexis. He ascribes without warrant to Plato a recognition of the univocity of being. This leaves it in doubt ontology of the multiple, in multiple combinations. In this cosmos the absoluteness of human practices is not guaranteed by participation in the forms, in being, in the one, or in God. But how then can something with a singular beginning represent more than the arbitrary of power? In Ask. The univocalist mode of production 315. In this question, Badiou remains in postmodern yet appears to break with postmodern nihilism and enthronement of the agon of diarence. And the only possible answer is that the event is the event of grace. This is exactly what Badiou declares, and he is forced to see the event of the advent of Christianity as one crucial paradigm of the event as such. This is set out in his book on St. Paul. 73 Yet of course this is grace without God, an event of grace that delivers its own grace and yet only arrives by a grace that seems to exceed its merely empirical or mathematical instance as a member of a pre-given set or situation. One may well see such a conception contradictory, since if an event in order to be a universal event must bear an excess over itself, the notion of an elsewhere seems inescapable. In line with such a consideration would be a further question, since Badiou acknowledges that the arrival of Christianity was not just one more event, but rather the RST event of the arrival of the eld of events, singularities that inaugurate a new universal. How can he subtract from the religious content of this event without losing its concreteness and reducing the principle of all universality, which this event RST supplies, to something ahistorical and so eventless? If Badiou commendably escapes from the innate/night dialectics of folding and refreshing Lippo and South, that Heidegger's being Sandeluz's virtuality/representation schemata are simply variants of traditional metaphysical dualisms and monisms, and not post anything whatsoever, then all the same he seems to owe instead a stark neo-Cartesian and Sartrean dualism without mediation. His cosmos of innate sets is simply there, like Cartesian space hovering in a virtual void somewhere between geometry and the genuinely physical, and it lacks, as compared with Deleuze, any account of the forces involved in its genesis. As with Sartre, the emergence of another meaningful urban reality from this bleak cosmic rural idiocy is left an unsoundable mystery. And the return to the notion of uncontaminated pure origin seems to lose the valid force of postmodern critique. As historical beings, we do indeed dwell in secondariness, and every apparently new thing is indeed to some extent a copy, and so on, running back ad infinitum. If we may applaud the refusal of that postmodern despair which sees every rupture as doomed to revitalize, we may nonetheless stand aghast before the adolescence of a perspective that thinks there is a neat distinction to be made between politically repressive situations, on the one hand, and liberating events supposedly without any antecedents, on the other. If Badiou genuinely lacks civility Hemerlio or Susan unredeemedredness, which at times aspires to a kind of liturgy but does not fully envisage it, all too readily one surmises that followers of acclaimed events would demand absolute universal submission to the implications of those events, of which they would regard themselves as the privileged avant-garde interpreters. The proviso that no event should declare itself the absolute event and Badiou's sincere horror at the upshot of the activities of the Red Guards are insouciant to placate this concern. 74 The pluralist criterion to prevent a slippage into evil only opens again the postmodern prospect of potentially unmediable diarence, this time between possibly rival universals. While clearly Badiou will view the event of incarnation/ecclesia as a falsely self-absolutized event, could not this be to fail to ask whether it is just the event that seeks to be open to all events in audaciously airing to them not the perspective that subsumes them, but rather the impossible idiom of their co-belonging? Without such an event of events, it would seem that Badiou's laudable desire to restore universality in the face of azation upon diversity cannot possibly be accomplished. Badiou's insights into the possibility of sofa-liberal totalitarianism should therefore not blind us to the stark opening to an old-fashioned illiberal totalitarianism in his own philosophy, whose reverse face is itself a continuing postmodern liberalism. We have seen that postmodern politics is variants of modern civility, if sometimes in the negative mode of incivility. How can we think beyond this? Can there be a more substantive mode of civil blending that goes beyond the formal distance of polite respect? In accepting the postmodern sense that all is simulacrum, we still need to be able to distinguish a fake from a true copy, and in this way to locate Badiou's event of universal import. The way to do so is to suppose that there may be non-identical repetition without rupture, and at times an instance of a positive relation between the virtual and that which the virtual provides. In this way, there would be no folding back of the event into the virtual that would entail its cancellation. But by the same token one would not countenance Badiou's absolute contrast of event and situation. Every creative event would rather be seen as developing the hidden and repressed seeds of a largely diabolical past, just as the New Testament is taken by Christianity as fooling in an unexpected way the fragments of antiquity. Tosade hysis natatal todenithe toften or even mistoft he time delos, and Badiou's diverse pictures do correspond to historical reality. For the most part, history, including the history of the Church, is indeed the violent interplay between stasis and movement, or the alternation between XED situations and revolutionary breaks, though Badiou's picture is the less realistic one. The point rather is whether this historical reality wreaks the ultimate ontological situation, and whether, if it does not, there can at times, if eatingly and fragmentarily, be historical processes that disclose other non-agonistic possibilities. It may be that such rare sequences of events are, for all their paucity, more compelling than the overwhelming weight of terror, in rather the way that Badiou intimates. If they are so compelling, and if true events are not in total discontinuity with situations, then this requires an ontological grounding. It must be that nature contains the seeds of more than the random, but rather also the sources of the meaningful, as Deleuze, in a distorted way, arms. But if general situation and singular event can occur in harmony, it must further be the case that there is a higher ground for both these aspects of higher reality. This higher ground cannot be the Neoplatonic one, nor the merely virtual, realized in what it cancels, but rather is a plenitudinous, innately actual being expressed in a certain measure in the night being that it provides or lets be. This notion of participation in the source of all situations and events that is an innate unit multiple implies that what truly emerges as event is a gift, since it is good in its harmony and as good expresses toward us a good will. How can we detach the notion of goodness from the notion of an intention of beneficial providing as coming toward us? For this reason, participation requires that the event be the event of grace. At the same time, however, it also requires that the mystery of the source be preserved, since in seeing that the event is a gift from a higher source we recognize that source only in its self-manifestation as inexhaustible by us and innately reserved. Participation is always in the impossible, grace declares to us the unknown God. B. Comparison postmodern thought is unable to hold toch their grace with the via negativa. Characteristically, it seems to search for secular equivalents to theological themes. Levinas and Derrida present us with a secular negative theology, Badiou with a secular account of grace. Yet, as we have seen, the former delivers only a formalism of civility that is more formalistic than the Kantian formalism of rights and can equally serve as a mask for terror. Inversely, the latter ascribes to a mystique of avant-garde self-grounding that renders grace a mask for pure human armation without possibility of redress, analogical mediation, or appeal to a higher authority. Could one not say that one requires both grace and negative theology? Then political ethics could cease to be reactive, and we could accord primacy to the projects of the human imagination that combine appearing bodies and do not just futilely acknowledge invisible subjects. But equally we could retain suspicion of these projects as only partially and inadequately displaying what we can never fully command, while also acknowledging that that mystery was somewhat present in human beings, never reducible to players in civic processes. The secular equivalent of both grace and the via negativa would in this way think beyond either the idolatry of the humanly instituted, or the more subtly idolatrous hypostatization of the unknown beyond being. It would rather conceive the appearance of the withheld or the withholding within appearance. This thought also requires the liturgical practice of searching to receive as a mystery from an unknown source that grace which binds human beings together in harmony. But to think this is to think theologically. The secular equivalent fades into the thinking of incarnation and deification and the search for a liturgical practice that would allow for the continuous arrival of the divine glory to humanity. It transpires that the postmodern secular theologies predicated upon Scotist univocity are nothing really so grand. They are like Scotism itself, but partial theologies after all. Conceptually indifferent to created and uncreated. For Aquinas, the conceptual transition from creatures to God works, ontologically and epistemologically, through the ineffable convenientia of analogy of attribution, without any isolatable, univocal medium that can be considered to be in common. God himself is the ultimate ground of what is held in common between beings, so he cannot himself be an item within this set. This means that for Aquinas the mode of signification/thing-signed contrast as regards knowledge of God distinguishes between the divine residential or reality, which is also innate thought, on the one hand, and our modus or limited access to this reality, which is at once cognitive and existential, on the other hand. But Cross reads this distinction in post-Phrygian terms as somewhat like a distinction of focal sense and multiple existential contexts. Without textual warrant, this gives being and not deus/esse as the res, and then variable night or innate modi. But this scheme already allows being to be abstracted without perfective elevation, and, of course, if one thinks in these terms, Scotus is likely to appear superior to Aquinas. But the important point is that Scotus inaugurates the conceptual sphere in which Phrygian logical universes and Kantian transcendental categories can safely orbit. Cross ensures that Scotus must beat Aquinas at a Scotist game. Does not his disdain for historicism in this instance of profound epistemic transformation prevent him also from considering a possibly viable philosophical alternative? Nor is Cross consistent in this disdain. He indicates that he knows well that most thinkers up to and including Aquinas did not regard being as merely a vicious abstraction, for reasons bound up with notions of abstraction as involving real ontological elevation. It seems rather as though Cross thinks of the alternative view of the concept of being as simply not worth discussing. Fortunately, it would seem, Scotus put a stop to all this nonsense. Yet if he did call a halt to obfuscation, then it would seem that, indeed, radical orthodoxy is right to see him as a revolutionary, at least in this respect. Cross is again inconsistent about whether or not he is prepared to acknowledge historical change in relation to the question of analogy, another aspect of the handling of perfection language. In places he seems clearly to allow that for Aquinas analogy is grounded in participation, 14, while in other places he asserts, 28, that for Aquinas the likeness of analogy is just the likeness of imitation. For Cross, the reduction of participation to imitation is in line with nominalist common sense. Participation confuses the essence of a property with its imitability, 14, but he fails to reek that this common sense, if it be such, is also idolatry. Creation cannot simply be part of God, since God is not a divisible object, but nor can it simply imitate God, since there can be no third real medium between God and creatures that could confirm the truth or falsity of this copying. Only God himself provides the medium. Hence to imitate, somehow, God is also to share, somehow, in God, since God alone establishes and confirms the veracity of the imitation. For this reason, traditional participation language, from Plato onward, hovers between literal mimesis and literal being a part of. Thus, for Aquinas, to participate is to take a quasi-part, in boeth. De Hebdom, 2.24. Yet Cross insists that the tradition was always secretly nominalist and adhered to the criteria of Anglo-Saxon common sense, reducing a real sharing into an empirically observable likeness. This is no more than anachronism, whatever one's opinion as to the coherence of participation language. Moreover, Scotus's innovation in reducing participation to imitation is seen in his reduction of the language of imago Dei to an intensed instance of vestigium, in the context of his discussion of Trinitarian theology. By contrast, Aquinas had seen the vestigium, always seen as more like an empirically observable causal imprint of literal but relatively thin likeness, a footprint showing mainly God's might, as a weak instance of the imago, which is an enneable showing forth in a weak degree of the divine essence. Graham Ward. The commodification of religion, or the consummation of capitalism. Cornelius Castoriadis, commenting critically upon the Marxist understanding of economic development, particularly the process of accumulative rication that Marx saw was inevitable with the increasing alienation of the workers' labor from the products of that labor, writes, "Rication, the essential tendency of capitalism, can never be wholly realized. If it were, if the system were actually able to change individuals into things moved only by economic forces, it would collapse not in the long run, but immediately. The struggle of people against rication is, just as much as the tendency towards rication, the condition for the functioning of capitalism. Capitalism can function only by continually drawing upon the genuinely human activity of those subject to it, while at the same time trying to level and dehumanize them as much as possible." It is a curious statement to make for Castoriadis, and I will develop just why in a moment. But RST, allow me to make 4 clarifications. First, for Marx, rication Vertinglichung is not a synonym for the production of commodities Production Prozester wherein, for rication, as Castoriadis rightly demonstrates, is associated with Marx with what happens to human beings. 2. Commodification is what happens to the products of human labor when they are placed in systems of exchange, although Marx himself never used the word commodification and there is no German equivalent. Nevertheless, these are the 2 fundamental processes of capitalism. They are intimately related, so if rication can never be completed, according to Castoriadis, neither can commodification. Second, rication cannot be completed because of the residual and resistant humanity that prevents that completion and, in that prevention, opens up space for the continuing process of producing commodities. That is, human beings remain free and independent from the processes of capitalism, and this freedom ensures a future for the capitalist system. Third, this freedom and independence is rooted in the fact that individuals are not, a. turned in things and, b. turned into things moved only by economic forces, and fourth, capitalism requires the freedom and independence of human agents in order to continue as a process and not collapse immediately. What is so surprising about Castoriadis' statement is that he is more than aware that the individual is a social institution. 3. In other words, what is human is a social fabrication. It is not some essential thing independent of society. And while he is critical of certain attempts to erase the subject, the post-structural death of the author, for he wishes to emphasize all hope of social transformation lies in the ability to act both individually and socially. What is genuinely human is never established. Subjects are in possession of what he terms a radical imagination. They construct notions of their own identity and make sense of the world on the basis of a magma or incessant ux in and through which anything can be given. This thick and continuous O of representations which we ourselves are, for humanisms are institutions of this order, they are continually undergoing a process of modification. Even capitalists are of this order. Capitalists are made. For someone who lives in a capitalist society, reality is what is posited by the institution of capitalism as constituting reality. This reality is, in any case, that of a host of second-level institutions, of socially categorized individuals, capitalists and proletarians, of machines, and so forth, social historical creations held together by the common reference to a magma of imaginary social synocations which are those of capitalism, and by means of this common reference these synocations actually do exist, and exist as what they are both in general and for each individual. This reality as a social historical creation includes within it, and would be impossible without, the social fabrication of individuals who are capitalists. 5. Whence then is this genuine humanity that struggles heroically against the humiliations and atomizations of capitalist hegemony? This is not an essay on Castoriadis, but I suggest his reasoning on Reichation, and, by extension, commodification, in capitalism is symptomatic. It is symptomatic of a certain tension with respect to critiques of Reichation. A tension that focuses around an understanding of what it is to be human. For, on the one hand, there is no place outside the immanent cultural logic of production, while, on the other, in order for there to be real transformation of and critical engagement with this production, a point has to be insisted upon that does lie outside this immanence, namely, here, genuine humanity. The question of what is genuinely human is in fact the crux of the matter. In order to vouchsafe a resistance, the logic of capitalist production must be circumscribed. Its structure must be dialectical. It cannot be allowed to be a logic that subsumes all things, even the possibility of dialectic. But the very inability to give an account of what is genuinely human raises the question of whether the immanent logic of capitalist production must necessarily subsume all things. The consummation of that logic is in fact the subsumption of all possibility of there being an externality, a transcending means of resistance, a dialectical other. Marx himself writes, the inherent tendency of capitalist production does not become adequately realized until the specific mode of capitalist production and hence the real subsumption of labor has become a reality. 1037. Antonio Negri argues convincingly that this real subsumption that reduces dialectical possibilities to zero now has occurred. 6. So what I am wondering, in Echt, is what Castoriadis would have made of a LM like the Matrix. For capitalism, and ironically later in his book he adds socialism, to be possible, human beings must be impossible to reduce to productive economic abstractions. In Marx's terms, neither they nor the products of their labor can simply become bearers Traeger of exchange value. And of course this is precisely what Morpheus makes Neo see in the LM, that human beings do need saving from their advanced Reichation and the advanced commodification that maintains all their illusions of being free, autonomous individuals making significant choices about lifestyles. The truth is that human beings are farmed in order to be used as batteries to power a matrix that generates their own false consciousness of living in a Western liberal democracy. Allow me then to make 3 observations. First, that the Wachowski brothers, along with other directors like Oliver Stone in Natural Born Killers, Fernando Meirelles in City of God, Quentin Tarantino in most of his LMS, are portraying how human agency in Theist and westernized cities across the world is increasingly dominated by economic forces. The contemporary reenchantment of the world is a virtual reality generated by the hegemony of capitalism. Second, that because of this the Reichation of human beings as laborers, energy outputs, and the commodification of all things is becoming ever more realized. Third, that capitalism as a system is not about the collapse because of this realization, though it may be overturned by an alternative system. The basis upon which I make these 3 observations is Marx's own analysis of how the process of commodification is profoundly associated with the development of a religious worldview, an enchantment of the material conditions for sociality. Commodification, for Marx, is religious. So the commodification of religion itself is a late stage in the process of commodification as it begins to feed upon its most essential character. Therefore, if religion is enmeshed in the production of commodities, then the processes of both Reichation and commodification are, pace Castoriadis, almost complete and the matrix for generating virtual reality almost established. These are enormous claims, polemical claims, to which I will add 2 more. First, to my mind, there has never been a greater need to rethink Marx on economics, motion, and history. And second, that there has never been a greater need to develop a theological anthropology that can challenge both the frailty of Marx's Humanism 7 and the reduction of human beings by capitalism to units of productive power. Let me start now to back up these outrageous claims. There will be 2 stages in my defense. The RST and longest stage will examine the nature of the production of commodities and the Reichation that ensues. The second will address the question, in what ways does the commodification of religion now differ from its commodification in the past? The answer to this question will bear upon the advanced reification and social atomization that increasingly militates against the shared practices of a religious culture. With this second question I am acknowledging that commodification has always been constitutive of religion, but that we have now entered into a more advanced mode of this process. I begin an analysis of commodification with Marx's classic examination of value in the RST part of Capital. What I wish to demonstrate in my reading of these statements is how the process of commodification fosters a tropology, a worldview dominated by various forms of gurative representations, theatrical spectacle, or what Marx calls personifications that ode free from and veil material reality, transposing the world of material and natural forces into a highly wrought allegory controlled by capitalist hoarding. I wish to demonstrate that this is so and point also to the complexity of what is involved here by drawing out 4 points about the nature of a commodity as Marx observes them and adding a critical, even theological comment. First, the production of a commodity must be understood in relation to desire, for materials are worked upon and become commodities in order to satisfy a human want. At this point I will not distinguish a difference in human wanting between desire and need, for at the level of production the differences between desire and need become confused. But the significance of the association of commodity and desire, for my thesis, is twofold, RST. It announces a politics, for some objects enter the exchange system and become commodities and others do not, remaining either objects of utility or potential objects of exchange for which there is no demand as yet. Second, this politics is a politics not of objects but of desires. We can ask then, what is the relationship between objects and desire such that some objects are chosen and, by implication, some are not? Furthermore, are all desires with respect to objects the same? If they are not the same, then the commodity that emerges through the process of desiring is not the same either. The production of a religious artifact, a crucifix, say, can then be interpreted differently: an aid to worship, on the one hand, or a piece of costume jewelry, on the other. But the way it is interpreted and desired, and in a moment I shall demonstrate the profound association of interpretation and desire, will eke the manner in which that object is or has become a commodity. Demand determines exchange value. Butyl demand sereneth homogeneous, so all values are not identical and, more importantly for Marx, who insists that capitalism requires a law of equivalence, some demands and values are incommensurate. What I am suggesting here and will return to later is that the production of commodities does not necessarily belong to one single economy, the capitalist. There are other economies, other forms of exchange, and therefore other systems of exchange value. Second, the relationship between the process of producing a commodity and desire is eked through the manner in which a manufactured thing's use value is exceeded by its exchange value. As Marx observes, the character of this relationship Theology's Verhältnis continually changes with time, place, and the technologies of production, such that the valuation of an object can seem mysterious or arbitrary. 126. This opens two further questions. The RST relates to the various forms of production that may be, like demands and desires, incommensurable rather than equivalent. The second relates to the question of forms of exceeding that arise as a consequence of this relation, and the possibility, again, of different economies of exchange generating different forms of excess value. Marx makes clear that no value can stand autonomously, it stands in a matrix composed of the motley mosaic of disparate and unconnected, 156, relative values of other commodities and under an equivalent value that acts as the common denominator of evaluative system, a benchmark value. But the point to be made here is the innate within which the bodies of commodities come to be marked by values instituted from forms of exchange and eked by various means of production, values that are not transparent to themselves, so that the isolated expression of A's value is thus transformed into the indefinitely expandable series Verlängerbereiche of different simple expressions of value. 154. What generates this Verlängerbereiche? Marx is aware it is not the exchanges themselves. 156, rather it is value that regulates exchange. I suggest, and perhaps Marx does also, that desire generates value. The Verlangerberie he issues from Verlangen. Excess value is the product of desire. Values have to be made transparent by submission to a law of equivalence and anal translator of all equivalences, money, or gold. This is the dazzling commodity, the commodity that cannot be looked upon and whose character therefore can be most concealed while omnipresent, like God. I am going to develop this association of capitalism and theology in a moment. Values then have to be interpreted according to a univocal calculus, where interpretation means evaluation and evaluation means coming to an understanding of. To this extent Marx's unveiling of the metaphysics of the commodity parallels Friedrich Schleiermacher's investigations in hermeneutics, for both are concerned with how we come to understand, evaluate, make judgments. And for Marx, as for Schleiermacher, the one has only understood what one has reconstructed in all its relationships and in its context an inite task that turns interpretation into a creative art. The analysis cannot then be scientific or based upon a claim to an objective space. The analysis is itself an art form, an interpretation, an evaluation of value. Marx's evaluation of values is then profoundly interrelated with the conditions it is describing. I will say more about this interrelationship and the problem it raises later. For now I wish to emphasize only that the object of that interpretation is not the commodity and its evaluation, but the desire governing the production of the weighting trojan given to the body of the commodity der Körper der Ware. And what prolongs Verlagen the endless task of such interpretation if not the circulations of desire composing the social relation Gesellschaftsbeziehung? A third observation follows from this. The process of producing commodities not only dematerializes the world, not an atom of matter enters into the objectivity of commoditious values. 138, it establishes the social order as an allegory. Here the persons exist for one another merely as representatives and hence owners of commodities. As we proceed to develop our investigation, we shall end, in general, that the characters who appear on the economic stage die economischen Charaktermasken are merely personifications of economic relations. It is as the bearers Träger of these economic relations that they come into contact with each other. 179. Marx's allusion here, as the German makes plain, is to the theatre of classical Greece and the ornate masks or personae worn by the actors. The allegory, like all allegories, is a tissue of rhetorical operations that represent and symbolize by various forms of gurative speech. Metonymic acts of substitution lie at the heart of the system of relational and equivalent values. All relations between commodities are analogical, governed by the univocity of money/gold. Reichation is personification, and the operative relations between commodities are anthropomorphized as objects become endowed with a will and a soul of their own. 1003. Exchange values are mode s of expression and form s of appearance. 127. Capitalism, then, generates virtual realities as value, transforms every product of labor into a social hieroglyph. 167. The unmasking, literally, of the die economischen Charaktermasken is necessary in order for there to be a society at all. For society as such under capitalism is what Benedict Anderson termed an imaginary communitation. Marx's project is to rescue the social, establish its materiality, which now is concealed beneath the allegorizing. The tool for this job is interpretation, judging the bearers Träger of these economic relations, but the project is endless. Rules then for the interpretation of this continuing allegorization are needed, and this is what he is attempting to provide. The hermeneutical rules attempt to re-establish an object in the nakedness of its use value only. But the rules and the evaluations made in and through devising them perpetuate the allegory, for they cannot escape the rhetorical operations that they too perform. This is what I pointed to in my last observation. The analysis is not executed in a neutral or objective space, it is profoundly interrelated with the conditions it is evaluating. Marx's writings Marx's Buch Selbst implicate in the production of commodities and therefore the extension of die economischen Charaktermasken. What this means is that the social value and the use value of objects that pass between and constitute the social are never there as such, their materiality so necessary for judgments to be made and true understanding to be recovered from beneath false states of consciousness are always deferred. There is no escaping the matrix generated by capitalism's virtual reality, to establish the materiality of social relations, not als Gesellschaft Beziehung but als Gemeinschaftliche Beziehung, becomes a secularized eschatological task comparable to the establishment of the kingdom of God. The task becomes messianic, nothing less than the overthrowing of the idols. For, and this is the fourth and null observation on the opening part of Capital, all commodities are characterized by their fetishism. The idol and the fetish establish a religious worldview, they are the necessary obverse of the icon and the sacrament. Capitalism generates then what Marx calls the mystical Geheimniswahl, or mysterious or enigmatic Rätselhaft, or fantastic phantasmagorisk forms of relation between things, whose only analogy is the misty realm Nebel region of religion, die Religioswelt, 165. Capitalism generates a world of metaphysical subtleties and theology. Calnicities. Money is not a regulative but a constitutive transcendental. In the religious world of commodity values it wears the mask of the Antichrist, the beast of the Book of Revelation, which Marx cites, 181. The apocalypse of capitalism is being challenged then by the eschatology of a new community or a restored community, since Marx believes that once in history this community existed in which relations no longer exist in reciprocal isolation and foreignness, Wechselseitige Fremdheit, 184. As such, capitalism is inseparable from Gnosticism, only there is a subtle inversion with respect to the body and the soul, an inversion that is worthy of Foucault. For capitalist evil that moves through history like Hegel's absolute Geist and imprisons the goodness of the material order, the body is captive to the soul in the production, understood both in terms of economic process and theatrical staging, of commodity values. And like Hegel's Geist, the magic of the money fetish, Marx's language, lies in its power to vanish, leaving no trace behind. It erases its own presence by becoming visible and dazzling to our eyes, 187, like Jean-Luc Marien's idol, which can only wreak the desire and retroject the values projected onto it. 9. Money not only has the appearance of value, like other commodities, it is the form of appearance of the value of commodities, 184. It participates in a Platonic metaphysics in which its abstraction is consummated by its disappearance. The power of capitalism lies in the omnipresence of an absence that circulates in and through desire and constitutes desire, an absence that is at once demonized and adored. What the power of capitalism ekes is a trade in bad faith, winning allegiance, through seduction, to the incantatory credo of credit. Having then examined the nature of the production of commodities and the rication that ensues, the correlation between capitalism and the fabrication of a religious worldview clarifies itself. And Marx's analyses of the elements and the processes involved furnish us with that clarification. But let me return to a point I made earlier about the possibility of economies of exchange, other modes of desire, other systems of evaluation, and the production of values that, while unable to disengage themselves completely from the production of commodities, fetishism, and rication, nevertheless remain incommensurate to the seductions of capitalism. As we have observed, the religious wealth that issues from fetishism is parasitic upon, a mimicry of, a more authentic set of symbolic practices, artifacts, and beliefs. The idol is made possible by the icon and vice versa. This mimetic rivalry becomes important when trying, a. to assess the contemporary commodification of religion with respect to past forms of the same, and b. to answer the question concerning what, if anything, is different between past and present forms. While recognizing and agreeing with Marx's seventh thesis on Ludwig Feuerbach, the religious sentiment Gemüt is itself a social product. Religion is not simply a matter of feeling or sentiment. This is a very disembedded understanding of religion. It is a view of religion, fostered by Pietism and early Romantic thinkers like Schleiermacher, that plays directly into the religious world, issuing from fetish commodities a world of abstractions, enigmas, and swirling mists. It is a very individualistic understanding of religion forged by Protestantism, as Marx himself acknowledges. Christianity, with its religious cult of man in the abstract, more particularly in its bourgeois development, i.e. in Protestantism, Deism etc., is the most true form of religion. 172. But this is a highly distinctive view of religion that fails to recognize and take account of the material practices of a faith, the technologies for the forging of persons as social and theological agents, the communities of believers, the circulation of sacred texts and artifacts. If these aspects of religion are taken into consideration, it is possible to see that while religion always remains a social product, the processes of its socializing and the economies of its desires are excessive to the ideologies of a hegemonic capitalism and bourgeois liberal humanism. Fecal Toffman. In some ways the products of this socializing and its technologies may be not only excessive but resistant to the generation of commodity values, desiring and promoting alternative commodity values that, in turn, constitute commodities diherently themselves. Indeed, such communities of believers may already constitute or be closer to constituting the material socialitatis theum of Marx's critique of capitalism. What then would be the diherence and the relation between this religious world and circulation of its desires and the realms of mystication conjured by the dazzling magic of money and the perpetuum mobile of circulation? 226, that issues from gold as society's holy grail, as the glittering incarnation of its innermost principle of life. 230. Let me return to the contrast between the icon and the idol and suggest that while the icon is a symbolic representation of a transcendent horizon, indeed, a symbolic performance drawing viewers beyond themselves and toward that horizon, the idol symbolizes nothing. The idol is a representation butitis nata symbol. It tricks back only what is projected onto it like the dazzling fetish of money. It does not signify. It does not communicate. It remains a representation, a sign endlessly reacting back on its own status as sign. It produces nothing. It reproduces only itself. Allow me to call this fetish not a symbol but a simulacra. I evidently have the work of Foucault, Deleuze, and Baudrillard on simulacrum in mind. And I am aware that their understanding of what constitutes simulacra is not identical, though they are close, and Foucault's account is evidently indebted to Deleuze's. Simula. Cra announce, to quote Deleuze, the failure of representation, the loss of identities. 10. The problem no longer has to do with the distinction essence appearance or model copy. This distinction operates completely within the world of representation. Rather it has to do with undertaking the subversion of this world. The twilight of the idols 11 simulacra seduce, argues Baudrillard. They dazzle in such a way that any object they are the index of disappears in the spectacle, so that signs are exchanged against each other rather than against the real. 12 Marx does not develop an order of signs. But his observations on the uninterrupted O of commodity metamorphoses, 244, that emerges from the bourgeois desire for money, as the heart pants after fresh water, so pants the bourgeois soul after money. 236, clearly indicate that the fetish of gold produces a world of simulacra governed by a rampant libidinal drive, passionate desire. 227. Money or gold is capable of being replaced by valueless symbols of itself. Blossy Wertlos Zeichen seiner selbst, 225-26. Paper money is a symbol of a symbol, the circulations of which encourage imaginary expressions of quantities of gold that never materialize as such. 225. It is the alienating and alienable commodity, because it is all other commodities divested of their shape, the product of their universal alienation. It makes commodities as such disappear by mirroring itself in the bodies of all commodities. Spiegelt sich so in allen Waren Libern, conjuring a world of imaginary prices. 205. Commodification produces a spectrogram or hologram of religion, a bloodless and disembodied religious cast of mind gemuet, a fantasy of religion that, like an atmosphere, demands only that we breathe it in. We cannot say the real is enchanted, for there is no place locatable outside this enchantment. Marx continually depicts the immanent laws of this world in religious metaphors such that his own representations mirror the mirroring of all commodity fetishism. He cannot then endy a place for an alternative social world, materially grounded, for his own writing circulates within and fosters the production of the orders of simulation and simulacrum, the theater of spectacle. What is produced by the simulation is not simply the religion of commodification, the pop transcendence of capitalism, but the commodification of religion, the metamorphosis or transubstantiation, Marx's two favorite words for describing what takes place through commodity exchange, of those socially and culturally embedded practices of faith into a misty Lord of the Rings realm, a Nebel region. His critique of capitalism, which is simultaneously a critique of religion, is made possible only by taking up a position that mirrors from within the body of religious discourses, turning it into a bourgeois commodity. The communist can announce himself only in and as a capitalist, the atheist can announce himself only in and as one initiated into the mysteries of religion. The immanent circulations of desire only fold back upon themselves in an eternal reoccurrence of the same. This is the order of simulacrum. We can now return to that observation made by Castoriadis about Reichation and the presuppositions that bolster the contents of his proclamation. Reichation, the essential tendency of capitalism, can never be wholly realized. My analyses of Marx's account of the operations of capitalism suggest this is mistaken. Everything is already committed and all things already compose a virtual reality within the circulations of capitalism. No genuinely human activity can be located within the order of simulation and simulacrum. A genuine and material sociality is still to be founded and is continually deferred. The last object that capitalism commits is the object that constitutes its inner identity, religion. In the commodification of religion, capitalism narcissistically consummates itself, autofellatio. While Marx wrote and for a long time afterward embedded practice Sophi Thresisthethes consummation, resisted the marketing of religion itself. But the processes of capitalism, as Marx saw, continually erode this alternative, resistant sociality in its march toward universal alienation, the personification of things and Reichation of persons. Personalisierung der Sachen und die Vertinglichung der Personen, 209. I predict, on the basis of my examination of Marx, that the reenchantment in contemporary Western culture, which takes place in and through the marketing of the resources of religion, its artifacts, its myths, its symbols, its vocabularies, its cosmologies, its beliefs, its technologies, will only develop further. We are entering a profoundly post-secular age. The messianic mission in the Matrix is a case in point. Are you the one we have been waiting for, Neo? The order of simulation and simulacrum that fosters, as we have seen, dematerialization, atomism, the disappearance of things and universal alienation, will become increasingly pervasive. A culture is rapidly being produced and disseminated that is profoundly religious, profoundly capitalist, and, because of both of those events, profoundly virtual. We are entering not the twilight of the idols but the dawn of an unprecedented idolatry, when false Christs and false prophets shall rise and show signs and wonders to seduce, if it were possible, even the elect. Mark 13:22. Marx points the way here, and that's why we need him. Only a counterculture, based within practices and desires that are excessive to capitalism, can resist the imminent vortex of this circulations process. No socialist cult of the human ever will resist it, for socialism's discourses, technologies, and practices are made possible only by being parasitic upon capitalism. All socialism's moves have already been predicted, checked, and absorbed within capitalism, as Slavoj Žižek has recently reminded us. Capitalism and communism are not two different historical realities, two species of instrumental reason. Instrumental reason as such is capitalist, grounded in capitalist relations, and actually existing socialism failed because it was ultimately a subspecies of capitalism, an ideological attempt to have one's cake and eat it, to break out of capitalism while retaining its key ingredient, pure unleashed productivity. 13. This situation is made evident in the fact that socialism has always remained chic. I suggest that is why we need critical theologies as critique and theologies able to be critical about themselves. 14. Theologies that advance alternative socialities and ways of being human that are not merely human. But as a concluding coda, Let me emphasize that theological discourse, however critical, does not bear the holy grail across the wastelands of late capitalist democratic culture. It is not the antidote to commodification, or even rication. As I said at the outset, commodification has always been constitutive of religion. Fetishism is first and foremost a religious phenomenon. And this leads me to recognize that there is the smell of moral self-righteousness throughout this essay, if not throughout the whole series of lectures on commodification of which this was originally a part. For what seems presupposed is that commodification, and rication, are bad things, evidence of corruption in the social body. Castoriadis evidently believes this and pits his own humanism against such wicked forces. But commodification is not only inevitable. Marx is clear that even among primitive nomadic tribes, imperial Rome, and Christendom's Middle Ages, the circulation of commodities becomes necessary. It is not in itself a social evil. Moral inquiry and moral debate are possible only on the basis of evaluations of goods, situations and behaviors. The operation of a Theodicia requires both the atomization of individuals within larger social groupings and their rication. Commodification and rication are not in themselves wrongs, nor are they simply the products of capitalism. Capitalism produces certain forms of the circulation of commodities, certain forms of the rication of persons. Theological discourse and theological praxism ordinarily cannot escape either commodification or rication. Escape is not the point. Rather, the point is to produce forms of the circulation of commodities and the rication of persons that critique and resist the social and cultural ilks of rampant capitalism. Christian theology is a case in point, for some of its key doctrinal moments weave notions of exchange, debt, repayment, and redemption into accounts of making good. Capitalism does not have the monopoly on economics, on oikonomio, and in that lie all our hopes for cultural transformation. Mary Jane Rubenstein, the unbearable witness of being, on the essentialist blind spot of anti-ontology. 6. For better or worse, a good deal of the work of contemporary academic theology entails justifying its own existence in the face of charges of dogmatism, primitivism, and irrelevance. From its shifting place on the margins of the purportedly secular academy, modern theology at its best is able not merely to testify to its own intellectual rigor, but to unveil the repressed theologies and hidden ontologies animating the very social sciences and humanities that would doubtless be more comfortable if it would just go away. One particularly fervent, and increasingly prolific, sector of this modern theological landscape includes those scholars who seek, in response to Heidegger's call, especially as mediated through Derrida, to rest free of metaphysics as onto theology, a postmodern reconfiguration of pre-modern apologetics. Post-Heideggerian theology seeks above all to demonstrate its own possibility within the earthly anti-religious arena of contemporary critical theory, insisting that truly rigorous theology can escape, and in fact, helps to dismantle, the anthropomorphic, presentist, logocentric determinations of onto-theology. 1. The conviction that true theology is not onto-theology is grounded in and articulated through the primary conviction that God is not God, that the God hoisdetis notur God, that the God of Abraham, Isaac and Jacob, the God before whom we dance and pray, is wholly other than that sterile, conceptually stable sum humans. The God of the philosophers, echoing Heidegger's claim that metaphysics has mistaken beings for being itself, anti-ontotheology maintains that metaphysics has conned God within the categories of its all-too-human, calculative representational thought, making God a superhuman object that confers a neat dialectical identity upon the human subject. Metaphysics as onto-theologically constituted thus takes place within a hall of mirrors, the omnipresent cogito and causa sui reacting and securing one another's inviolable autonomy. Overcoming metaphysics, then, would be a matter of shattering the idolatrous glass presuming to encapsulate the divine, of freeing God from human projections of God and letting God be God. And so these anti-ontotheological eorts set forth various neo-apophatic strategies in order to break through the philosophical looking glass to the God of faith, the God beyond God, the God without being, the God without God, the cura otherwise than the God beyond the God without being. As much as I am committed and indebted to this particular theological trajectory, I would suggest that most of the contemporary post-Heideggerian conversation suffers from two major shortcomings. The RST is its failure to dismantle what Mark C. Taylor calls the proper theological self, the solitary self, whose self-consciousness assumes the form of an individual I that deems itself by opposition to and transcendence of other isolated subjects. Such a self is primarily and essentially a unique individual too, as anti-and theology goes about overcoming God, crossing him out, unsaying him, striking him through, saving his name, and capitalizing his otherness. It neglects to interrogate the rational, autonomous, and inevitably raced, sexed, classed, and nationalized subject whom God images. 3. In other words, the self of this neo-negative theology is never annihilated in its voyage to the God beyond God. Left perfectly intact by its own philo-theological framework, this self-constituted individual actively proceeds to make himself a new subjective guarantor, so that even the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, anti-theological superstar, becomes just another means of securing human meaning, just another, more tortuously constituted God of the philosophers. The second failure of post-Heideggerian theology is its unwillingness, or inability, to ground a politically engaged ethos. Ultimately, most anti-and theology amounts to an eloquent mystical escapism, the resecured theological self tying logic up in knots, sneaking to merge with the divine, and leaving the violent, unjust, idolatrous world to its own devices. I would argue that these two problems, disabling post-Heideggerian theology, subjective essentialism on the one hand and an evasion of ethico-political commitment on the other, are symptoms of the same disease, a refusal to take relations seriously. To be fair, it can be argued that Heidegger himself makes the same mistake. Perhaps the most significant discovery of his existential analytic is that being there, insofar as it is irreducibly in the world, is always also with others. Dasein as in der Welt sein is mit sein, miteinander sein, mit Dasein. Dasein, in other words, is never essentially itself but rather is constituted and deconstituted in and through its relations with others. Yet almost as soon as Senuendizeit opens ontological relationality in this manner, it closes it through the authenticating attunement of being toward death. Demonstrating this properly, not to mention evaluating the nullity of such non-relationality, would require at least a full volume study, but far too brief. Senzumtad uncovers the structural groundlessness of Dasein. Dasein's own death, which Heidegger insists cannot be shared or substituted, reveals Dasein's own most possibility, that is, the impossibility of any possibilities being Dasein's own. In being toward death, Dasein is therefore delivered from the self-grounding delusions and undifferentiated cultural repetitions of Das Man vor into the open air of resoluteness, Entschlossenheit, whereby Dasein ceases its efforts to cover over its structural meaninglessness, groundlessness, and inessentiality. By locating Dasein's authenticity in an attunement he insists is non-relational, unbezuglich. 5. However, Heidegger cuts the structural witness of Dasein. To be sure, this individualization is no reconsolidation of the autonomous subject, for what is own most to a particular Dasein is precisely its inability to constitute itself, but insofar as it faces its own groundlessness, Dasein is isolated from other Daseins. The non-relational character of death individualizes Dasein down to itself. It reveals the fact that any being together with what is taken care of and any being with mitsein the others fails when one's own most potentiality of being is at stake. 6. Insofar as this foreclosure of mitsein carries through to Heidegger's later work and ultimately prevents the way back into the ground of metaphysics from opening onto a viable ethos. This is not to deny that Heidegger's search for another beginning stems from a profoundly ethical critique. It is certainly not some lofty concern for conceptual purity that motivates Heidegger's call to think being itself, but rather a suspicion of the concrete eeks of philosophy's overvaluation of the ontic. According to Heidegger, metaphysics' increasing privilege of certitude over unconcealment corresponds to an increasing privilege of beings over being, actuality over possibility, presence over ecstasis, and the human will over every other force. This anthropocentric trajectory and its consummation in modern technology, through which humanity bends being itself to its own design, creating a whole world that conforms to its will. Heidegger thus exposes the philosophical scolding of modern technology, revealing its violent, dehumanizing, and instrumentalizing force as the act of a particular metaphysical stance. He calls this stance Gestell, an epoch in the history of being in which being itself is overcome by beings. Under the reign of the Gestell, the call of being is heard as a call to subjugate the earth, the whole world a mere stockpile for man's techno-calculative domination of the globe. It is therefore no philosophical abstraction, but rather the collapse of the world characterized by metaphysics, and at the same time, the desolation of the earth stemming from Metaphysics 7 that prompts Heidegger's call to think being itself. In these later works, by contrast with Senuendi Zeit, Dasein is construed as being essentially removed from the truth of being. This distance is not so much a function of Dasein's being turned the wrong way around, but rather of beings having withdrawn from Dasein. The task of thinking, then, cannot simply be a matter of Dasein's hauling itself out of inauthenticity, a matter, of course, which was never that simple. Abandoned by being and disconnected from the truth, the most Dasein can do is to let itself be drawn into the withdrawal. Socrates did nothing else than place himself into this draught, this current, and maintain himself in it. Thinking, in other words, requires a relinquishing of the very will that dominates and sustains metaphysics, a radical receptivity that Heidegger calls Gelassenheit. In Gelassenheit, a reworking of Entschlossenheit, Dasein resists representational thinking, that is, the desire to comprehend or totalize being within stable, predetermined, conceptual categories. It is precisely by renouncing this will toward calculation that Dasein might nally begin to think. By giving up the various conceptual strangleholds it has placed upon being, Dasein might nally let being give itself to be thought. As Jacques Derrida has shown, however, Heidegger ends up falling into the varianto-theological logic he tries to subvert, installing being as being, that is, yet another permanent, self-identical presence beyond the ontic Frein. Accordingly, as Hannah Arendt has suggested, the self that remains attuned to this otherworldly being beyond beings, the self in Gelassenheit, must maintain its position beyond the ontic Frey as well. For Arendt, Heidegger embodies the misguided Platonic philosopher who, having grown accustomed to the light of the good, cannot manage to readjust his eyesight to the shadowy delusions of the cave. Dwelling in his singularity outside the particular, material contingency of the ontic, the Platonic Heideggerian becomes incapable of forming concrete political judgments. This is the reason, for Arendt, that so many philosophers have mistaken dictators for saviors, beginning with Plato himself, who tried to get to Sicily in order to teach philosophy to the tyrant of Syracuse. As to the world, she continues, Heidegger was served somewhat worse than Plato, because the tyrant and his victims were not located beyond the sea, but in his own country. 11 Here too, then, Heidegger closes the very possibility he opens up, disabling the ethico-political commitment that compelled his critique of metaphysics precisely by conjuring the self in Gelassenheit as non-relational. The task of a post-Heideggerian theology would therefore be to end a way to resist at all turns this insistent ontico-ontological essentialism that plays itself out as ethico-political impoverishment. Both with and against Heidegger, theology must reopen, and keep open, the space of Mitsein, sustaining a relentlessly anti-essentialist critique by beginning with and remaining with being with. In a long essay entitled Being Singular Plural, Jean-Luc Sibaldly undertakes a complete rewriting of RST philosophy, grounding it in an anti-ontology that starts not from the identity of being itself, but from being with, L. et Rabeck. 12 There is, in fact, no being independent of being with, no primordial essence to which multiplicity is secondary. Multiplicity, to the contrary, goes all the way down to the original alterity of origins, to the originary coexistence of existence itself. 13 This originary coexistence constitutes the inessential essence of being itself. Being is being with, and as such, is never itself. The singularly plural constitutes the essence of being, a constitution that undoes or dislocates every single, substantial essence of being itself. 14. The stubborn inessentiality of being in turn grounds groundlessly the inessentiality of all that is. There can be no question here of the philosophical subject insofar as subjectivity names a substance's innate relation to itself. In fact, to the extent that it is, the existent does not subsist at all, it exists. The fracture of the essentially continuous subject, however, conditions the emergence of the singular. The singular takes place as just once, this time, une seule fois, Chelseii, 15 as both synchronically and diachronically distinct from every other singular event of being. In this manner, every event of being is utterly new, utterly surprising. And precisely because it exists as spatio-temporally severed from the schedist, undifferentiated ontological continuum, the singular is as related to others not continuously, but contiguously across both time and space. Nancy reminds us that the Latin singuli literally means one by one and exists only in the plural. 16. There is, he insists, no singularity that is not always also plurality, for a singularity always takes place in relation to other singularities, one equals more than one, because one cannot be counted without counting more than one. 17. Singular existence, then, is fully coextensive with being in common. Again, that which is held in common is no substance, no essence, no racial or sexual or national identity, but the inessentiality of being itself. Understood as a common substance or essence, being can only become trapped within a relentless and undifferentiated immanence. In fact, a pure identity would not only be inert, empty, colorless, and avorless, as those who lay claim to identity so often are, it would be an absurdity. A pure identity cancels itself out, it can no longer identify itself. Only what is identical to itself is identical to itself. As such, it turns in a circle and never makes it into existence. 18. When being is being with, however, nothing can be simply itself, the very being of beings takes place as partage, as the sharing and splitting between, among, and within existence that constitutes existence as perpetually beside itself. Being, then, is radically inessential, but precisely for this reason, it is not nothing. The essence of being is not meaninglessness, nothingness, or voidness, but existence, cause-sense, surprise, transcendence. In one of Nancy's earlier works, this inessential essence of existence is thematized somewhat differently as freedom, the ungrund or abgrund that deconstitutes what it constitutes and unfounds all it founds. Freedom brings existence into being in the very act of freeing existence from all determinations of essence. Freedom, essentially frees. Freedom takes place as the inappropriable burst, éclat, from which the very existence of the subject comes to the subject, with no support in existence. The burstopha there exists that nothing founds or necessitates, that makes it exist without a latengitani essence. The subject is therefore no tenessence but the free burst of being. 19. This free inessentiality, however, is not easy to sustain. Hurried by the groundless ground of its own existence, unable to bear the persistent surprise of a being that is never its own, the existent may, and usually does, seek to stabilize itself, to render itself self-identical and secure. This denial of inessentiality, this free renunciation of freedom played out as a frenzied attempt to become a substantial entity, is what Nancy understands as evil. 20. Evil is acting in order to wipe away the condition of being unconditioned. It wants existence to mean stable essence, and commonality to mean common substance, in race, nature, or nation. Wanting unshakable foundations, evil makes itself its own foundation, gradually eking the ascendancy of essence, this people, this nation, this idea, over existence, being with, and taking refuge in its own positivity. 21. In of being singular plural, this free renunciation of freedom and its expression as the desire to pin down being, the origin, God, or the other. This reconquered death drive is a desire for simple location, a desire for the position itself. 22. That would put an end to the relational interconstitution of inessential existence. With this in mind, the effort to privilege, respect, or save the unmediable diurence of the inevitably capitalized other. 23 looks like little more than a gloried attempt to resecure individuality through a denial of one's primordial relation to, lowercase, others. The wholly other, along with the self it secures, becomes a mere punctum aeternum outside the world. 24 a pure essence that, by definition, does not exist. The alternative to this maniacal will towards it is what Nancy calls singularity as decided existence. Singularity must be constantly renewed. 25 through a decision at each moment for singularity, that is, for the freedom, groundlessness, coessentiality, and constant surprise of existence as being with. This decision, made at every moment, for each moment is the origin, each moment creation when each one is just this once, is marked by a certain restraint. Only decided existence withdraws from the essential self and properly holds back its possibility for devastating fury. 26 in this decided mood, which Nancy calls grace, the chimerical, otherworldly other is given up for the sake of others, each of whom reveals in eating instance the irreducible otherness of being. This other, this lowercase other, is one among many insofar as they are many. It is each one, and it is each time one among them, one among all and one among usual. Whether an other is another person, animal, plant, or star, it is above all the glaring presence of a place and moment of absolute origin, irrefutable, aired as such and vanishing in its passing. 27 it is crucial to emphasize the stubborn incompatibility between this omnipresent alterity, which sustains precisely the relationality that positing an otherworldly other forecloses, and Derrida's interpretation of Levinas's dictum, tout autre est tout autre. The diurence of each other is not the same as that of every other other. To the contrary, the being with that gives existence, and which each existent momentarily reveals, is utterly diurent, utterly surprising each time. For this reason, being with demands a thinking that can abandon numb recitations of grounds and principles and remain perpetually open to each event and possibility of being as entirely diurent from the diurent diurences of every other event and possibility of being. Far from closing down the space of ethical discernment, then, an ontology of witness opens onto ethics precisely by dismantling all categorical, universal, or prefabricated ethical machinations. A friend in religious studies recently told me that in the face of resurging global fundamentalisms and their attendant violence, nationalism, and anti-intellectualism, she had come up with a new motto: I want my secularization hypothesis back. To be sure, the collapse of atheist humanism that has conditioned, and necessitated, the transformed re-emergence of theological critique within the academy has simultaneously summoned an onslaught of the most dangerous breed of religio-political dogmatism. This, then, is no time to practice triumphalist theology. In fact, if theology is truly to become an active political ethos, it will need constantly to unsettle the self-certain proclamations and stable identities that consolidate and popularize the bad theology overtaking so much of the modern world. To this end, a thinking theology must continually decide to give up trying to ground itself, ex its fons et origio, or save its theological self from the ontic mess. This means that it cannot know from the outset where it is going, or what its tools will be. But its task will be to think with others, even those harboring bad theologies, to think with those who sewer injustice, to think with the victims of theology's own unspeakably violent history, and most fundamentally, to think witness itself. For what would theology be if not the perpetually doomed endeavor to think that which forever exceeds thought? And it is witness that smashes all conceptual idols, witness that unsettles every furiously held identity, witness that dismantles all logical certainties and pokes ecstatic holes through all immanentist pretensions. It is witness that, at every moment, presents new possibilities for thought, for justice, for being in common, through the continually renewed surprise of being that is always, and only, being with. Eleanor Kaufman. To cut too deeply and not enough, violence and the incorporeal. When terror would seem to be all around us, terror equated with the threat of physical violence, it is all the more imperative to articulate what it is that makes violence violent. On a certain level, it is obvious, when there is bodily injury or destruction, there is violence, but beyond that, there is the abstract and less overtly corporeal violence of a state or a multinational class that dominates those who are less powerful. This, too, is violence, but a violence less predicated on the immediately physical. It is not unlike Michel Foucault's distinction between pre-modern sovereign societies, in which a monarch held the power of life or death over his subjects, and modern disciplinary societies where subjects are kept in line less by the direct threat of death than by a disciplinary structure such as the prison or school where those in power have visual if not physical sovereignty over those they govern. 1. The point is to show not that one system is better or worse, but that they are different mechanisms of organizing power, each relying on violence of a particular sort. Rather than elaborate this distinction between immediate corporeal violence and more systemic, structural, and incorporeal violence, I wish instead to examine the incorporeal attributes that lie at the heart of the most destructive corporeal actions. This will entail a turn to both an ontology and a phenomenology of non-human objects. No one has gone further than the phenomenologists in delineating, often in spite of themselves, the secret life of objects. One has only to turn to almost any page of Sartre, Beauvoir, or Merleau-Ponty to see a world inhabited by rocks, koi cups, inkwells, paper cutters, and the like. Though it is rarely stated as such, there is always an implicit attempt to broach the barrier of non-human ontology, to pose the question of what ontology might look like from an object's perspective. Simone de Beauvoir captures this conundrum in her 1943 novel She Came to Stay, when the central character Françoise tries to imagine her old jacket being cognizant of its existence. The jacket was old and worn, fatigued, but it could not complain as Françoise complained when she was hurt. It could not say to itself, "I am an old worn jacket." It was strange. Françoise tried to imagine what it might be like if she were unable to say, "I am Françoise, I'm 6 years old, and I'm in Grandma's house." Supposing she could say absolutely nothing, she closed her eyes. It was as if she did not exist at all, and yet other people would be coming here and see her, and would talk about her. She opened her eyes again. She could see the jacket, it existed, yet it was not aware of itself. There was something irritating, a little frightening, in all of this. What was the use of its existing, if it couldn't be aware of its existence? She thought it over. Perhaps there was a way. 2. This passage presents an object, the old jacket, as being absolutely devoid of a human consciousness, yet everything it experiences is articulated at the level of the human. It could not say to itself, "I'm an old worn jacket," or it existed, yet it was not aware of itself. On the one hand, we might interrogate Françoise's assumptions and ask if this is how the jacket would really describe itself to itself. Would it see itself as old and worn, or is this just Françoise's perspective? Furthermore, how can Françoise know for sure that the jacket does not realize its existence? It might not realize its existence on her terms, but perhaps it has other terms for self-realization, terms that might not entail attributes of oldness and wornness or even of a human ontology. Might the object somehow have its own object ontology that is not even perceptible by the human as such? On the other hand, the passage above is already replete with markers of recognition that something is amiss. It was strange, there was something irritating, a little frightening, in all this. What is so strange and irritating and frightening? That the jacket cannot articulate its existence, or that Françoise cannot formulate an object ontology on anything but human terms that somehow miss the mark. Françoise Sauvert's recognition of these impasse comes out most forcefully with the provocative yet undeveloped statement, "Perhaps there is a way." It is this pointing to another way, to another ontology positioned at the limit of the human, that is so mesmerizing in the work not only of Beauvoir but also of Merleau-Ponty and especially of Sartre. Sartre s'attensait he most resolutely human-centered oft phenomenologists, and the one who most radically envisions an alternate universe where inert inanimati objectjolds way. His over and especially his lengthy philosophical studies Being and Nothingness and critique of dialectical reason are marked by an extreme dualism where the human is distinguished from and set against the non-human. Any relation that obtains between the two sides is predicated on a fundamental separation. This is perhaps most clearly illustrated in Critique of Dialectical Reason, where the entire work is structured around the opposition between the practico-inert and praxis. Like the dualism of the in itself and the for itself that undergirds being and nothingness, the RST term is at the same time distinguished from and in relation to the second. Moreover, the RST term is the more static, less animate, and ultimately less desirable of the two terms. The practico-inert is used in conjunction with a network of oppositional leading terms in the critique. Foremost among them are the pairing series/group and anti-dialectic/dialectic. The series is epitomized by Sartre's famous example of people brought together solely because they are waiting for the same bus. Each has taken a number in advance that determines his or her place on the bus, a number that is itself determined by the order in which the passengers arrived and by no other intrinsic quality of the person. The people waiting for the bus are equivalent or exchangeable insofar as they are related to each other by their difference of number. Yet their relations with one another are passive, precluding any real possibility of reciprocity or active community. Albeit a complex and structured process, seriality falls short of a more spontaneous and dialectical group formation. On this basis, it is possible to grasp our relations to the object in their complexity. On the one hand, we have actively remained general individuals, insofar as we form part of this gathering of course. Therefore the unity of the collection of commuters lies in the bus they are waiting for. In fact it is the bus, as a simple possibility of transport, not for transporting all of us, for we do not act together, but for transporting each of us. 3. Because the waiting for the bus is done equally but separately, it constitutes a serial and not a group structure. The serial formation is constituted externally, passively from the outside, whereas the group is formed through a less regulated but more dynamic internal logic. The and formation thought for Sartre is properly historical and worthy of the name of praxis and the name of dialectic. Beyond mapping out these sets of distinctions, what is striking and of significance here is show activeroli objects and inorganic play in Sartre's dialectical system, even in their role as the negative term. For it is these objects that animate Sartre's philosophy, and often, it would seem, in spite of him. What Sartre's thought paradoxically makes possible, as he states in the passage above, is grasping our relations to the objects in their complexity. This complexity appears in the lines immediately following, when Sartre writes that the unity of the collection of commuters lies in the bus they are waiting for. In fact it is the bus for one so careful to demarcate the human from the inanimate. This marks an odd ontological slippage, where the collection of the commuters is the inanimate bus, and their being is on some level indistinguishable. Though Sartre clearly at pains to articulate human ontology, in the process he also articulates a striking ontology of objects. On the next page of the critique, Sartre repeats the same gesture of drawing an ontological equivalence between inanimate objects and something that might seem intuitively incomparable, such as the people waiting for the bus in serial fashion. In the passage that follows, the temporal concept of future possibility is equated with inorganic matter. Still referring to the bus example, Sartre writes, and whatever ordering procedure is used, seriality derives from practico-inert matter, that is to say, from the future as an ensemble of inert, equivalent possibilities. There is the possibility that there will be one place, that there will be two, or three, etc. These rigid possibilities are inorganic matter itself insofar as it is non-adaptability, for once again, an inanimate object and a conceptual category are related at the level of their being. These rigid possibilities are inorganic matter itself, although both terms are relegated by Sartre to a secondary and not fully realized status. This is nonetheless achieved by a willingness to imagine the non-human in a language generally reserved only for the human. This is the double movement of Sartre's work, that in the process of making rigid distinctions he inadvertently opens a way to go beyond the limitations of these very distinctions. What I hope to suggest is that Sartre provides the tools for thinking a continuity between the human and the non-human, even and in fact because he is simultaneously arguing for their radical separation. Throughout the critique, Sartre highlights, and here quite literally underlines at the level of the text, the words or phrases that suggest an absolute link between human and non-human even while he is dismantling or, as in the passage that follows, qualifying that linkage. Normally, at the present level of our investigation, the human object and the inanimate tool do not become identical, rather, an indissoluble symbiosis is set up between the humanized matter of the material ensembles and the dehumanist men of the corresponding human ensemble 5 on the one hand. The very notion of the indissoluble symbiosis between human and thing is already anticipating a strain of thought customarily linked with thinkers as varied as Maurice Merleau-Ponty, Gilles Deleuze, and Félix Guattari, Jean-François Lyotard, and Donna Haraway. 6. In this sense, it could be argued that Sartre is closer than is customarily thought to those thinkers generally regarded as reacting against him, and that furthermore he anticipates anti-humanist theories that are the mainstay of so-called post-structuralist thought. 7. While this position is certainly defensible, my more extreme claim is that, precisely in the underscored disavowal, Sartre actually goes further than the thinkers who follow him in imagining, at the phenomenological level, a continuity between persons, concepts, and things. Sartre, like Beauvoir in the example of the jacket, continuously imagines encounters between persons and inanimate objects. Often, as in the following sentence, such an encounter is expressed in the conditional: man lives in a universe where the future is a thing, where the idea is an object, and where the violence of matter is the midwife of history. But it is man who invests things with his own praxis, his own future and his own knowledge. If he could encounter pure matter in experience, he would have to be either a god or a stone 8 in expressing the impossibility of the human ever truly experiencing pure matter. Sartre nonetheless envisions a limit situation where this very impossibility might take place, the virtually unthinkable scenario of the human actually being a stone, caillou, 9 as it is here presented in the conditional tense. If the human might actually experience, i.e., be, pure matter, then this is a pure matter inextricably bound to violence and history. Here, in another jarring equation, the violence of matter is none other than the midwife of history. Insofar as Sartre explores the boundaries between the human and the non-human, he also suggests new ways of conceptualizing the complexity of the relation between matter and violence. 10. Just as Sartre provides, when read against the grain, the parameters for thinking the continuity between the human and the non-human, he also provides the conceptual structure for thinking the continuity between the violent and the non-violent. This can be extrapolated from his notion of the radical break constituted by the act of cutting. In an elaborate explication in Being and Nothingness of the way nothingness is the point of separation or cleavage between past and present, Sartre injects, almost as if it were a parenthetical aside, a counterexample of a knife cutting a piece of fruit in two. Sartre here describes how nothing slips in between a prior consciousness and a present state. He then contrasts this nothing that separates past and present from the act of cutting. If we consider the prior consciousness envisaged as motivation, we see sudden lion dividend light hat nothing has just slipped in between hat state and the present state. There has been no break in continuity within the ux of the temporal development, neither has there been an abrupt interpolation of an opaque element to separate prior from subsequent in the way that a knife blade cuts a piece of fruit in two. What separates prior from subsequent is exactly nothing. 11. Although Sartre takes great care in arguing that it is nothing and not an object that separates past from present, he nevertheless constructs a model of temporal continuity that is continuous precisely because nothing intervenes to separate previous from subsequent. What, then, is so entirely different about the knife cutting the fruit? It seems that the parallel structure of the fruit example secretly gestures to the same response, nothing. Yet there is a violence, even at the level of the verb, about the act of cutting, and this even if the thing cut is not human, a violence that does not seem equivalent to the non-violence in the alternate possibility of nothing separating prior from subsequent. But what if, here too, we were to suggest a fundamental continuity between violence and non-violence, terms that are separated, like the parts of the fruit, by the act of cutting, the act of violence itself? Before returning to this question, it is interesting to note that such a counterintuitive logic has been much more elegantly elaborated in mathematics, and in fact had the force of a breakthrough when it was outlined by Richard Dedekind in 1873. In his small pamphlet entitled Continuity and Irrational Numbers, Dedekind sets out to construct an arithmetic proof to explain continuity, something usually accounted for in differential calculus only by geometric explanations. He goes about this by proposing the notion of the cut, for he argues that it is only by hypothesizing an absolute break in the rational numbers or along a straight line that the continuity of the line can be established. He writes, "The above comparison of the domain R of rational numbers with a straight line has led to the recognition of the existence of gaps, of a certain incompleteness or discontinuity of the former, while we ascribe to the straight line completeness, absence of gaps, or continuity. In what then does this continuity consist? Everything must depend on the answer to this question, and only through it shall we obtain a scientific basis for the investigation of all continuous domains, in the essence of continuity in the converse, i.e. in the following principle. If all points of the straight line fall into two classes such that every point of the RST class lies to the left of every point of the second class, then there exists one and only one point which produces this division of all points into two classes, this severing of the straight line into two portions 12. In order to prove continuity, Dedekind relies on the notion of the cut. He further elaborates this proof what he calls the principle of continuity, also known as the Dedekind cut, by linking it to theorems of infinitesimal analysis, or the study of what constitutes unity. As Alain Badiou writes of Dedekind in Les Nombres et les Nombres, Dedekind is a true modern. He knows that the innate is more simple than the night, that it is the most general attribute of being, an intuition from which Pascal was clearly the RST to draw the radical consequences with respect to the side of the subject 13. In addition to envisioning the innate as an attribute of being, something that will be discussed in what follows with regard to the concept of the incorporeal, there is also an implicit relation of continuity established between the night and the innate, in other words between two distinct logical systems. It seems that Sartre, much like Dedekind but less explicitly, provides a way of thinking continuity between the human and the non-human, between the animate and the inanimate, between the past and the present, and between the violent and the non-violent, precisely because he is able to think the radical separation of these terms, to make a cut between them. I wish to turn now to the discussion of violence in Walter Benjamin's celebrated Critique of Violence, and trace a submerged subtext, that of the non-human, that at once helps elucidate the implicit distinction between the violent and the non-violent, and also opens up the possibility of theorizing the non-violent with a rigor that is customarily reserved only for the question of violence. Building on Georges Sorel's Reactions on Violence, 14, Benjamin distinguishes between two kinds of violence, mythic violence and divine violence. The RST works in the service of the law and the state, while the second poses a threat to the very foundations on which the law and the state are built. As Benjamin writes, if mythical violence is lawmaking, divine violence is law-destroying. If the former sets boundaries, the latter boundlessly destroys them. If mythical violence brings at once guilt and retribution, divine power only expiates. If the former threatens, the latter strikes. If the former is bloody, the latter is lethal without spilling blood. 15. Following Sorel, Benjamin takes the political strike as the example of mythical violence and the proletarian general strike as the disruptive divine violence that aims not at a specific injustice in one part of the system but at an overhaul of the entire system in the name of justice itself. Benjamin continues by relating this distinction to two different notions of life. Mythical violence is bloody power over mere life for its own sake, divine violence pure power over all life for the sake of the living. Here, Benjamin makes a subtle distinction between two kinds of life, what Giorgio Agamben has characterized as zoe, naked life, and bios, form of life, life that is only about the act of being alive, versus life that is in some sense an exploration of its own form and potential, an opening to the future. 16. Benjamin applies this distinction conditionally to non-human forms of life. Man cannot, at any price, be said to coincide with the mere life in him, no more than with any other of his conditions and qualities, not even with the uniqueness of his bodily person. However sacred man is, there is no sacredness in his condition, in his bodily life vulnerable to injury by his fellow men. What, then, distinguishes it essentially from the life of animals and plants? And even if these were sacred, they could not be so by virtue only of being alive, of being in life. 17. The reference to the plants and animals foregrounds the embattled oppositional logic that structures the entire essay, a logic that is not far removed from what we have seen in Sartre. There is a strong opposition between the two forms of life, similar to that between the two forms of violence, with life for itself and mythical violence taking a subordinate position to sacred life and divine violence. It is worth noting that, whereas for Sartre only praxis and the group formation are properly dialectical and hence superior, for Benjamin it is mythical violence that is caught up in a dialectic between lawmaking und law enforcing violentienden lie the superior divine violence that is outside of the dialectic. In both cases, however, the conditional phrasing of the example exposes a hidden dialectic between the human and the non-human that is foreground at the very moment when it is called into question, as when Sartre writes, if man could encounter pure matter in experience, he would have to be either a god or a stone. So, too, the conditional dialectic appears in Benjamin's cryptic sentence, even if plants and animals were sacred, they could not be so by virtue only of being alive, of being in life. On the one hand, plants and animals are different from the human, but on the other hand, if they were hypothetically sacred in the same way, their form of life would follow the same structure. This is the great impasse that both thinkers as well as Beauvoir, in the opening example of the jacket, inadvertently confront. Given that the human and the non-human are fundamentally separate, can one even use an example taken from the realm of the non-human in the service of an admittedly human logic? And, by the same token, if it is imaginable that both human and non-human function in similar fashion, is there not a greater continuity between them? While it is the latter position that, in the spirit of Dedekind's principle of continuity, is the stake of my argument, it is a position irreparably haunted by the problem of the limit, the problem that any attempt at confronting the non-human must entail the recognition that, from a human perspective, the non-human can only ever exist at the limit of what it is possible for the human to think. But this limitation does not foreclose the imperative of posing the question and attempting an answer, for interrogating how we perceive violence to objects might give us a new way of perceiving violence to humans. Insofar as we can perceive different forms of violence and different forms of life, such distinctions open to a rethinking of the less theorized realms of the non-human and the non-violent. In his reading of Benjamin's critique of violence, Derrida employs the double logic outlined above, which both distinguishes human violence from non-human violence and in the very mode of distinction employed points to a possible and unexplored continuity between the two terms. He writes the following by way of a provocative aside: in the space in which I'm situating these remarks or reconstituting this discourse, one would not speak of injustice or violence toward an animal, even less toward a vegetable or a stone. An animal can be made to suffer, but we would never say, in a sense considered proper, that it is a wronged subject, the victim of a crime, of a murder, of a rape or a theft, of a perjury, and this is true a fortiori, we think, for what we call vegetable or mineral or intermediate species like the sponge. 18. Although this passage overtly situates the human American Samoa distinct from the animal or vegetable in that violence is a uniquely human category, so many of its subtle phrasings qualify, and by qualifying undermine, the categorical nature of the distinction being outlined. When Derrida writes in the space in which I'm situating these remarks, he also implies that in another space the distinctions would be different. His remark we would never say, in a sense considered proper, that an animal is a wronged subject suggests that in some improper, but perhaps desirable, sense it would be. And when he writes and this is true a fortiori, we think, for what we call vegetable or mineral or intermediate species like the sponge, he implies that what we think might be inaccurate and what we call might be a misnomer. Derrida in fact concludes this meditation with a convoluted though ultimately damning deferral of these questions. I will leave these problems aside for the moment, along with the affinity between carnivorous sacrus, at the basis of our culture and our law, and all the cannibalisms, symbolic or not, that structure intersubjectivity in nursing, love, mourning and, in truth, in all symbolic or linguistic appropriations, if we wish to speak of injustice, of violence, or of a lack of respect toward what we still so confusedly call animals, the question is more topical than ever, and so I include in it, in the name of deconstruction, a set of questions on carnophallogocentrism. We must reconsider in its totality the metaphysico-anthropocentric axiomatic that dominates, in the West, the thought of just and unjust. 19. Such a remark undermines any exclusive link between violence and the human, suggesting that violence and injustice are possible regarding the non-human as well, that indeed Western thought and civilization have been blind to such violence and injustice. It also suggests that the anthropocentric terms in which these questions are necessarily posed are never outside or beyond performing the violence they would hope to confront. As Derrida suggests in the interview Eating Well, every act of incorporation is an act of violence, and what is crucial is how to perceive such an act and how to do it well. 20. For example, we cut and eat fruit all the time and don't think anything of it, but to cut or eat people is one of the ultimate violent actions. Obviously there is a difference, but in what does this difference consist? What I wish to suggest is that there is a violent and a non-violent, or a corporeal and an incorporeal, aspect to both kinds of cutting. In conclusion, I will explore this non-violent potential as it is girded in the notion of the incorporeal. In his extraordinary study of the incorporeal in Stoic philosophy, Émile Bréhier outlines the way in which the Stoics perceived a radical division between the body, core, what I will refer to as the corporeal, and the incorporeal. What is truly radical about this division is that it does not allow for a relation between the two terms but instead insists that they are not of the same kind and thus not comparable. Yet, as Bréhier points out, the signal shortcoming in the Stoic logic is that it is unable to entirely eliminate the need for relation. Bréhier emphasizes this in his summary of the Stoic position with respect to Plato and Aristotle. Whereas Plato and Aristotle explain such things as the night and the innate through their relations, the Stoics imagine two distinct domains that cannot act upon each other. 21. Bréhier's study highlights how the emphasis on non-relation marked a significant break from Plato and Aristotle, yet in spite of this the question of relationality never failed to haunt the Stoics. By the same token, it is the non-relation that haunts those philosophers who write in the wake of Plato and Aristotle, which is of course everyone under consideration here. As I have suggested, the examples from Beauvoir, Sartre, Benjamin, and Derrida of non-human objects set O against a human counterexample all secretly foreground the problem of non-relation. Can the non-human, even if presented in contradistinction to the human, even be posed on the same terms? It seems that only a recognition of the non-relational relation between the human and the non-human will allow for a thinking of the continuity between the two. 22. Bréhier's study is particularly useful for the examples it provides of a non-relational logic embedded in that which seems readable only as a violent corporeal action. The examples that follow are dependent on a notion of what Bréhier terms an incorporeal attribute. The attribute expresses aspects of reality but is not equivalent to reality itself. Bréhier elaborates this through the example of the scar's relation to the wound. In a proposition of this genre, if there is a scar, there was a wound. The wound in itself is clearly something in the past, but it is in no way the wound, but rather the fact of having had a wound that is signed. Of this present fact, the sign is this other fact of having a scar that is equally present. Thus the relation of sign to signed is between two incorporeal terms, two expressibles, and not at all between two realities. But could it be said that this relation between expressibles supposes a relation between the things, here the wound and the scar? In their semiology at least, the Stoics are concerned only with the RST relation and never with the second. 23. This is not to assert that the wound and the scar are not real, but that they operate on a level that is simultaneously incorporeal. Because they seem so thoroughly corporeal in nature, this other level is difficult if not impossible to perceive. Leaving the sticky question of the relation or non-relation between the two levels aside for the moment, the great insight of the Stoics is to perceive that there are two levels at all. 24 Gilles Deleuze. The logic of sense is none other than a manual for learning to perceive incorporeal attributes. The degree of its indebtedness to Bruyère's study has rarely been remarked upon. Bruyère was, interestingly enough, the director of Merleau-Ponty's thesis on plot nous. 25 In the opening pages of The Logic of Sense, Deleuze cites a lengthy example from Bruyère that is similar in its import to the example of the scar and the wound. To cite Deleuze citing Bruyère: when the scalpel cuts through the RST body produces upon the second not a new property but a new attribute, that of being cut. The attribute does not designate any real quality, itus in fact, neither active nor passive, for passivity would presuppose a corporeal nature which undergoes an action. The Stoics distinguished radically two planes of being, something that no one had done before them, on the one hand, real and profound being, force, on the other, the plane of facts, which frolic on the surface of being, and constitute an endless multiplicity of incorporeal beings. 26. Deleuze goes on to develop the concept of incorporeal events as surfaces distinct from bodies, and he does so in a more sustained fashion in this work than in any other. Drawing on Lewis Carroll's Alice's Adventures in Wonderland and Through the Looking Glass, he carefully outlines a system based on the disjunctive or illogical logic of the Stoics. It is a system that allows through the concept of the incorporeal event, or the surface what might seem to be contradictory or perhaps imperceptible qualities to coexist. To return to the permutations of violence outlined above, the Stoic notion of the incorporeal attribute allows for the opening question to be posed with greater precision: what might it mean to envision not only a divine, and in some sense non-violent, violence as distinct from a mythical violence, but beyond that to perceive even at the center, the ground zero, of the most vulgar and mythical violence, the act of terrorism, the simultaneous existence of another level, that of incorporeal acts. This in no way diminishes the violence of the act. If anything, it makes it more real, precisely because it gives rise, and has given rise, to a whole series of surface acts. It is not my project here to outline what those acts might be, but rather to insist that the corporeality of an event not blind us to the eventfulness of its incorporeality. The non-human objects that populate phenomenological writing help to express a conundrum that has both human and non-human implications. When you cut a jacket or a piece of fruit or human-ish, is it a violent or a non-violent action? Deleuze helps us see that it is always both and it is always both at once. This continuity between the violent and the non-violent is itself made perceptible only by a rigorous system of diarrhence, which we have seen in its nest form in Sartre, one that might provocatively be termed a dialectics. Deleuze writes: the Stoics discovered surface acts, the innately divisible event is always both at once. It is eternally that which has just happened and that which is about to happen, but is never that which is happening. To cut too deeply and not enough. The event, being itself impassive, allows the active and the passive to be interchanged more easily, since it is neither the one nor the other, but rather their common result. To cut to be cut, perhaps the Stoics used the paradox in a completely new manner, both as an instrument for the analysis of language and as a means of synthesizing events. Dialectics is precisely the science of incorporeal events as they are expressed in propositions, and of the connections between events as they are expressed in relations between propositions. Dialectics is, indeed, the art of conjugation. 27. Echoing Derrida in Eating Well, Deleuze observes with respect to Alice in Wonderland that one is always doing violence to both the inanimate and the animate other, and the question is how to do it ethically. Deleuze writes, Toi tantobeten dieses the operational model of bodies the type of their mixture in depth, their action and passion, and the way in which they coexist within one another. To speak, though, is the movement of surface, and of ideational attributes or incorporeal events. What is more serious, to speak of food or to eat words? In her alimentary obsessions, Alice is overwhelmed by nightmares of absorbing and being absorbed. She nds that the poems she hears recited are about edible sh. If we then speak of food, how can we avoid speaking in front of the one who is to be served as food? How can we avoid eating the pudding to which we have been presented? 28. To cut too deeply, to cut and incorporate, and not enough to touch only the surface of things, both are at the same time violent and non-violent. Rather than respond in kind to violent acts, it is perhaps more important to think the conjugation and the implication of violent and non-violent events, events that coexist yet, in dialectical fashion, are fundamentally different in kind. Hent de Vries. The two sources of the theological machine, Jacques Derrida and Henry Bergson, on religion, technicity, war, and terror. In recent years, we have seen increasing attention turned toward the importance, the incredible opportunities, and the considerable downsides of globalization, global capital, and new technological media, and at the same time an unexpected, increasingly unpredictable return of religions, indeed, a turn to the religious as a political factor of worldwide, indeed, global significance. The result seems to be an ever more globalized and, I will suggest, global concern with religion, one that is, often, dislocated, mediated, mediatized, and virtualized, yet also deprivatized or politicized, and whose implications and consequences extend well beyond the assumptions concerning differentiation, disenchantment, and rationalization held by most theories of modernization, which until recently remained unquestioned. Such global religion seems at least in part inaccessible to established empiricist scholarly approaches, which seek to explain this renewed and oftentimes quite novel and, we should add, violent or even terrorist presence of religion in terms of a turn to communal commitments or values, and hence tend to privilege local, that is to say, familial, national, ethnic, or otherwise identitarian contexts of origin, including their diverse forms of authority, legitimacy, and so on. By and large, these approaches, which have typed both contemporary religious studies and classical modern approaches to confessional theology, including those of the progressivist emancipatory variety, as in liberation and genitive theologies, leave in place a naive and at times downright essentialist, or, which amounts to the same, historicist, sociologistic, psychologistic, and, more recently, culturalist definition and understanding of religion. The recent collection Global Religions, in the plural, edited by Mark Juergensmeyer, seems an exception to the rule. 1. It seeks to think globally about religion, queries religion in a global age and in global perspective, investigates the global future of religion, the global resurgence of religion, the global religious scene, and, against this background, discusses the implications of an opposed tendency. Anti-global religion. But this book does not concentrate on the structural features of globality and the religious that interest me here. Instead, it presents itself as a guide to understanding the state of worldwide religion in the 21st century, while emphasizing the diversity, indeed, plurality of religions even, or especially, today. It shuns the temptation and risks of generalization and abstraction. Hence the organization of its lengthy RST part, consisting of chapters devoted to the three major monotheisms, Christianity, Judaism, Islam, Hinduism, Buddhism, while adding 2 chapters on African religion and local religious societies, respectively. Yet the return of religions and the religious on a global scale could perhaps be approached quite otherwise, in a more philosophical, ontological, and, as I shall argue, minimally, or, what comes down to the same, globally theological way, along with the apparent, simultaneous emptying out of the concept, if not the practice, of religion, its increasing formalization and apparent universalization, but also its rication and even commodification. Such a change in perspective can, I believe, provide insight into the more protracted yet highly volatile process of what emerges as an ongoing and ever-increasing profanization, that is, simultaneous trivialization and intensification by contrast to previous notions of an undisturbed and fairly linear narrative of secularization. Even more so than the somewhat tired concept of secularization, this category of profanization, like all idolatry, blasphemy, fetishization, and superstition, and the kitsch that accompanies it, remains irrevocably tied to the vera traditionitans, or intentionaliziques, to subverter substitute for once and for all, according to a logic and dynamic whose workings and eeks we have hardly begun to understand. Here contemporary philosophy, in both its so-called continental and analytic varieties, and in solidarity with metaphysics at the very moment of its downfall, as Adorno diagnosed the task of thinking today, in his magnum opus Negative Dialectics, still has important contributions to make, even though it cannot stand on its own. In order for such philosophical thinking to quite literally work out its concepts, that is to say, give them the material or materialist, I am not saying naturalist, grounding, as well as sufficient leeway to non-identical contexts, it must engage with and learn from the very disciplines, history, anthropology, political science and economy, and studies in new media and recent biology, whose conceptual schemes, together with their limitations, it begins by pointing out. In what follows, I will return to some of Jacques Derrida's most telling analyses of the phenomenon of religion to illustrate where his inquiry into its supposed return in the present day and age of a Christianly overdetermined process of globalization and mediatization of mondialatinization, Derrida writes, in faith and knowledge might lead us. So much is clear, the result of such inquiry is not a formal analysis or reconstruction of religion as such, i.e., in its essence, a priori or sui generis character, nor an apologetic, i.e., dogmatic, justification of any of its historical truth claims. In ironic appreciation of one of Adorno's central intuitions, as formulated in Minima Moralia, I would rather claim that Derrida's version of reactive faith, an expression he takes from Kant, entails minimal reference to the theological and, indeed, the theologico-political at most. What could this mean? How does theological or theologico-political minimalism pair with the supposed globalism, indeed, globality of its object or reference, that is to say, religion, the religiosity of the so-called historical, revealed or positive religions, and, perhaps, not of such religion, in this common or strict sense, alone? The task of answering these questions is enormous, not least because whenever Derrida, in faith and knowledge, the two sources of religion at the limits of reason alone, speaks of religion a single word, the clearest and most obscure, religion, he hastens to add that we act as if we had some common sense of what religion means through languages that we believe, we know how to speak to. Indeed, Derrida goes on to say, we believe in the minimal trustworthiness of this word. Like Heidegger, concerning what he calls the factum of the vocabulary of being, at the beginning of Senuendizeit, we believe, or believe it is obligatory to believe, that we pre-understand the meaning of this word, if only to be able to question and in order to interrogate ourselves on this subject. Well, nothing is less pre-assured than such a factum, and the entire question of religion comes down, perhaps, to this lack of assurance. 3. Even if such minimal trustworthiness were possible after all, it would of necessity still imply a maximum uncertainty where religion in its global meaning, that is to say, in its public dimension and universal aspiration, has become, once again, an issue of major importance. The discrepancy between the generality of its definition and concept, and the irreducible thickness, to cite Cleord Geertz, citing John L. Austin, of its singular words, things, gestures, and powers would remain near total, forever challenging even the most adequate theoretical account, scholarly explanation, phenomenological description, etc. With the risky expression global religion, I nonetheless seek to designate the way in which, within political liberalism and its cosmopolitan or, if one prefers, expansionist empire, no less than in its economic infrastructure, religion's proper names, rituals, practices, and institutions continue, on a globally increasing scale, to mark the present, though they do so more and more as voided or empty signiers, mechanical gestures, or petrified structures, whose historical origin and meaning, contemporary function, and future role have become virtually unclear, irrelevant, or obsolete. The religious legacy has not quite ceded its place to secular terms, mundane forms of life, autonomous individual agency, and lay republican political formations. As was long expected, religion retains a diminished yet abiding presence, intelligibility, even an explanatory force, not least in the socio-juridical, multicultural, transnational, and post-colonial realm. In short, wherever the problematic of the theological political, in its mediatic, automatic, mechanical, technical, and far more hidden, and often hideous, manifestations, periodically gains new prominence. If the religious and theological legacies can no longer master their current valence yet have not quite faded into oblivion, what use might we still have for terms such as religion in describing contemporary geopolitical, globalized, and globalizing trends with the help of a terminology in which universalization and cosmopolitanism, disenchantment and neutrality or laicity are no longer the dominant feature and cede their place to an altogether novel relation to the world, worldliness, that takes the place of traditional and modern interpretations of the profane, and hence of idolatry, blasphemy, and the like? Why risk an even more excessive expression, global religion, in an attempt to capture religion's continued or renewed manifestation and significance, displaced yet recited and recycled, evanescent yet ever more insistent, at once promising and pernicious? Redecryption of historical revealed or positive religion marked by the utmost respect and disrespect at once can still, and, I believe, especially at this particular juncture in time, be of strategic use in bringing out some of the problems that secularism sought to theorize and to realize, without falling prey to its reductionist naturalism in epistemology and method no less than in politics. I thus o'er the term global religion as a heuristic and, admittedly, provisional understanding in order to account for and respond to the simultaneous pluralization and, as it were, virtualization of public spheres and life worlds said to be taking place today, within the circulation and concentration of capital, the informationalism of the network society, as Manuel Castells would have it in his trilogy on the Information Age, and so on. This term, understood here in a strategic and slightly ironic sense, seeks to capture the qualities of a dislocation and deterritorialization that increasingly tend to characterize a terrain that has lost all XED boundaries, such as those of, say, Europe or the West, and that we can begin to explore under the heading of religion for historical and analytical, conceptual and, perhaps, sentimental existential reasons, as a fact, as it were, not just of the life world, of increasingly divergent as well as unit forms of life, but of life. Interestingly, a transposition and translation of the religious into the secular, the profane, the exoteric, and the public constitutes at once a purification and an intensification of its supposedly ultimate concern and the trivialization or profanation of religion itself, a global or globalized religion, but a merely global, that is, a minimally theological sense of what religion once meant. Yet there are no historical or conceptual means for deciding whether this secularization does not, in the very process of minimizing religion, realize it in a more fundamental and promising way, that is to say, whether profanation and heterodoxy are not, after all, the kernel and null consequence of orthodoxy. Conversely, there are no historical or conceptual means for deciding whether this process, by merely repeating the same, in a seemingly senseless, non-formal tautology, does not produce something radically new as well, the heterology of some undeterminable, as Derrida would say, undecidable, now religious, now non-religious other. Derrida points out that the turn to or return of religion and the religious is not simply a given, which could be ascribed to an irreducible fact of human nature, an a priori of history and culture, a perhaps long forgotten ideal that has now resurfaced, and as such further proof that there is fundamentally nothing new under the sun, nothing but business as usual, in spite of, or, rather, thanks to its capitalized and expansionist exportation into supposedly non-religious territory. Derrida clearly does not agree that this recent upsurge is merely an epiphenomenon, an anomaly within modernity. The said return of the religious, which is to say, the spread of a complex and overdetermined phenomenon, is not a simple return, for its globality and its gers, teletechno-media-scientific, capitalistic, and politico-economic, remain original and unprecedented, for what seemed old presents itself not merely in a new guise but as new, not as renewed but in novel terms or forces. The old vocabulary is coined anew, not merely adjusted. Conversely, what seemed new reveals itself to be old, outdated, outwitted, indeed outbid, to cite a concept Derrida deploys. To explain this paradox of the old new and new old, a phrase that in the form of the old new enigma of sovereignty, notably the sovereignty of the nation-state 5, that informs Derrida's recent interrogation of democracy in relation to the world, in voice, as well. It may be helpful to rethink two important and interdependent motifs scattered throughout faith and knowledge. First, the newly and now religiously and theologico-politically coined term for globalization, mondialization, which transmutes into mondialatinization, aptly translated by Sam Weber as globalatinization. Second, the intriguing and quite elliptical reference to a well-known title by Henry Bergson, Les deux sources de la moralité de la religion, the two sources of religion and morality. Bergson's thought may provide an important key to Derrida's central argument, the theologic, in the text under consideration. b. I will spell out these motifs and their respective implications and end with some more tentative general conclusions. c. First, Derrida deems globalatinization as the strange alliance of Christianity, as the experience of the death of God, and teletechnoscientic capitalism. 6. Following the Christian interpretation of the theologico-political order of Pipa and Thingstoits logical extreme in electivianity, as Max Weber might have said, as the executor of its testament, Derrida seems to add the specific formations of the secular, to cite the title of Talal Assad's recent book. 7. Is at the same time hegemonic and night, ultra-powerful and in the process of exhausting itself. 8. Speaking of this strange phenomenon of Latinity and of its globalization, Derrida adamantly insists that we should not be thinking here of universality or even of an idea of universality, but merely of a process of universalization that is night but enigmatic, well beyond its strictly capitalist or politico-military gears. A hyper-imperialist appropriation has been underway now for centuries. It imposes itself in a particularly palpable manner within the conceptual apparatus of international law and global mondiale-politic rhetoric. Wherever this apparatus dominates, it articulates itself through a discourse on religion. 66-67-47. It often does so by surreptitiously introducing a minimal referent, an elementary act of faith, the elementary condition, the milieu of the religious, if not of religion itself. We speak of trust and of credit or of trustworthiness in order to underscore that this elementary act of faith also underlies the essentially economic and capitalistic rationality of the teletechnoscientic. No calculation, no assurance, will ever be able to reduce its ultimate necessity. 81-68-69. Just as often, the discourse on religion is explicitly theologico-political. I will not revisit the intricacies of this term here, manufacturally analyzed in exemplary fashion by Gil Anajar in The Jew, the Arab, but draw attention only to one feature of this syndrome and symptom, namely, the fact that, for example, when one speaks of Islam, even political Islam, and rightfully distinguishes it from Islamism directly or not, the theologico-political, like all the concepts plastered over these questions, beginning with that of democracy or secularization, even of the right to literature, is not merely European, but Greco-Christian, Greco-Roman. 46-14-15. Questioning this legacy means not doing away with it but interrogating it with the help of a cautiously designated and unreserved taste, if not unconditional preference, for what, in politics, is called Republican democracy's universalizable model, binding philosophy to the public cause, to the residential publica, to publicness publicit, to the enlightened virtue of public space, emancipating it from all external power, non-lay, non-secular, for example from religious dogmatism. Orthodoxy, or authority, that is to say, from a certain rule of the daza or of belief, which, however, does not mean from all faith. 47-17. Here, as in voice, Derrida's critical gesture would seem based on a messianic act of faith, irreligious and without messianism. 9. As Derrida, citing Kant as his witness, insists, there is an irrevocable, reasonable, and responsible faith, reactive faith, to be precise, whose minimal creed one could hope to spell out only by respecting its tendential virtuality and pressing actuality. This faith, doubled at its source, self-contradictory and enacting violence upon itself with the very pronunciation, expression, or instantiation that it must nonetheless incessantly seek, as long as it is faithful to its name and, indeed, reactive. Such faith would by definition be in search of its definition, redefinition, or, as Levinas would say, inition, inserting itself surreptitiously into the order of the night, into night orders, ad infinitum, without any hope for any possible realization and, therefore, without any hope, any salvation. In its inevitable conceptual and gural idolatry, blasphemy, and profanization, and without this being virtually nothing indeed theopositofwashitmians and calls for it would be almost indifferent, uncertain in all respects. Although Derrida emphasizes the irreducibility and inescapability of a certain structure of religiosity, of bare faith thematized in earlier contexts under such headings as originary or double armation or as the mystical postulate, there is no implication here of the groundless belief or deism that some interpreters believe to be the quintessence of the later Wittgenstein's views, notably in uncertainty. Faith, Derrida writes, supposes, in its purity, that nothing is assured, probable, or believable. 10 The barest minimum of faith is intrinsically contested, indeed, is aporetic, marked by a certain absence of way, path, issue, salvation. 11 Due to a logic that Derrida now analyzes in terms of autoimmunization. Autoimmunity functions here as a non-synonymous substitution for what was previously formalized in terms such as ineluctable contamination, 12 The pharmakon, and, of course, diurence, supplementarity, the trace, and the like, just as much as it inserts itself in the earlier series of the double bind, the aporia, and the non-dialectizable internal-external antinomy that threatens to paralyze and therefore calls for an event of interruption. Decision 13 Thenoderm. Hard lineologism, but nonetheless deployed in singular ways, stands for what, in the medical sciences, is seen as a terrifying biological possibility, to wit, that a living organism destroys the conditions of its own protection. In other words, that the body destroys its proper defenses or organizes in itself, and the question here involves generic writing and reading in the large sense, the destructive forces that will attack its immunitary reactions. 14 That autoimmunitary overdetermination and inevitability. 15 Involve generic writing. Gondredding int he larges and simple means the tight supportic logic and eke does not limit itself to the organic contradictions observed in the domain of the life sciences and of medicine. Derrida writes, despite their apparently biological, genetic, or zoological provenance, these contradictions all concern what is beyond living pure and simple. If only because they bear death in life. 16 Examples of this abound, mechanical repetition and rication, not least of the religious, being the most prominent among them. Thus, Derrida illustrates, when religion shows itself on television, wherever it manifests and deploys itself in the world, in the public space, it at the same time increases its power and its power to self-destroy, the one as the other, to the same degree. 17 Again, speaking of the state in the present day simultaneously globalized and particularized, ever more divided world. The state is both self-protecting and self-destroying, at once remedy and poison. 18 Globalization exemplifies the same process. Maximal globalization would, by its own logic, stumble upon its own limit, that is to say, on an irreducible and innately, if not necessarily infinitesimal minimal creed that absolves itself from all capitalization, commodification, fetishization, indeed, universalization, and expresses itself, if at all, now from within, then from without, in any case, in barely audible, legible, or otherwise noticeable ways. While faith and knowledge, in addition to referring to Hegel's text with the same title, Glauben und Wissen, revisits the premises and he contours of Kant's religion within the limits of reason alone, in ways that I tried to analyze elsewhere and will not repeat here. 19 It provides an even more interesting reference to yet another, as Derrida writes, Latin, book, namely Henry Bergson's 1932 study Les deux sources de la morale et de la religion. This work, Bergson's last, which, Derrida reminds us, appeared between the two world wars and on Thevio Fevencov which ananost hatondo as not yet know how to think them, and tohich no religion, no religious institution in the world remained foreign or survived unscathed, immune, safe, and sound 20 as in Kant's religion within the limits of reason alone and, indeed, as today, Derrida adds, the central issue for Bergson that great Judeo-Christian would seem that of thinking religion. The possibility of religion, and hence of its interminable and ineluctable return from Bergson's title, echoed and mimicked, as are Kant's and Hegel's, in the careful wording of faith and knowledge and its undertitle the two sources of religion at the limits of reason alone, Derrida jumps almost immediately to the text's famous closing lines, which he cites and scantly interprets in a remarkable, if somewhat enigmatic, way. Already in speaking of these notes the aphorisms that make up faith and knowledge as of a machine, I have once again been overcome by a desire for economy, for concision, by the desire to draw, in order to be quick, the famous conclusion of the two sources towards another place, another discourse, other argumentative stakes. The latter could always be I do not exclude it a hijacked translation, or a rather free formalization. The book's concluding words are memorable 21 let me quote, picking up from an earlier moment, the Bergson citation that follows. Bergson writes, mankind lies groaning, half crushed beneath the weight of the progresses it has made. Mankind does not sufficiently realize that their future depends on her, hers is their responsibility, then, for deciding if it wants to merely live, or to make just the extra effort required for fooling, even on the refractory planet, the essential function of the universe, which is a machine for the making of gods. 22 What could that possibly mean? Part of the answer lies in an equivalence between the mystical and the mechanical indeed, a corresponding and complementary summoning up of these terms which Bergson analyzes a few pages earlier in the text. It relies less on the assumption of a process of increasing rationalization fed by abstractive, formalizing tendencies of thought that, tragically, get caught up in a paradoxical logic of Reichation and mystication, as Max Weber and the Frankfurt School claimed in their analysis of the cultural logic capital and the ensuing dialectic of enlightenment. Instead of deploring the reversal of disenchantment into re-enchantment, Bergson assumes a certain identity of mysticism and the mechanical at the source, that is to say, of religion at its most dynamic and technology and, indeed, ever newer media. Not only for Bergson is there no doubt that the earlier features of what was destined later to become mechanization machinism were sketched out at the same time as the RST yearnings after democracy. 23 A connection, he continues, which becomes plainly visible in the heydays of the Enlightenment, in the 18th century, also, rather than fearing a new polytheism of incompatible values, or value spheres, as did Weber and, in his footsteps, the neo-Marxists of the Frankfurt School, Bergson welcomes the chances well beyond the democratic project in its ancient and modern forms, but not necessarily incompatible with them, that the universe may still have in store for us, if only we prove to be inventive and resourceful enough. Man will rise above earthly things only if a powerful equipment supplies him with the requisite fulcrum. He must use matter as a support if he wants to get away from matter. In other words, the mystical summons up the mechanical. This has not been sufficiently realized, because machinery has been switched onto a track at the end of which lies exaggerated comfort and luxury for the few, rather than liberation for all. We are struck by the accidental result. We do not see mechanization machinism as it should be, as what it is in its essence. What we need are new reserves of potential energy, moral energy this time. Solitus not merlise, that the mystical summons up the mechanical. We must add that, mechanism should mean mysticism. The origins of the process of mechanization are indeed more mystical than we might imagine. Machinery will end its true vocation again, it will render services in proportion to its power, only if mankind, which it has bowed still lower to the earth, can succeed, through it, in standing erect and looking heavenwards. 329-31 309-10. Let me not attempt to further interpret this passage, which is as enigmatic as the conclusion of the two sources that Derrida chooses to cite and both radicalize and reinterpret instead. I will note only two things. First, for Bergson, this coimplication of mysticism and the mechanic is based on the fact that the technological is, as it were, internal to the problematic of body and mind, so that the perversion of mechanization and its, perverse but therefore no less major, special, ex becomes for him a matter of adjustment alone, a point on which neither Max Weber nor the members of the Frankfurt School, nor, I think, Derrida, convinced as they are of the paradoxes or rather aporias of so-called modernity, seem likely to agree. If our organs are natural instruments, our instruments must then be artificial organs. The workman's tool is the continuation of his arm, the tool equipment of humanity is therefore a continuation of its body. A spiritual impulsion had been given, perhaps, at the beginning, the extension took place automatically, helped as it were by a chance blow of the pickaxe which struck against a miraculous treasure underground. Now, in this body, distended and out of proportion, the soul remains what it was, too small to ll it, too weak to guide it. Hence the gap vitae between the two. Hence the tremendous social, political and international problems which are so many definitions of this gap, and which provoke just so many chaotic and inequal efforts to ll it. The body, now larger, calls for a bigger soul on supplement D aim. 330-309-10. In close proximity to Spinoza, Bergson would seem to suggest that we do not yet know what a body our body and, perhaps, even the collectivity of ours bodies or body politic is capable of. 24 Derrida, attempting to dislodge the theological political premises and, perhaps, the very concept of sovereignty, seeks a new gur beyond any appeal to a quasi-biological notion of liation, whether that of the corpus mysticum or that of the modern body politic, the brotherhood, and so on. The place and function of the body is taken by the demos, no longer taken as the fuller and universal expression of humanity, more in particular of life's own most aspiration towards love, the vital impulse, but at once the incalculable singularity of anyone, before any subject, the possible undoing of the social bond by a secret to be respected, beyond all citizenship, beyond every state, indeed every people, indeed even beyond the current state of the definition of a living being as living human being. And the universality of rational calculation, of the equality of citizens before the law, the social bond of being together, with or without contract, and so on. 25 Just as much as it is tied to a notion of force and power, a cracy that is no longer identified with an instinctual social pressure, as in Bergson's understanding of moral obligation, nor merely with law but with a concept of justice exceeding the limitation of the Kantian, or, for that matter, Rawlsian and Habermasian, regulative idea. Needless to say, such notion of a never-present and, in a sense, non-presentable and not merely representational democracy to come could ultimately no longer be designated as a political regime, 26 as had been the case in the Greco-Christian and Latin world. Indeed, as if conjuring up the early medieval theologico-political construct of the king's two bodies, as described by Ernst Kantorowicz, Derrida reminds us, almost in passing, that the democratic, becoming co-substantially political in that Greco-Christian and global Latinizing tradition, appears indissociable in modernity after the Enlightenment with an ambiguous secularization, and secularization is always ambiguous because it liberates itself from the religious while remaining marked, in its very concept, by the theological, even by the onto-theological. 27 But then, a democracy to come could by no means mean a future democracy that will one day be present. On the contrary, the at best minimal, as Benjamin said, weak messianic force of this notion would be that of a promise that risks and must always risk being perverted into a threat. 28 This brings us back to Bergson's contrasting position. For the outcome of the adjustment of larger body and bigger soul that we found earlier has a peculiar, again, Spinozist ring to it, as well, joy as opposed to comfort, luxury, and pleasure, and we are reminded of the null distinction in Book 5 of the Ethics would be that simplicity of life diesed throughout the world by an ever-spreading mystic intuition, joy, too, that which would automatically follow a vision of the life beyond attained through the furtherance of scientific experiment. 29 Here, a certain undivided purity of the vital impulse would seem to be disseminated undisturbed, unacted, in principle, by technological mediation, even though it nds its origin in the mysticity of genial individuals, heroes, prophets, saints, notably in the Christian tradition. True, Bergson writes that we must ascertain whether the spirit of invention necessarily creates artificial needs, or whether in this it is not the artificial need which has guided the spirit of invention, but he immediately adds that the second hypothesis is by far the more probable. 30 As we will see below, it is by no means excluded that the mechanical reproduction of meaning is not, precisely, protective of and conducive to that very same meaning that it would seem to threaten as well, once again according to an autoimmunitary logic, of sorts. What does it mean that Derrida forces Kant's and Bergson's titles together in his own subtitle, while knowing very well that Bergson considered his philosophical project to be resolutely anti-Kantian, as is tested nowhere more clearly than in the famous Introduction to Metaphysics, published in La Pensée et le Mouvement, and on the whole entertained a complicated relationship with German idealism, notably in its Hegelian variety. Moreover, in what sense could the Bergson of the two sources more precisely, of its merely elliptically cited null words, evoking the machine for the making of gods, be said to be of even greater importance to Derrida's central intuitions, perhaps, than the Kant of religion within the limits of reason alone, or, for that matter, the Hegel of faith and knowledge? One reason might, indeed, be a desire for economy in the ambition to sketch a more than simply psychodynamic, psychoanalytic, or even mass psychological account of resistance, reaction, and resentment. 31 And to do so with the help of an alternative energetic or quasi-biological model based, as we found earlier, on a non-dialectizable internal-external antinomy. 32 As if Bergson's concern were Derrida's own, we read in Faith and Knowledge that the reaction to the machine is as automatic, and thus machinal, as life itself. 33 In fact, the more than simply analytical distinction and even certain opposition between the machine and living spontaneity. 34 Seems to govern Derrida's text throughout. What resists and reacts is not external to what it resents, but the fruit of an ineluctable contagion, according to which no semantic cell can remain alien. This is the role of the autoimmunitary logic, for which Pharmakon was another name, an old name. One could see it at work, Derrida suggests, virtually everywhere, but nowhere more clearly than in the present age of terror, that is to say, in the inevitable perversion of technoscientific advances, mastery over living beings. Aviation, new informational teletechnologies, email, the internet, mobile phones, and so on, into weapons of mass destruction, into terrorisms of all kinds. Perversions that are all the more quick to occur when the progress in question is RST of all a progress in speed and rhythm. 35 Just as certain events, Derrida says in indirect dialogue with Jürgen Habermas, can become singled out, not just by their obvious major nature, or, indeed, quite specialiqued on bystanders and viewers, but by an index pointing to the state, the bare act, the minimal deictic, the minimalist aim of this stating, is in many cases. And September 11, or 9/11, would be one of the most telling and best known as well as mediatized recent examples, since the violences and violations during the time of the 20th century world wars also marked by something else. 36 The something else, Derrida writes, is the no less obvious if not always televised and publicized fact that we perhaps have no concept and no meaning available to us to name in any other ways this thing that has just happened. 37 In other words, something took place. We have the feeling of not having seen it coming, and certain consequences undeniably follow upon the thing. But this very thing, the place of this event, remains ineffable, like an intuition without concept, like a uniqueness with no generality in the horizon or with no horizon at all, out of range for a long that admits its powerlessness and so is reduced to pronouncing mechanically a date, repeating it endlessly, as a kind of ritual incantation, a conjuring poem, a journalistic litany, a rhetorical refrain that admit to not knowing what it is talking about. The least we could say is that this major event was nothing short of a perverse act all too special, indeed that should not so much be attributed to determinate single and foreign axis of vilbutretherdo aniektoft autoimmunitary logic, and, we should add, theologic, itself, the fact that its attempted repression in both its psychoanalytic and in its political sense of the archaic, the mythological and the religious ends up producing, reproducing, and regenerating the very thing it seeks to disarm. In other words, the impression that a single recent major event marked the very critical essence of a certain hegemony, namely the greatest technoscientific, capitalist, and military power, revealing it to be today more vulnerable and threatened than ever, constituted in many different ways a properly global act. It cannot, Derrida goes on to suggest, be easily dissociated from all the acts, interpretations, and rhetoric that have at once wreaked it, communicated and globalized it, from everything that also and rst of all formed, produced, and made it possible. 99. Thus, Derrida writes, when Bush and his associates blame the axis of evil, we ought both to smile at and denounce the religious connotations, the childish stratagems, the obscurantist mystifications of this innated rhetoric. And yet there is, in fact, and from every quarter, an absolute evil whose threat, whose shadow, is spreading. Absolute evil, absolute threat, because what is at stake is nothing less than mondialization or the worldwide movement of the world, life on earth and elsewhere, without remainder. 38 Repression of the theologico-political and, indeed, of the legacy of the Latin in globalization, the very premise upon which the tradition of early and later modern liberalism is based. 39 Simply reproduces what it, in vain, tends to suppress, ignore, or relegate to internal or external, but no longer public sphere, private conscience, on the one hand, the anomaly of fundamentalism, on the other. 40 Needless to say, important differences between Derrida and Bergson need to be noted as well, especially since in the second, post-World War half of the 20th century and at the beginning of the 20th things have really gotten somewhat better, as Habermas once said in distancing himself from the bleak diagnosis of his predecessors, Max Horkheimer and Theodor Adorno in their Dialectic of Enlightenment. 41 But then again, have also really gotten fair worse, as Derrida somewhat more realistically seems to be eager to add. Well beyond this difference in zeitgeist and political climate, which by themselves might already have largely ceased to draw Bergson's words towards another place, another discourse, other argumentative stakes, see above, Derridato as notassum as implicitio, orat, thesaursi or sources, nor does he postulate an initial or ultimate indivisibility of the vital impulse or, rather, of the living spontaneity whose original duality and elliptic, nature he, on the contrary, brings out. More importantly, for all its centeredness around with the concept of life in the double postulation of respect for life and the sacris of, some of, that same life religion's dual source, Derrida points out, is nonetheless preoccupied with what he calls an instance of the non-living, of the death in the living. 42 More specifically, it is with a certain, formalizable, mechanical, and technical insistence, repetition, regularity, that the religiosity of the religious aspires for what in life transcends life. For what in the absolute value of life is more than that, or, at least, of what is beyond the present living. 43 On Derrida's view, the dual source of religion, and of morality, the political, etc., of its pressure and aspiration, is thus hardly in essence biological. 44 To be explained by a metaphysics or new philosophy of life. It is no accident, therefore, that the possibility of religion is seen as the link between the absolute value of life, at least in its Kantian dignity and Bergsonian hypostasis on the one hand, and the theological machine, the machine to make God's law machine theologic, la machine affaire de Dieu, with which Bergson, perhaps somewhat surprisingly, concludes. On the other. 45 Nor, Nally, do Derrida's concepts of reaction outbidding, of resistance revenge, 46 or, more broadly, of autoimmunization. The biological model of dichotomization and bifurcation upon which Bergson's understanding of creative evolution and its movement and spiral movement 47 is based. True, not unlike Derrida, Bergson highlights the RST upsurge of primitive and static religion as a defensive reaction of nature against the dissolvent power of intelligence. 122-127. He also sees a link between religion and automatism and technology, more generally, or more particularly, as he titles the concluding part of his book, between mysticism and the mechanical, just as he assumes a relationship between religion and the political, indeed, the theologico-political, implying that mysticism, if not necessarily true mysticism, reveals itself at, and as, the source of colonization and decolonization, imperialism and nationalism, sovereignty and democracy. Mysticism, like and beyond dynamic religion, is a driving force indeed, the vital impulse or elan vital behind the open as distinguished from the closed society. It pushes us to consider humanity and its beyond, animality, the cosmos, rather than the, however extended, circle of the communitarian and identitarian group, family, city, nation, etc., which, for all its intended inclusiveness, remains premised upon some major principled and practical exclusion. More broadly and, perhaps, more importantly, mysticism would open up the very source or source fond of sociability and unsociability, which would be perceptible to our consciousness if established society societe constituée had not imbued us with habits and dispositions which adjust us to it. Of these strata we are no longer aware save at rare intervals. More precisely, we have a revelation of them only from a distance, nous en avons plus la révélation que de loin et de loin, and then in ah. We must recapture that moment of vision and abide by it. 272-292. We could even interpret this as the moment and always momentary, now monumental, then banal instantiation of a certain reserve, of a possible holding back on which the very possibility of political judgment, of approval or disapproval, rests, the original state of mind, l'ancien état d'âme, to be found in its simple original sketch schema, simple through the study of primitive people, de primitives, children, and, most of all, introspection survives, hidden away beneath the habits without which indeed there would be no civilization. Driven inwards, or, rather, repressed, refoul, powerless, it yet lives on in the depths of consciousness. If it does not go so far as to determine acts, yet it manifests itself in words. In a great nation certain districts may be administered to the general satisfaction, but whereas the government that governed go so far as to call a good one. They think they have praised it quite enough when they say that it is not so bad as the others and, in this sense only, the best. 275-292-93. If true mysticism were kept in mind, would not only realize its incompatibility with all domination and imperialism that have characterized the body politic internally and externally, but also that such mysticity cannot be disseminated without encouraging a very special will to power. This will be a sovereignty empire, not over man, but over things, precisely in order that man shall no longer have so much sovereignty over man. 311-332. But theory is a method intrinsically unstable and disturbing with the proper logic or movement of instinct, intellectual, and will, in short, agency and freedom as well. Thus, Bergson also asserts that all prolonged action brings about a reaction in the opposite direction and adds, then it starts anew, and the pendulum swings on indefinitely. But the nature of these alterations of ebb and o alternances de ux et de ru, 292-311, are interpreted in diarrhent terms and according to an altogether diarrhent law and tendency of life, a law whose vital tendency is to develop fan-wise, creating, by the mere fact of its growth, divergent directions, each of which will receive a certain portion of the impetus. 293-294-313. There is, Bergson adds, recalling one of his earlier views, nothing mysterious about this law. It simply expresses the fact that a tendency is the forward thrust of an indistinct multiplicity, which is, moreover, indistinct, and multiplicity, only if we consider it in retrospect, when the multitudinous views taken of its past undivided character allow us to see it composed of elements which were actually created by its development. 294-313. Although there is nothing mysterious here, since the source, the vital impetus, the Allah vital, is fundamentally, at the source, undivided and thus one, if not the same, Bergson leaves no doubt that its tendency thereby propels life in directions that are unfathomable. An intelligence, even a superhuman one, cannot say where this will lead to, since action on the move creates its own route, creates to a very great extent the conditions under which it is to be fooled, and thus Bez calculation. 296-315. The concluding elliptical references in the null remarks on mechanics and mysticism, invoking telepathic phenomena, the immensity of the terra incognita that remains for us to divine, and the prospect of once, in our days, being able to turn into a live, acting reality a belief croyance in the life beyond, which is met with in most men, but which for the most part remains verbal, abstract, ineffectual. 337-338, all these courageous, somewhat wild speculations, immediately preceding the reference to the universe's essential function being that of a machine for the making of gods, underscores the perspective of tragedy, despair, and pleasure overcome by joy, that is to say, by that simplicity of life deist throughout the world by an ever-spreading mystic intuition, which automatically follows a vision of the life beyond attained through the furtherance of scientific experiment. 317-338. In Derrida's view, there is an interminable scansion between simultaneous processes of abstraction, for good and for ill, for the best and for the most radical of evils, on the one hand, and of anthropological reimmanentization, on the other, each of which reacts to, that is to say, resists and resents the other moment, the other movement. Heterogeneous, the two are also indissociable, meaning that their relation is governed by irresolvable contradiction and an unbridgeable gap, one that only resolve, in, for example, decision or responsibility, and a leap or, rather, act of faith could make livable, or make life worth living. Opening oneself to the coming of the other, to the spontaneity of life, to the impossible possibility of living together, would necessarily mean answering in some determinate way, giving something determinate. This determination, Derrida adds, will thus have to reinscribe the unconditional into certain conditions. Otherwise, it gives nothing. What remains unconditional or absolute, unbedingt, if you will, risks being nothing at all if conditions, bedingungen, do not make of it something, ding. Political, juridical, and ethical responsibilities have their place, if they take place, only in this transaction which is each time unique, like an event between, the unconditional and the conditional. 48 Reichation, Verdinglichung, if you like, but also, sedimentation, incarnation, crystallization, institutionalization, archivization, materialization, and, we might venture, even trivialization, profanization, and, as it were, naturalization belongs to the very heart of even the most reactive, most reserved, bare and minimal faith. For all its globality, it requires this local inscription, a translation and betrayal, of sorts. How should we think the place of repetition in this general economy of the divine, whose salutary and no less infernal indeed, terrorizing eeks tend to become virtually indistinguishable? How should we think repetition if the temporalityen / orithmopteudo-immunization is that oft instant, of instantaneousness, of a split, second of, simultaneity, as it were? There is no easy answer to this question, neither in Bergson nor in Derrida. I wanted merely to show the striking resonance between two alternative, neither compatible nor simply incompatible interpretations of the relationship between mysticism and mechanics, faith and technoscience, both of which are inscribed into a concept of living the vital impulse and the living spontaneity, the living together that is neither vitalistic, in the metaphysical sense of the word, nor biological in the scientistic meaning of the term, but nonetheless takes on cosmic, universal, worldly, and global proportions, whose implications we do not yet well understand. Their respective engagements with religion and the world complicate matters even more. No small theology, limiting itself to particular religions, creeds, and dogmatic edifices, can help untie the knot. But it is with minimal theology, thinking religion globally indeed, in the most worldly and yet more than merely secular sense of the term, that we may have to make do. Bergson seems to suggest as much when he evokes a more than simply moral or religious but in essence metaphysical 49 and indeed mystical perspective by asking, how could humanity turn heavenwards an attention which is essentially concentrated on earth? If possible at all, it can only be using simultaneously or successively two very different methods. The RST would consist of presumably intensifying the intellectual work to such an extent, in carrying intelligence so far beyond what nature intended, that the simple tool would give place to a vast system of machinery such as might set human activity at liberty, being, moreover, stabilized by a political and social organization which would ensure the application of the mechanism machinisme to its true object. 235-249. To pursue such method, Bergson acknowledges, would be a dangerous method, for mechanization, as it developed, might turn against mysticism, nay more, it is by an apparent reaction against the latter that mechanization would reach its highest pitch of development. But there are certain risks which must be taken. 235-36, 249-50. The second, successive but also variant method, means, or way, would consist not in contemplating a general and immediate spreading of the mystic impetus, which was obviously impossible, but in imparting it, already weakened though it was, to a tiny handful of privileged souls which together would form a spiritual society. 236-250. This does not exclude that religion, more especially Christian religion, can dias mysticism and contribute to high-level popularization and vulgarization noble, just as, conversely, mysticism plays the role of an intensier of religious faith on intensification de la foi religieuse. 238-39, 253. Indeed, whereas Bergson's Judeo-Christian conception seems to tilt to one side in particular, he does hesitate to note that Christianity, which succeeded Judaism, owed largely to the Jewish prophets its active mysticism, capable of marching on to the conquest of the world. 50. The second option indicated by Bergson would seem largely, if not totally, absent from Derrida's horizon, unless, of course, we recall his engagement with the apophatic way and his awareness of it being steeped in a problematic of secrecy, having nothing to do with election, but with initiation into a secret, albeit one whose diasion can never be excluded or avoided, unless, also, we are willing to see his concept and politics of a denaturalized and defamiliared concept of friendship, premised on a limitation of number, as spiritual small society, of sorts. On the RST view, however, automaticity, mechanicity, and technicity might come to be viewed not merely as that which diverts from the integrity and authenticity of faith, belief, and morality, nor as its substitution, functional equivalent, or stand-in. Both Bergson and Derrida would seem to analyze a more complex relationship between the process of mechanization but also circulation, formalization, commodification, and fetishization on the one hand, and that of authentication or, as Derrida says, verification, on the other. By the same token, Bergson writes, we should not disparage religions born of mysticism, which have generalized the use of its formulae and yet have been unable to pervade with the full measure of its spirit. It sometimes happens that well-nigh empty formulae, the veriest magical incantations, contrive to summon up here and there the spirit capable of importing substance to them. An Indiarent schoolmaster, mechanically teaching a science created by men of genius, may awaken in one of his pupils the vocation he himself never possessed, and change him unconsciously into an emulator of those great men, who are invisible and present in the message he is handing on. 51 For Derrida, the logic and rhetoric of the theologico-political would seem to function in similar ways. For good and for ill, since the best and the worst might still come to pass in the, so far, interminable wake of the religious, of mysticism, and whatever takes its place. In Derrida's words, it cannot be said that humanity is defenseless against the threat of this evil, i.e., of the perverse act of the autoimmunitory logic. But we must recognize that defenses and all the forms of what is called, with two equally problematic words, the war on terrorism work to regenerate, in the short or long term, the causes of the evil they claim to eradicate. 52 Ineradicable evil, the perverse act would belong to the essence or structure, indeed, the very life of perfectibility and moral political perfectionism as such. Part 5 Theological Materialism. John Milbank. Materialism and Transcendence. One prominent aspect of French and Frenchinianist Marxism thought since the 1950s has been its attempt to supply Marxism with a more adequate ontology than was contained within the writings of Marx and Engels themselves. Partly because continental thought tends to distinguish itself from a perceived scientistic bias of analytic philosophy, this attempt is marked by the search for a non-reductive materialism. Reductive materialism imagines matter as atomistic, mechanical, passive, and inert, and tends to explain away meaningful action and volition as illusion. Non-reductive materialism imagines matter as that which can itself occasion subjectivity and meaning, because it is the site for the emergence of a spontaneous and unpredictable energy. Since the history of materialism is mostly the history of reduction, with the exception of the Stoics, Spinoza, and Nietzsche, those in quest of a non-reductive aversion must characteristically borrow from Platonic, Aristotelian, idealist, and even theological thought if they are to develop a sutiently enriched version of material processes. The Stoics, Spinoza, and Nietzsche also made these problematic borrowings. This quest seems inevitable and justed, even though there is a British tradition of reductive materialist Marxism ideastical to reconcile this with Marx's absolute valuation of subjects freely reaching their full productive and expressive potential. Nor can one simply dispense with ontology in order to concentrate upon practice. Marxism, and indeed every socialism, requires an account of human nature and of the role of human beings within the cosmos, otherwise it is not clear why there is something now lacking that needs to be emancipated, nor why one should suppose that we live in a reality within which such emancipation is possible. Must such an ontology indeed be a materialist one? Yes, in the sense that socialism sees earthly justice as crucially concerned with material distribution. Yes, also in the sense that Marxism is right to see all human knowledge as linked with human conventions of justice, and so as inseparable from historically arising patterns of production and exchange. This connection of notions of truth with notions of the good was earlier understood by Catholic theology in terms of the convertibility of such transcendental concepts. A link between Marxist historicism and Catholic metaphysics can be provided by the axiom of the 18th-century Catholic thinker Guillaume Battista Vico, who proclaimed, in its full version, that the transcendentals verum and bonum also convert with a no transcendental the factum, meaning the historically and even eternally constructed. Vico was cited but weakly understood by Marx. Much later, and in the wake of Marx, the Orthodox theologian, socialist, and sometime Marxist economist Sergei Bulgakov made a similar armation. The Christian East has failed to include within the work of deification, as the East describes salvation, the collective process of historical construction, while the West has falsely seen this as a secular, transcendentally inerrant work of the merely human will, not as a synergic working with God that seeks through making, art and labor itself the telos of the good and the vision of the true. It followed that for Bulgakov human knowledge as well as human virtue was an entirely economic matter, collectively possessed in the rhythms and dispersals of exchange and production. In this way one has a mode of historical materialism. Yet for Bulgakov the human general economy, of signs and numbers, as well as commodities and prices, participates in and is guided by the divine economia of Orthodox theology, the entire distribution of God's eternal being in the single work of creation and redemptive recreation. If one looks by contrast at recent secular attempts to develop a materialist ontology that will undergird socialist aspirations, then it is striking that even in Thesis an appeal is increasingly made not just idealist philosophy to Hegel, to Schelling, and to their heir, despite everything, Heidegger, but also to theology, to notions of the via negativa, of the absolutely other, of grace, hope, and agape. What is the reason for this? I shall venture an explanation. If matter is to be more than inert, and even capable of subjectivity and meaning, then it must be innately more than a spatially or mechanically limited substance, it must rather be forcefully self-transcending. Our only human access to the notions of force and self-transcending development involves experiences of volition and meaning, hence self-transcending matter is inevitably conceived as somewhat etherealized and idealized. This may be perfectly consistent with materialism, since we have no ultimate notion of what matter consists in. To imagine it as only dense and inert is merely to convey it to one mode of ideality that forms a background for volition, namely the negative hyle that shaping ideation and determined purposeful intending always presuppose. However, if matter is totally etherealized and idealized, then real material processes become epiphenomena of logical processes, or else the magical outcome of pure willing, or again some combination of both. As soon as one says something like matter can, in certain instances, think and, in certain instances, will, then the unthinkable background of hyle tends to fade away, bearing with it all the irrational and latent impulses of nature and humanity that help to shape historical occurrences, in favor of what we think we can fully grasp, namely meaningful intending processes. In which case, one must say that materialism is lost in idealism and humanism. Yet one cannot prevent this lamentable outcome by the reduction of all subjectivity to the blind urgings of hyle. For in that case, conversely, the desire of humanity for emancipation is itself reduced to an epiphenomenal illusion that conceals what is really going on, viz. Meaningless evolutionary processes. In that case, one cannot will the true human future in the name of the foolement of the real except as an entertaining illusion, but can see it only, at best, as an honest collapsing back of the human illusion into pre-human sequences. Since these are mechanical or else obscurely impulsive, they certainly cannot sustain anything like the reality of peace or justice. Viewed anthropomorphically, they seem to sustain rather the rule of Heraclitean violence. If this is reality, then it is capitalism that gets nearest to acknowledging it without ever quite doing so, since it reduces the meaningful goal to an agon round an empty fetish, which in this case, far from being nally an illusion, as classic Marxism would have it, would rather be the closest possible willed and meaningful manifestation of the real reign of the blindly non-meaningful. The forces of so-called progress science, rationalism, and materialism are far more precisely allied to capitalism than Marx realized. Hence an ontology that legitimate socialism would have to discover a way of locating ideality in matter without idealizing matter away or nally cancelling ideality tout court. This means that many of the notions characterizing German idealism become inappropriate, since they tend to involve either or both of a purely transparent realized logical process and or where they admit an inaccessible presupposed ground or foundation, something like a purely autonomous self-sustaining, inexplicable action, or willing, that is, in this way again transparent and self-explanatory. In either case, the closure and transparence of thinking and willing must both negate and foreclose their mysterious energies and potentials. What one needs instead are notions of thought and of willing that themselves sustain an excess of reference beyond themselves, that involve unpredictable creativity and the lure of a self-exceeding desire. Thinking for oneself in an exercise of Kantian autonomy will cancel material density, likewise exercising purely your own spontaneous choice for good and evil a la Kant will also cancel this density. In either case we exit from muddy appearances to dwell in the crystalline spheres of the nominally monadic. By contrast, if thought is open and assertive and does not quite know what it is that it thinks, and if accompanying will is obscurely compelled before and beyond itself, then the density and fathomless force of matter are sustained. Where though, can one derive such notions of thinking and willing? The answer must be in theology and in modes of philosophy, such as Neoplatonism, that make reference to the transcendent. This is because theology alone posits both that there is an ultimate principle which is thinking and willing, and that this principle is, for our thought and volition, only remotely accessible. As purely unit, as esse rather than ens, this principle does indeed think itself, yet not after a mode of doubling self-reaction, which would contradict its simplicity. Indeed, this simplicity can be thought of as having something of the non-human purity of a rock, to whom the Bible frequently compares the deity. In consequence, our thought and volition become gifts that are received from something that is higher than thought or volition. And as gifts from the supra-intellectual, they therefore remain more consonant with our bodies, which are clearly things that we have received and never entirely master. Likewise, our thought and volition, when taken as remote echoes of an entire innate and simple non-reactive thought and volition, can be seen as unself-grounded and obscure to themselves. Just as we do not know what our bodies are nally capable of, so we do not know the entire implications of what we think, nor what we ultimately will when we will. Here abstraction and the grand gesture both expand and yet reassert our obscure embodiment. This accords much more with the Aristotelian account of Ida and Heil as well as Psyche than with any idealist dialectic of idea and ground. Our thought is in the RST place characteristically creative, rather than reactive, and yet in creating we always transform matter, and we cannot command the arrival of a transformative idea. Ideas come to us by inspiration, as if from on high, and for this reason they are received by latencies of the material ground. In this way, the theological appeal to transcendence alone sustains a non-reductive materiality and is the very reverse of any notion of idealism. In fact, idealism is always most at home within immanence, for its essentially pagan Greek horizon, sometimes Gnosticized, is to do with the confrontation between active logos and chaotic Heil within a single closed cosmos. Without the gods or the Platonic forms, however, this pagan immanence is more perfectly realized by German idealism. Logical processes outworking themselves through time are not received gifts, but the unfolding of autonomy, albeit through contradiction and return. Although this principle of autonomy stands in contrast to the alien self-enclosure of matter, nonetheless it is included with matter within the same cosmos, and for just this reason it is in a dualistic rivalry with the material principle, even if it must posit it from the outset to sitsnablingather. To assert the self-origination of immanent ideation is ultimately at the expense of the material ground. By contrast, genuinely theological notions of thinking and willing do not regard thought and matter as poles in dialectical tension after the manner of Fichte, Hegel, and the early to middle Schelling. Instead, in the manner we have seen, they are blended through ultimately shared proclivities. If, in the end, both thought and matter exhibit a resistant density and an excessive potential, then this is because their combined meaningfulnitude is together an arriving gift, which if regarded as such, indicates an ultimate creative source. Since night logos is every bit as created as night Heil, thought and matter are here leveled and equated with reference to a transcendent source, without this equation abolishing their relative real diarence, nor even abolishing the relative hierarchical superiority of thought over matter. For the ultimate creative source of an entire hierarchical series is not simply on top of that series in the way that ideas lie above matter for idealism, rather, since, unlike the topmost rung of the series, the source gives the entire series, it tends from the absolute point of view to level what nevertheless remains, within the series, hierarchically distinguished. In this way, it is only the monotheistic doctrine of creation, to which nonetheless lean Neoplatonism closely tended, that allows a non-reductive materialism in theory and in practice, which allows us, for example, to value humanity above the cosmic and animal, and yet also in a more ultimate gesture to proclaim that the highest value lies in establishing all these three in peaceful harmonious perfection. This is exactly the gesture made by Dionysius the Areopagites' Christianizing of Proclus, who had already insisted that the simplicity of matter in a way more reeked the simplicity of the RST principle than did the reactivity of intellect. Dionysius echoed this in his remarks about the apophatic suitability of seemingly gross symbols for the Godhead. And this perspective alone allows us the vision of a non-fascistic, non-anti-human ecology. One can also go a little further. An innate thought, an innate volition, which is entirely simple, in no way, even formally, distinguished within itself, as Thomas Aquinas put it, and also self-sustaining, cannot, as we have just seen, be truly akin to any innate thought or volition that we are familiar with. First of all, as self-sustaining, it has a certain property that we can imagine only in somewhat material terms, as for us individual material substances appear nearer to being self-sustaining, if not self-initiating, like thought, which, however, inversely lacks by comparison in relative self-standing. Second, as innate, and therefore non-bounded, it must sustain, yet without imperfection, a certain non-bounded incompletion, or rather it must sustain a completion beyond any concept we have of the complete, which always involves the bounded. In this way, the kinship of our innate thought with matter, as mysterious, non-commented, and boundless in potential, is in a certain paradoxical way sustained in that which is replete and absolute just because it is innate. It is important to remember here that the attribution of this disorganized principle of the innate to the One or to God arose in philosophy only with the Neoplatonists and the Church Fathers. It was not allowed by the ancient Greeks. Finally, one can note that the Church Father Tertullian, even though he was orthodox and in no way a pantheist, armed that God's lack of a bounded body does not imply the immateriality of God. For Tertullian, just as the Creator God was boundless thought and will, so also he was boundless materiality. To achieve an adequate ontology, therefore, materialist socialism needs to invoke theology. Perhaps this is why Walter Benjamin thought that, in future, philosophical thought would have to sublate itself into theology, rather than, as Hegel thought, the other way around. I am not, however, trying to say that recent French or Frenchinianist Marxist thinkers explicitly argue in the way that I have done above. Instead, I am claiming that this is an implicit logical horizon that is drawing them forward unawares, and which they grasp so far in a thoroughly fragmentary and partial fashion. Nevertheless, this logic is shown in their reasonings so far. Derrida sustains the openness of signs and the absoluteness of the ethical command by recourse to, or as he supposes wrongly, in my view by way of a radicalization of, negative theology. Deleuze sustains the possibility of a deterritorialization of matter and meaning in terms of a Spinozistic virtual absolute. Badiou sustains the possibility of a revolutionary event in terms of the one historical event of the arrival of the very logic of the event as such, which is none other than Pauline grace. Žižek sustains the possibility of a revolutionary love beyond desire by reference to the historical emergence of the ultimate sublime object, which reconciles us to the void constituted only through a rift in the void. This sublime object is Christ. In the case of Badiou and Žižek, a further feature has become notable. 3. They are rightly discontented with the submergence of the socialist left in a liberal celebration of plurality and otherness. Such celebration, they correctly aver, is inauthentic, because it usually wants nothing actually to do with the exotic other. This is why it insists that the ultimate ethical gesture is a visual presentation of exotic otherness at a distance. Likewise, this tendency admits the other to ethical significance in the guise of victimhood. This means that we have only human solidarity in our weakness, rather than in our positive creative aspirations. One can object here that such an ethical stance may well desire that the other substantively fool herself. However, if this foolement does not concern our human project in common, then its content is, for the regarding other, a matter of ethical indifference. Once again this moral agent lapses into the character of a mere, anemically detached spectator. Socialism instead requires our solidarity in the name of the project of positive armation of life and more abundant life. We are to love others as active expressive armors and not, or not primarily, as victims. As theology puts it, we are to love people because and even only insofar as they display the image of God. But such a love involves mutual recognition of our positive realizations and capacities. Therefore what is valued here in every case is not the ineffably and inexpressibly diarrhent, but rather what is universally acclaimable and shareable, albeit precisely because it is unique and particular. Only as unique and particular does a value clearly stand out, but this standing out renders it sometimes universal and also participable, albeit in the mode of non-identical repetition. This new concern for the question of the universal, for what binds us together, goes beyond Thlevin-Asian/Derriding concern with an irreducible plurality beyond totality. Totality is not here reinstated, because we are united not within a total complete cosmos, but rather around uniquely arising events, whose new logic, whose new rhythms, we all come to embrace. This shift has a very marked impact upon the attitude of Marxism thought toward religion. For Derrida so far, a secularized negative theology suggests a more radical removal from the specificities of religious tradition, and the emergence of a rootless and nomadic postmodern religiosity orientated toward a negativity upheld by no nally positive innate ontological pole. Since, for Derrida, the deconstructive urge has never performed its work, this rootless religiosity is only ceaselessly parasitic on all the various religious traditions that are all more or less armed, even if notable prominence is given to Judaism and Christianity. By notable contrast, Badiou and Zizek's suspicion of the politically correct discourse of pluralism causes them also unequivocally to favor the example of one religion over that of all the rest, and this religion is, of course, Christianity. This new favoring of Christianity is an integral part of their desire to reassert the human universality and singularity of the socialist project beyond all received historical traditions, over against postmodern liberal political pluralism, whose last word is respect diarrhence and whose religiosity is scarcely distinguishable from the New Age recommendation of self-cultivation in negative removal from given social processes. Why is an attention toward Christianity so integral in this fashion? The answer is that Christianity is seen as, uniquely, the religion of universalism. Badiou and Zizek are perfectly correct about this, and they expose thereby all the incipient triviality of recent theological talk about a particular Christian language game, which is just as valid or invalid as all other language games, and so forth. Once again theologians have been caught out in their inauthentic pusillanimity. In deference to liberal fashion, they have forsworn Christian claims to uniqueness, to a transcending of the Jewish legacy and so forth. Now they are wrong-footed by Marxist atheists who recall us to the facts of historical phenomenology. Christianity was the very RST Enlightenment, the RST eruption of an absolutely universal claim. The Greeks were mostly uncertain whether women and barbarians could philosophize and certain slaves could not. The New Testament, by contrast, asserts that all slave and free, male and female, Jew, Greek, Roman, and barbarian can recognize God in the resurrection of Christ, and moreover insists that this potential of universal recognizability alone qualifies a truth as a universal truth. The merely substantively universal truth of Greek philosophy is thereby disqualified in its universality, and therefore in its truth, after all. It is certain, of course, that Judaism already displayed a universalizing drift, however, and this is continued even by Islam. It never quite makes recognition of its particular laws a condition for the universal recognition of the God of all nations. In this way it does not quite enact a universal event, which has the consequence of relativizing in practice cultural particularity and allowing a universal human association. The objection here that surely Christ is more utterly specific than the Jewish law entirely misses the point, as Hegel realized, albeit in an insouciant mode. Christ is so specific as to be immediately the most general. We can all identify with the adroit, good, savage, gentle, wise, miracle-working, and swearing man, just as we can all from pole to pole identify with Charlie Chaplin or Buster Keaton but cannot easily identify with, say, the actants within the Japanese conventions of politeness. Both St. Paul and Kierkegaard were in a way right, though also in a way wrong, as I have just implied. To elide the specifics of Christ's life from our purview, what matters is to know that God was manifest not in any human state or notion of generality, but in one which is to say as a dependent consequence in any human life, death, and resurrection. Precisely because Jesus escapes any general framework, given that any general set can always be subsumed in a further set, Jesus is universal. The universality of Christianity is not therefore a matter of subjective opinion or of faith in the RST place, it is rather a matter of logic. Christianity is universal because it invented the logic of universality, it constituted this logic as an event. Such an invention and constitution could not have consisted in a mere discovery of universal truth, as the Greeks mostly supposed, though arguably not Socrates and Plato, because philosophy failed adequately to grasp the logic of universality. As Badiou argues, philosophy, but again, not really Plato on Badiou's reading, seeks to place everything within its right place within a given totality, a night, not inite, cosmos. However, this means that everything and every person must identify with its XED place in the cosmos and can only, for an ultimate gesture, relate to the cosmos as a whole, for, since the cosmos is a whole, it has no relation outside itself and therefore has itself no place and no identity. It might as well be a void. Thus in Hinduism, there are plural ethics appropriate to specific hierarchical position, but there is no general universal good. At the general level, as the Bhagavad Gita teaches, all ethics are relativized, and the only thing that is shared is nirvana, but that is not really shared, since at such a point of elevation things cease to be shared, as there are no longer any subjects of sharing. Likewise, to shift the compass perspective rapidly from the far east to the farthest west, old and new, Alexis de Tocqueville remarked, in Democracy in America, that in an aristocratic society like England's, no one is interested in general ideas and indeed NDS them almost impossible to grasp, as ideas are always relative to the rules and manners of class position. This is still somewhat true today, whereas in democratic America, still also true, they are interested in general ideas, because people see themselves as all humans in general. For however, one can add to Tocqueville here that there would be no American idea of humanity in general outside the constant repetition of the specific event of the American Revolution, nor indeed, as Tocqueville himself made clear, outside the repetition of the universal man Christ, in religiously constituted American civil society. One could even argue that Tocqueville unwittingly displays the truth that universality emerges only from the event, without the impulse toward free association generated by religion. He argues, one could say without its impulse toward collective repetition of religion's founding event, American democracy tends to dissolve into myriad individualisms and particularisms that will cancel out any sense of common humanity. In its place there will emerge the sway of propagandistic fashion at once overandiat on behalf of the majority wedded well term these fascism. Hence Tocqueville's arguments regarding America and the danger of capitalistic corruption of its project recognize implicitly not only the generation of universality by an event, but also the religious dimension of this logic. Philosophy, placing things in a cosmos, does not then establish the universal. But an event that exceeds the given totality establishes itself as more than a specific place or position. Rather it exhibits itself as a universal non-identically repeatable possibility. Such an event can only arise in time, as only in time can established totalities be sundered. Yet in order to be valued as universal, the event must also be regarded as eternal in the sense of having universal pertinence. This is what Badiou argues. We can now see how Badiou and Žižek add a new dimension to the Marxism debate about religion. All the participants in EEC turn to theology because this discourse alone permits an ideal materialism that does not result in the out-and-out triumph of idealism. However, the turn to the secularized via negativa, because it does not admit any real transcendent superabundant plenitude within which religious performances might remotely participate, never recognizes any degrees of more or less correct manifestation of the absolute, or any advance toward the absolute that is not equally and inversely a regression. Since all religious images fail equally, all religiously ideal discourses are validated in their very invalidation. In this way, the mysterious surplus in the ideal that allows it to be fused with matter and not to conceal matter is merely handed over to the absolutely and impotently negative, which, unlike the true theological negative of Dionysius the Areopagite, is not really going anywhere. This leaves the positive aspect of religious ideality, the attempt at cataphasis, paradoxically replete in its very failure. Hence religious ideas, for this pluralist ideology, remain at the level of ideality, even though they compose no inexorable logical train, save the absolutely inexorable one of mechanical deconstruction. Thus if one values primarily the other, this means the other taken in the place of God is purely negative, in such a fashion that a hypostatized negativity going nowhere is, in ect, a replete and autonomous idea that eases all material appearing. Alternatively, one values the other in his totalized idiosyncratic specificity, closed from the mysterious negative surplus in which he does not participate, and so once again one has a replete, abstractable idea. Such an option is rightly refused by Levinas and Derrida, but they never consider the third possibility of a negative surplus mediated by the phenomenally manifest. This is why Derridianism is idealist. In the face of this idealism, Badiou insists that a powerful human thought or idea is not something replete and inert, and therefore cannot be unmeaning, ably diverse in its contingency, but rather is universal by virtue of that very contingency. It follows that one must not merely negate its positivity in a Derridian fashion, as though such positivity always threatens to congeal into a presence of a general sway at variance with the idea's contingent particularity. This imperative holds for Derrida, since true diarrhence is by him considered to be only the about to happen of diarrhence, and sustains itself as different only in the moment of negation of prior sediment diarrhence that has always lapsed back into presence in the very instance of its occurrence. Yet for Badiou the positivity of the idea need not be negated in this manner, because the idea acquires an eternal presence not by suppressing its specificity, but precisely by asserting it. Its presence is that not of something static and closed, but rather of something forever after fertile, generating endlessly further insights that more and more disclose its originally latent depths. For this reason, Badiou Rst of all celebrates not ironically, a la Derrida, the plurality of religions, but the singularity of the absolute religion, Christianity, which emerged as the event of that which elicits universal recognition. The event of universal love, the event of life over against death, the event of the universal hour of forgiveness and reconciliation, and a new mode of sociality based upon the reciprocal exchange of this hour. It makes no sense to refuse this event, at least as a horizon of possibility. Debate and dialogue at this point would be ridiculous, short of the emergence of some more universal horizon. For these are the very conditions of universality, as we in the West imagine it. In the second place, Badiou stresses not the movement of signifying or forceful negation, but the arrival of grace as that which interpellates us as subjects in the RST place. Not absence then, but a superabundant and always specific presence. Whereas for Derrida, we can keep trying to surrender an illusory self-autonomy in relation to a constitutive absence, death, contentless gift, and so forth. For Badiou we are, in our original self-present contingency, clearly not self-possessed and autonomous, but indeed given in our very concrete materiality, which sustains our conscious action and reaction. And whereas, for Derrida, all religions might be the staging places for negation, for Badiou only Christianity errs divine grace, in the sense that Christianity simply is the thought that we are redeemed or liberated by the arrival of grace, which we can all share in our bodies as loving people, and not by human systems of law or human philosophies and mystical practices, even that of absolute negation. Do Badiou and Žižek, insofar as he concurs, get it right? I have so far described ways in which they do, ways in which Christianity is aligned with materialism, ways in which socialist universalism requires Christian universalism, and not, by contrast, postmodern pluralism or New Age gnosis. However, I do not think this goes far enough. To put it briefly, I think that their atheistic, essentially Hegelian versions of Christianity sustain very well an ontology of revolution, but not an ontology of socialism. I think, furthermore, that despite their respective intentions, what they still owe us is Gnostic Christianity, negative dialectics, and captivity to an inexorable law. By contrast, I believe that to think the possibility of the socialist future, we have to travel much further out of the idealist captivity of the logos, beyond dialectics, beyond tragic gnosis, beyond mystical nihilism. We have to re-invoke much more of the spirit of the ancient Greeks, of the Latin South, of the Slavic East, of pre- and anti-idealist Germania and of the Celtic Scandinavian Saxon North. Finally, we have to strip ourselves of a million prejudices and false historical conceptions and consider again the radical content of Orthodox Catholic Christianity. In the end, this tradition and materialist socialism require each other. Let us consider in more detail, the proposals of Badiou and Žižek. First of all, let us begin with Badiou. More than any others of the soixante-huitarde philosophers, he has traveled some distance in the direction that I think is required. This is ironic, because of all these thinkers he is in a way the most militantly atheist. But just because he is such, he is the most free of the taint of what can be called mystical nihilism, that is to say, Badiou rejects what he rightly identifies as the concealed Plotinianism of both Derrida's and Deleuze's thought, namely the idea that there is a kind of real absolute absence, or void, or virtuality from which everything emerges, and back into which everything dissolves. The Sisal to like Plotinus s one which, unlike the Platonic beyond being which was super-existentially present as the ideal, was truly formless and in a way there only in the compulsion to emanate diverse existences. Badiou and ds the same historical echo in Heidegger's temporal being that is identical with nothing. In all these instances, I would add to Badiou, one has the logic of a double shuttle between two nullities. Heidegger's ontic, Derrida's presences, Deleuze's local territories of mirroring epistemological representation, are less than fully real, indeed are somewhat illusory, and are therefore nothing. But behind them lies the real absolute nothing that is Heidegger's being, Derrida's absence, or pure gift, Deleuze's virtual or impossible absolute deterritorialization. This absolute nothing is only there at all, only insists in its absoluteness, through its giving rise to the lesser nothings that are illusions. Badiou is the RST continental philosopher to point out the pretensions of this charade. There is really nothing post-metaphysical going on here, rather, these are all typical examples of metaphysics, and as Connor Cunningham has shown in his remarkable book Genealogy of Nihilism, the same pattern of double shuttle between two nothings can be found already somewhat in Plotinus and Avicenna, and then certainly in Spinoza, Kant, and Hegel. 5. Why does this matter, politically? Badiou denounces in Heidegger and Deleuze what he refers to after Heidegger as the folding back of illusory regimes of stable particular order into the absolute being/nothing or the virtual, since this amounts after all to an ultimate non-valuation of night-specificities and diarences. For Badiou, Deleuze wrongly depreciates formal equilibrium in art, amorous consistency in the existential sphere, and organization in the political. 6. In this respect one can read Deleuze as the thinker of modernism in philosophy and Badiou as the truly postmodern thinker who allows a plurality of stable truths in a way that encompasses a certain neoclassicism in every realm of culture. In the case of Deleuze, as with Derrida, differentiation that liberates is an insistence and is never perfectly accomplished, even if its mode of arrival is more positive and to a degree more positively realized for Deleuze as difference than is the case with Derrida. This means that he can articulate the ontological conditions for revolution, but not for an achieved, or even constantly arriving, revolution, which would be socialism not even to any degree. One could have an advance by degrees into socialism if Deleuze admitted analogical difference, but where being is always unmediably and immediately different, every asserted difference against territory is destined to lapse into territory in turn. Here socialism cannot arrive fully, or even by degrees. Deleuze therefore urges us, as a kind of new Neoplatonic one, the absolute void or virtuality, which tends to fold back into itself all night regimes of territory or representation, since these regimes are the only actuality of the virtual in its anarchic unfolding, such that the illusion of stable hierarchic distribution, into genera and species, is nevertheless the only realized work of non-identical repetition, univocally conceived. But in that case, nothing nicht Beto kens any socialist promise, just as authentic art can only be an operation of violence, cruelty, and disruptive gesture. Beto urges us instead a notion of being not as a forceful virtual prior to any logical possibility, but rather as simply the anarchic innate set of all mathematical possibilities with their endless subsets, overlapping sets, and sub-subsets that paradoxically diagonalize out of their containing sets. In none of these however does Thoreras any human promise for Beto. Here again, he challenges all the other Marxist thinkers. If one takes, for example, Deleuze's virtual in a materialist sense, then the collapse of diarences, because of their univocal manifestation of being, back into this empty univocal ground, amounts after all to a recrudescence of vulgar material. Ism, one gets, as described in 8,000 Plateaus, a purely diagrammatic matter without meaning, that is transcendentally prior, as a series of abstract machines, to both substantive content and semiotic expression, both of which it distributes as sediment states, the equivalent of the ontologically engendered yet local domains of transcendental illusion constituted by representation in diarence and repetition, according to no constraint or logic. 7. This conception of the hidden urging of abstract machines encourages Deleuzean fantasies about the emergence of post-human bodies and cyborgs. The question to raise here is, in what sense are post-human bodies bodies if they exceed the psychic, rendering them thereby merely inorganic and inert? And if, conversely, they do not, then how are they post-human, if non-reductive materialism means that we never fully know what a human body can do or how it can develop? To lose the human is here also to lose the body in favor of a sub-psychic dimension that can be either only mechanically determined or random, or else, in some fashion, both. This is clearly a reduced matter once more, however intoxicating the formulas that seek to express it. It is also not surprising that Deleuze and Guattari celebrate machines, albeit abstract ones, reduced to matter and function, so avidly, for the abstraction does not render the machineless purely material to the contrary, as in the case of the Cartesian reduction of physical space to geometrical space. The ordinary physical machine without a unifying eidos or directive telos is already an abstract machine just for this reason, transferable as an abstracted idea of a process into infinitely many physical circumstances with any possible degree of rarefaction, including, for a reductive perspective, processes of information. Thus even if the abstract machines of Deleuze and Guattari are propelled by and sustain mysterious and un-Cartesian energies, they are still, in their conjoined abstraction and lack of integrating form, actually typical modern purely physical machines after all. So is not Deleuze in the end, asks Beto, simply a pre-Socratic cosmologist and not a philosopher at all? Is not the philosopher rather always a Platonist who wonders how, within and yet beyond the cosmos, which is now for Beto the futility of innate abstract meaningless sets, there is also the city, eros, and art, as well as manifold plural proliferating realities whose universal elds are not mere arbitrary diarences always doubling into theaters of representation, but elds at once unpredictably fertile yet continuously recognizable under a consistent and yet not closed formality. At this point, all Beto can himself or us is a neo-Cartesian or neo-Sartrean contrast between a strictly mathematicist material extension on the one hand and an unexplained world of subjectivity and seemingly neo-Kantian valuation on the other. The latter is, admittedly, prepared for within the ontological world of multiple sets, in those various instances where a subset exceeds its inclusion in the initial set, for example, by containing within itself rogue elements that do not belong within the scope of the original set at all. As, to illustrate, mistletoe is an element of growth within the phenomenon oak tree, regarded as a set of components, but not within the set of the phenomenon of trees, including all that strictly pertains only to their growth as such, to which oak tree belongs. Within such an evental site a process of subjectivization can emerge, through which something acquires an identity by consistently arming a rogue instance. Yet it is never clear in Badiou just how the boundary between the pre-subjective chance escape of a parasite and true subjective deliberation and commitment is crossed. Badiou himself recognizes this problem and is working to remedy it. So if Deleuze materially reduces meaning in a way that, as we have seen, is dialectically complicit with an idealization of matter, does not Badiou a yet more emphatically idealized matter, in terms of highly abstract mathematical entities lacking even the motion of machines, a matter also without Deleuzean forces and virtual capacity, which then exhibits no appropriate ground for the emergence of the event. It might very well be that Badiou's event suggests the possibility of a true revolutionary break more than does Deleuze's diarrhence, since his event is not parasitic upon the innate set of all sets, as Deleuze's diarrhence is parasitic upon sediment territory. However, Badiou's Avicennian ontology of pure prior possibility leaves the arising of the actual, as an arbitrary instantiation of some possibility or other, more of an unsoundable mystery than Deleuze's other Avicennian variant of a creative virtuality always seeking to actualize itself. Nor is it so clear that Badiou himself escapes the taint of Neoplatonism he so rightly detects in both Deleuze and Heidegger. For Badiou's ontology is forced to move beyond the pure delineation of a repertoire of possibilities at the point where the actual instantiation of a set, for example, in the natural world, must actually endorse the logical operation of the production of a set that involves account for one that produces always a certain act of unity. But beneath this level the setoful sets for Badiou as not reali exist beautis rather the irreducible remainder of inconsistent multiplicity also apparent in any actualized possibility and approximated by Badiou both to the Lacanian real and to Heidegger's being as such, which is in consequence materialized. This gives rise to the critical question, do not the sets fold back into this original multiple being, or void, as Badiou terms it, since this is the reality behind every mere act of unity, that ultimate reality in no way legitimates, even though it exists only through such account for only? Why is Badiou's void any less like the Platonian one that exceeds the contrast of one and many than is Deleuze's virtual and also only is through the lesser and imperfectly true acts it generates? At most one could say that Badiou's void is more like Damascius's RST principle, which had abandoned, against Proclus, any notions of the priority of unity over plurality. Moreover, Badiou would appear to face precisely an extreme immanentist version of the problematic of the last Athenian academy. If his void is pure, then how do sets arise at all as actualized? Given on the other hand that they do so arise, then must not the void itself involve a virtual insistence? This problematic led to a positing of a one beyond the one in Iamblichus and Damascius. Without an appeal to such a virtuality and the positing of a link between its operation and the emergence of subjectivization, does not the notion of an arising absolutely presuppositionless self-originating event of truth appear simply mythical and needlessly mystifying in character? Does it not require Badiou to espouse for example a kind of triumphalist view of the emergence of new universal reasonings in science that takes no account of the work of historians of science and their exposure of complex hidden continuities and returns to apparently abandoned positions? And then one must also ask, how can absolute truths in science, mathematics, art, ethics, and politics be secured for Badiou in an, often romanticized, event of subjective historical constitution and yet be absolute and universal? It is not surprising, and indeed it is wonderfully honest on Badiou's part, that here he has to have recourse to the notion of grace. How does this recourse work? A truth arises out of an event, it mirrors no preceding reality, since, as Badiou rightly says, the most fundamental truths of art, ethics, political practice, and even of science and mathematics, which are shown only in new practices and technological performances, are new creative manifestations. Corresponding truths, in the sense of mirroring truths, are only secondary, folded back repetitions of these more primary truths. So if a subjectively arising truth is compelling, is taken as true, it has to be regarded as being like a gift that has inexorably taken one over. For this reason, Badiou arms St. Paul's account of truth as established in the weakness of pure subjective witness by assertion. This feature is exactly that which paradoxically renders it universal. A philosophical truth of placing something in its right place in a cosmos can be only particular and empirical after all, and relative to the cosmos, taking no account of the new that arrives through time. Its very generality turns out to but local and specific contiguousness without the gift. Likewise, the legal truths of the Jewish law can only be particular placings within a total regime of legislation, while equally Jewish prophetic signs can only be particular placings within an overall framework that is only one, total Jewish specificity, even if this specificity is potentially innate. By contrast, the new subjective gesture closes the gap between law and life, sign and performance, and steps outside any given total and abstract, even if innate, set of signs or laws, remembering that for a post-Cantorian perspective there can be innate sets that, as sets, are still innate. But to Badiou one can ask, how can an event bring with it its own grace, without reinscribing the principle of Kantian liberal autonomy which he rightly rejects? As he says, to see oneself as primarily a bearer of rights is to overlook and reduce in value one's given contingency that is not, and never can be, autonomously self-governed but rather implies prior specific membership of the cosmos and the collective human body. Yet if for this reason an event cannot own its own arrival, and as Badiou declares, can never know its own future capacity, then how can it actively arm its own self-arising value? That would mean, once again, a contrast between the material unknown potential over against a neo-Kantian autonomous and ideal valuation. Once again, one would have replete and categorical ideas, and so a certain measure of idealism. And once again, the only way to save materialism from idealism is to invoke theology. If the value of the event is not transparent to a subjectivity and owned by it, because it generates the event as a self-instance in a Fichtean fashion, then like the event in its more material aspects it must arise, must be given, and must even be literally given from an eternal elsewhere, if it is to enshrine eternal value. Badiou needs to incorporate into his materialist Platonism a real armation of the forms, which are, contra his rather dated reading, still present in the later dialogues. Already he allows that Platonism, via the doctrine of recollection, validates time positively, since it is only the arrival of the new in time that permits the recollection of the eternal beyond the cosmic totality. But he needs to realize beyond this that the value of the new event can be upheld only if really and truly one regards it as an arrival from a plenitudinous and not empty eternity. This issue becomes heightened when one takes into account the fact that Badiou already allows that the Christian event is not just one more event, but the event of the RST arrival of the logic of all events, that is, universal events as such. Even though he thinks that this logic RST of all arrived in a mythic guise and was expounded in an anti-philosophic manner by St. Paul, the latter is still taken as diagnosing, with respect to a supposed non-rational truth, the logic of universality that applies also to universal rational truths, which indeed can only now arise as events within the space of the event of the emergence of the logic of the universal as such, which is Christianity. Was the RST inauthentic mythical mode of the ingress of the universal somehow inevitable? Badiou is unclear. And what precisely distinguishes mythos from logos, anti-philosophy from philosophy? At this point Badiou also fails to see that because for Plato truth remains enshrined in the forms, and yet a mediation of the knowledge of the forms remains something that occurs partially by mythos, that Plato is in his terms as much an anti-philosopher as a philosopher. 8. Both, after all, arise from a subjective event, and both are able to repeat the founding event non-identically. Both, as to content, are able to abstract from the particular. Perhaps, for Badiou, this abstraction is more perfect in the case of reason, and he also says explicitly in his Ethics that a rational and ethical practice will not confuse its own inner unity of possibility with a totalizing logic. Such a logic characteristically pretends to present the substance of an accidentally emergent biological or cultural situation, as with racist ideologies, rather than treating such a situation as in essence a void, thereby foreclosing the possibility of other revolutionary theories and practices emerging from other singular occurrences. For example, non-Euclidean geometry, abstract art, Lacanian psychoanalysis, and revolutionary politics should all simply lie alongside each other within the polis, without claiming a mythical identity with topos or genus. Neither of these modes of distinguishing mythos from logos appears very convincing, however. If, in the RST place, reason is more perfectly universalized than religion, then one must ask, how is this measured? If it is by degree of abstraction, then the problem with an absolute degree of abstraction would be that the universal could no longer in any sense be rooted in the contingency of an event. An idea would then wio like a leaf from its genealogical tree. Alternatively, if the event remains, and along with the event some degree of contingency, some element of denning the idea with reference to certain initial happenings and commitments, then there is an ineliminable anti-philosophical and religious element. In the second place, if the guarantio reasonableness is insmari plurality of discourses, then something very akin to postmodernism a la Lyotard has after all returned within the heart of Badiou's thought. The fundamental social rules are once again formal, as they concern a respecting of the rights of the various discourses and their various exponents, although Badiou does not see the appositeness of the term rights here. The latter therefore become again the subjects of rights, despite the fact that Badiou has already explained, earlier in his Ethics, why rights cannot be ontologically or politically primary. As subjects of rights, they are no longer primarily by the impact upon them of events, and so they must be treating the universal practices they carry forward as XED sediment situations, to use Badiou's term for a practice grounded only in the accidental realization of a particular possible ontological set, for example, feudalism or capitalism, and not in an eventual eruption of a genuine universal truth. A truth can also lapse back into the condition of a situation, as when representational and perspectival art is seen as denning art as such. Once this occurs, it becomes impossible for subjects to question the foundational assumptions of practices, since these always lie either in the passively contingent falling into a situational habit that instantiates a particular set, or else in the active inauguration of a truth. To treat a situation as normative means ipso facto that one fails to recognize its contingency. Hence, on Badiou's own logic, one cannot simply be resigned to the unmediated plurality of various universal ideas and practices grounded in diverse events. This plurality must itself constitute an ideologically preserved situation or state of affairs. In that case, the only alternative must be to recognize that there is some discourse and practice that universally encompasses all universal discourses and so in some way participates in a qualitative and absolute inite. For this discourse, practice can be encompassing in a non-totalizing and non-distorting fashion only if in some sense it intuits the absolutely inite set of all subsets, including internally inite sets. Yet Badiou himself seems to admit that there is a common logic to universalism as such, and therefore a meta-universalism. Moreover, he implicitly denies that this meta-universalism is merely formally universal, in contrast to the lesser and substantive universalisms, since he arms that the logic of all universalism also arrived as an event in time with Christianity. Putting these two positions together, it would seem that Badiou must affirm an overarching universal discourse and practice that is a development of Christianity. Can this be a rationalization of Christianity, purging it of mythic and historically specific elements? No, because as we have seen, if universalism springs from an event, then to lose mythos and history is to lose the event, and so to lose the universal. Therefore if, as I have argued, the law of Badiou's own thinking should force him to acknowledge the givenness of ideas as the arrival in time of a participation in Platonic forms, then we have now seen why he should also acknowledge the incarnation of the Logos, which bears all those forms within itself, in time. Given not only that every universal idea arrives as an event but also that the very idea of universality must arrive as an event, materialism requires that this universality was initially material, or incarnate, and remains so in its later transmission and development, the perpetuation of incarnation in a yet more physical repetition which is transubstantiation and the collectively corporate ecclesia. Badiou's Cartesian dualism involves therefore elements of materialism and elements of idealism without integration. His duality of sets plus situations over against events embodies a duality of matter versus idea. On the other hand, it is equally true that this diagnosis could be inverted. His idea of given material being is wholly abstract because mathematical, while his idea of the universally valued event is wholly and ineffably concrete because it springs entirely ex nihilo. These modes of unmediated duality are inevitable within Badiou's immanentist cosmos, since it involves only a material chaotic aspect and an ideal aspect with no common transcendent source that would permit an integration. His notion of being as the set of all mathematical possibilities cannot exceed the status of a logicaltion and assumes without warrant an Avicennian or Scotist ontological priority of the possible over the actual. Primary actuality simply may not be in accordance with either the ultimate logical calculus of possibilities or the accompanying primacy of an undetermined will, whether blind or conscious. This is the Thomist counter-possibility of the primacy of a beautiful, reasonable, desirable, actus purus that defeats the supposed reign of possibility, and of logicism cum voluntarism, itself. The arbitrarily assumed ontological background of pure multiple sets in Badiou ensures that there cannot be any prior ground in these sets for the eruption of universal truths, which, it is important to stress, Badiou really arms, beyond postmodernism. But suppose, instead, events arise somewhat less mysteriously and mushroom-like than he thinks, because something in the hidden but always specifically actual orderings of matter encourages their emergence. Could there be after all an analogical ordering between, now primarily actual, sets and situations and then between situations and events? Badiou interestingly says that if he had to choose between Deleuzian univocity and Deleuzian diarence, he would choose the latter. Yet he still clings stubbornly to univocity rather than analogy, even though his notion of an open and yet consistent truth process would seem to require an analogy at least internal to the event. What is truly at issue here in postmodern thought as between the univocal and the analogical? The real problem in tackling this issue is that Deleuze never truly considered the claims of analogia intus at all. For Deleuze, being itself is univocal, while that of which it is said, namely individual beings, is equivocal. 9. Analogy simply inverts the schema on Deleuze's account. Being is equivocal in its non-generic distribution among generic diarences, as Aristotle says. It cannot be divided like a genus because a division of being yields only a being which does not differentiate being qua being, as tiger differentiates animal qua animality. On the other hand, the specific diarences of which being is said exist univocally as diarences of the same genera in every case. Hence for Deleuze, ultimately after Scotus, analogy must be armed only in denial, in order that it may conform to the law of the excluded middle. It therefore splits into either equivocity or univocity at diarent levels. For Deleuze, at the highest level of Aristotelian ontology, the distribution of being among genera is masked in its anarchy and dubbed analogical only as the supposed imposition of a judgment, grounded in these Thinkengristmover. At a lower level, the parallel ratios between diarent inclusions of generically diverse species under their respective kinds, like the ratio of oak to plant compared with the ratio of tiger to animal, or else ratios concerning the relations of individuals to species, or of accidents to substances or of eques to causes, are dubbed analogical only in disguise of the pure univocity that pertains to similar formal proportions, the mathematical analogia, for which Aristotle reserved the word. This is the most sense that I can make of Deleuze's construal of analogy, and while his presentation pays respect to Aristotle, it bears very little relation to any scholastic discussions of the kind to which the theory of univocity was a riposte. However, his double reduction of analogy to the equivocal being/genera relation on the one hand, and to univocal proportions pertaining to species and theatre suggests a derivation from post-medieval neo-scholastic manuals. By contrast, it is now generally admitted by medieval scholars that the mathematical analogy of proper proportion was subordinated to the role of analogy of attribution in the tradition that passed from Proclus through the Arabs and culminated in the work of Thomas Aquinas. 10. Attribution concerns relations of enneable entity, especially between effects and causes, that are not available for the scrutiny of comparison. It proposes a real medium between identity and diarence and encompasses both levels discussed by Deleuze without fracturing into either the equivocal or the univocal. This is primarily because, on the view perfected by Aquinas, the supreme source is no longer a supreme being like Aristotle's rst cause in consequence problematically sharing in being with its ex, but rather is now the inative esse, is itself being as such in its all-inclusive omni-determination as essentia, such that esse and essentia here coincide, and so is itself as source the shared medium for all beings that it generates. This has the immediate consequence that God as esse is directly given to every individual ens, even though genera are given to individuals only by the mediation of species, while the created common, abstracted, and so quasi-generic being, ens commune, that all creatures share as the existence which they contingently have, but might not have, is given to individuals only by the mediation of genera and species. Hence Deleuze is wrong to say that only Scotus's univocal being, logically common to the innate God and to night creatures, relates directly to individual diarence. To the contrary, esse in Aquinas relates to diarence with equal directness, and is said to be maius intima in individual substances, since it is not ontic and lies above even the contrast of the ontic with the ontological. God must be, he is esse, not a contingent essentia, yet this esse as his essentia is also omni-determined, not existentially empty. Since esse involves no intra-ontic diarence and involves the ontological diarence only insofar as it necessarily exceeds it, abstracted ens commune is imperfectly ontological in its quasi-generic abstraction. It cannot be in any way mediated in its distribution to diarences, rather, this distribution is immediately mediation. In this way the divine distribution of being by judgment, as Deleuze rightly says, extends to species and individuals as well as to genera, in such a fashion that the transcending of hierarchy by the source of pure esse, which is equally near to every level of created being, can result, for Thomas Aquinas, in accidental features of individuals from a generic and specific perspective assuming priority from on existentialone. In this way with an analogia intus, individual diarence really could diagonalize out of its embedding within a general categorical framework, one could say, like a crowned tiger in a fable, whose kingship exceeds in lived Cynicans his bestiality, or Balaam's talking ass in the Bible who has become primarily a donkey who spoke, not a certain instantiation of donkey. Or, again, like a man become accidentally yet essentially an artist, or a woman an apostle. Or, Nally, the exemplary person for a theological conception who is deified and raised to the rank of the angels. In this way analogy of attribution involved, beyond Aristotle, who had left obscure the character of distribution between genera and the nature of certain transgeneric processes of cause and effect, no bifurcation between the essential equivocity of the distribution of being among genera and the essential univocity of the distribution of genera among species. Rather, analogy always implied an analogy of analogies, an obscure kinship, but no measurable proportion, between the analogically judged to be thing distribution of being among genera, and the equally analogically judged to be thing distribution of genera to species and of species to individuals. For since the division of genera is not simply predictable according to a mathesis, but species existentially adds something to genus, and moreover in such a way that there are anorials for determining the last crucial specific diarence that fully determines integrity of form and so gives being, according to Aquinas, here also a moment of equivocity is redeemed only by the instance of judgment, distributively by God and perceptively by us, of convenientia. Likewise, analogy reaches down even to the materially individuated thing. For although, in the Aristotelian scheme, the mere negative potential of matter individuates so, as Deleuze rightly thinks after Scotus, rendering diarence beneath reason and meaning in Aquinas's supplementary ontology of esse, as Etienne Gilson realized, the negativity of material determination is converted into a positive instance by virtue of its assumption into the shared esse of the individual substance. Since, one needs to add to Gilson, this is a participation in a hyperspecifity, because innate esse as such coincides with innate essentia, material individuation must here be transmuted into an active and determined feature. For this reason Aquinas has no need of Scotus's somewhat obscure Hecatus. His position also implies that matter is only a kind of projected shadow of beings that are externally differentiated by species and not simply identical with their species like the angels. In the latter case of intellectual being, a thought of a type fully exists as such, without diverse illustration of the type, which requires matter. After such a fashion, Aquinas indirectly suggests the most extreme and perfect form of non-reductive materialism. In itself matter is nothing, all its positivity is granted by being and by ideal essence. Hence it is only active and embodied precisely at the point where it is also formed, meaningful, and sometimes psychic. The point here is that shape, eidos, is at once entirely concrete and entirely abstract and ideal. The tree is inescapably there when it can also already be transplanted, drawn, imagined diarrently and yet still as tree, and so forth. Such constitutive forceful variability is at once the latent negative passive potential of matter and the real existence of the latter only through the active potential of form. The unpredictable yet coherent energy of form as created or actively received, and not as an immanent ideal whose logic or willing trumps the material, casts the shadow of matter as the screen that distinguishes things through exteriority and reveals the limits of the so far and the uncertainty of what is to come, whereas angels occupying each a single species are not exterior to each other in space, nor do their existences unfold in successive time. Materiality therefore is an act of space and time, both of which it negatively sustains as the ideally projected nether limit of creative emanation. One can note that eidos as shape is very akin to Deleuze's diagrammatic medium of the abstract machines, since it mediates between content and expression. The forma migrates into our mind as species, which is actively transmuted into verbum, and both form and inner word can for Aquinas act as signs, a point greatly elaborated by John of St. Thomas in the 17th century. However, in the case of Thomist eidos, there is no duality of the formative process and the outcome of sedimentation, since the two belong in a harmonious analogical series. Because sedimentation is here saved and seen as issuing from the RST principle, SE equals essentia, diarrhence is more radically armed than with Deleuze, since the positing of diarrhence does not immediately unfold into the illusory self-arming sphere of the Baroque monadic mirror of representation. In the Deleuzean scheme, material content and ideal expression absolutely coincide in the diagrammatic, but as we have seen, this notion at once cancels matter in the mathematical and ensures a reductive materialism such that a material reduced to the mathematicizable is the real null principle. By hierarchically subordinating the sediment as an unfolding lapse, Deleuze downgrades simultaneously the stable form and the real concrete material body. It is the reverse of the situation with the Thomist eidos. Here to the contrary, an interplay between process and city also involves some interplay, instead of perfect coincidence, between the ideal and the material, since there is a diarrhence between the communicated form, from material substance to material substance, or from material substance to mind, and the materially instantiated form. Nevertheless, this interplay is analogical and is neither dialectical nor univocal/equivocal, the latter is also, despite Deleuze, unavoidably dialectical. Therefore there is no necessary lapse nor rupture and the negative reserve of matter appears only when it works with the active reserve of form, while inversely the active reserve of form can work only on the mystery of created material resistance, which is never there and yet provides all sublunary there-ness the absolute ethereality of the absolutely concrete. So we have seen that analogientis involves a constantly proliferating analogy of analogies which reaches down toward a diarrhence that mediates with the universal, unlike the scotist hecatus that is external to common nature, which in consequence tends to be hypostasized as formally distinguishable within the concrete substance, or the Deleuzean singularity whose priority is simultaneously its subordinate downfall into the dizzying abyss of reaction. We have also seen that at every stage of its operation, Analogizing means that proportions which may be abstractly envisioned in terms of patterns of univocal sameness and equivocal diarence are more profoundly marked by the mysterious analogical middle between these extremes. This middle holds being together both horizontally and vertically. Horizontally, diverse things, genera, but also the residue of otherwise equivocal diversity between species and between individuals, hold together in convenientia. Vertically, lower excellencies are included in a more eminent way in higher causes, partially and imperfectly in higher ontic causes, but absolutely and perfectly in the supreme ontological, and paraontological, cause that is God. However, this eminence is not to be conceived in the mode of proper proportion as merely an appropriately diarent, equivocal, excellence, as in God's goodness is proportionate to God as our goodness is to us, but God is innate and so his goodness is unknown, nor as a maximally intense, univocal, degree of excellence, as in God's is an innate degree of a perfection whose essence we grasp, etsi Deus non deritur. Duns Scotus conceived analogy in both these fashion Satan's inaugurating its bifurcation which was sustained by most later scholasticism and descends even to Gilles Deleuze. For Aquinas, instead, eminence implies a supereminence such that, for example, God's goodness is like the mode of creaturely goodness and yet also unlike this goodness in an unknown manner that nonetheless establishes the very archetype of this excellence, all this being very authentically Platonic. So in ascending the analogical scale of being, one passes from a known to an ever more unknown good, yet this diarence of the unknown good is not equivocal, since it more and more clearly discloses the nature of the night good it surpasses. Yet neither is this shared goodness univocal, for with this disclosure the distance of the night from the innate good is rendered yet more clearly apparent. In both the horizontal and the vertical instances, one is speaking of an unimaginable, logically impossible, for formal logic, middle between same and diarent, or likeness and unlikeness, where to grow diarent is to increase in identity, and to increase sharing is to increase hierarchical distance and external diversity. This is why Aquinas stresses that the power of God in granting esse is shown precisely in creaturely independent existence and capacity including freedom, even though all this is absolutely determined by God and sets up no totally external or autonomous reality in the ontic sense. Thus analogical assent guarantees at once deication and yet the persisting good of the creature as creature. Yet Aquinas failed to recognize that the middle of analogy can only be the excluded middle of Aristotle's logic. One must agree with Scotus's demonstration that this is the case, which resulted in a parting of the ways between the Neoplatonized Aristotelianism of analogy and participation on the one hand, and the new, more rationalist/empiricist Aristotelianism strictly following the law of identity on the other. Since Scotus was right, no conventional scholastics were thenceforth really able to preserve Thomas's legacy. One most Lukenstädtigers more tangentially linked to his legacy, especially Eckhart and Nicholas of Cusa. The latter's Coincidentia Oppositorum can surely be read, not as the inauguration of dialectics, but rather as the attempt to salvage analogy in the face of Scotism and Terminism. An armation of the middle as not excluded becomes possible for Nicholas because he reckons with the participation of the night ends even as night. One property of the night is innate extendability or divisibility, in a sharing out even of the innate itself. This exacerbates a sharing already recognized by Aquinas of the night ends as night in esse as innate. Innate is often used by Aquinas to qualify esse, because it is necessary to establish non-restriction by particular essence and essential omnidetermination. Since the sharing of being involves an innate/night proportio, this cannot be thought in terms of identity or diarence without placing innate alongside night in Scotus's onto theological fashion. This is clear for Aquinas from the point of view of theoneitis not nemerething, so it belongs neither inside things nor outside them, since outside is still a relative placing. But Cusa makes it clear also from the point of view of the night itself opens onto the innate, and even a merely endless night innate involves a certain presence of the absolutely simple innate, just as for Aquinas esse is maius intima to the thing, and for Augustine God is closer to me than I am to myself. Therefore the night does not relate to the innate as simply exterior. Rather the innate shares / does not share itself with the night, while it henita become / does not become the innate. Same and diarent here coincide beyond Hegelian dialectics, but in accordance with analogical descent, ascent, and horizontal anity, since dialectics is merely, as it were, a formal logic exiled from formality and longing to restore it in a fashion that is indeed contradictory, and so constitutes the law of a Gnostic agon. Deleuze does not really escape this dialectics, because he thinks the innate/virtual, night/diarence relation according to a schistic scheme subservient to the excluded middle. Frommel thinks it follows against Deleuze and Badiou's rationalist classicism, that they altogether fail to consider the critical romance of Neoplatonic and Christian analogy. Although the latter is indeed a matter of judgment of the beautiful, but of the sublime at the same time without distinction, this involves an extra-categorical, supra-hierarchical, and extra-legal distribution that is entirely prior to the representation of any XED order of essences. In this respect it is important to point out that Olivier Boulnois has in Echt shown that Deleuze's association of analogy with representation is historically wrong. To the contrary, univocity and representation sprang up together, in a line extending from Avicenna through Roger Bacon and other, often Franciscan, scholastics to Scotus, because being reduced to bare abstract existentiality, the minimum of conceivability as a possible existence according to the law of excluded middle, is also being reduced to what our mind can represent to itself. Univocal being is mirrored being, so it is determined by the gaze, and not by its own prior mysterious distribution. Indeed, the anarchic distribution into diarences unmediated by the beauty of convenientia is simply the only mode of non-essential distribution that cold logical reason can represent to itself. If Deleuze's philosophy is not merely a creative elaboration of his taste, then it is a gigantic claim to represent reality. If it is merely a matter of taste, then his taste is after all for representation. Nor does Deleuze really get rid of the represented hierarchies of genus and diarence within his system. Rather, as we have seen, he recognizes that any order, theoretical or practical, pre-human or human, that is not impossibly vertiginous has to impose such orderings. While they are, as it were, ontologically invalid, they are also ontologically inevitable. Thus the refusal of representation by Deleuze is not the refusal of a false theory of knowledge, but rather of the ultimacy of an ontological sphere that remains inevitably governed by representation and within which alone humanity for him a spectral phenomenon arises. Deleuzean univocity therefore spells out the always somewhat futile and not nally winnable war of sheer diarence, without real constitutive relation, with temporarily stable hierarchies that always merge as the only possible expression, and yet simultaneous inhibition, of diarence and fold back upon themselves to shape monadic theaters of representation. By contrast, Thomist analogy, revised in the Cousin direction, implies rather that there can be analogical continuity between the sameness of given hierarchy and the constant temporal intrusion of diarence. By the same token, this given regime need not be reexively self-constituting and conforming, but rather its fold can both be in continuity with and further help to compose the entire process of ontological dissemination. In that case representation is but a secondary instance and the illusion that it is a primary instance ceases to be a necessary, because ontologically grounded illusion, as it is for Deleuze. In social terms, this means that unavoidable hierarchies of value and command, for collective projects of thought and action, can be reduced to the educative and self-dissolving purpose, beyond the collectivist sacrifice of individuals to the social totality and the social future, which leaves hierarchies of command permanently intact, of allowing pupils to exceed teachers, and so nudiarences to emerge and truly to nourish in webs of harmonious relation to other emergent singularities. 11. So in reality Aquinas's analogy concerns some mediating principle that is at once like and unlike, yet with neither dialectical tension nor resulting shuttle between these two poles that results from a never really resolved contradiction. Analogy does indeed owe mediation, or what William Desmond calls the between, whereas in Hegel there is after all no mediation, but only an unresolved contradiction that still negatively assumes the sway of identity. This is why dialectics is already the doctrine of alienated and unredeemable diarences, while inversely diarental philosophy remains a dialectical shuttle between the univocal absent source and diarental manifestation. Between Hegel, Heidegger, and Deleuze the intellectual diarences are trivial. The allotbadham refusi or fail to consider the trumadiatution, that is analogy. If reality is analogical, then it is possible that it holds together through a concealed multiple entity in an enneable fashion, as I have endeavored to suggest. Inability need not denote idealism, it is simply unavoidable, since dialectics and univocalist diarental philosophy owe their own inability, the invisible absence of mediation between void source and diarental emergence. Since this absence is invisible, they can only assume, beyond reason, the empty sublimity of source manifest only in the abject diarental remainder. But supposing one instead assumes that which we sometimes appear to see, the sublime yet also beautiful proportion of the invisible obscurely manifest in the visible? This constitutes vertical analogy, which grounds a horizontal entity between the material and the ideal. Then one might allow that there could be a passage from given state to event that involves continuity as well as rupture, since one would no longer enclose the event in a replete ideality of utter mythical uniqueness. Then also, it would not be necessary to erect a duality between the culture of the event of socialism on the one hand and the mere indifferences of various human cultures receiving socialism and regarded as mere arbitrary situations on the other. In this way, one would not need to make so abrupt a choice between socialist universal commitment and the valuing of local cultural identity. One could thereby help tovert the Dangerov revolutionary terror. The analogous ontological perspective that thinks the between allows, beyond Badiou, the diarent cultural and religious incarnations themselves to help constitute and reconstitute universality. The same lack of mediating analogy colors Badiou and Zizek's account of the emergence of a universal and redeemed subjectivity. They both rightly insist that it was St. Paul who proclaimed the logic of such a subjectivity. St. Paul insisted that the law, that is to say any abstract commanding imposition from a merely general state of affairs, elicits my will dissent, yet gives rise also to a fantastic, perverse desire to do what the law forbids. Since the law sets itself up reactively, it assumes sin and death as positive forces possessed of real activity and real subjective appeal. Thus, in denying that the law is the real source of the good or of liberation, St. Paul, as Badiou notes, said all and more than Nietzsche managed to say. The law thereby institutes a divided subjectivity. As Žižek, following Lacan, rightly argues, the way to overcome such a division cannot be the release of my subconscious perverse fantasies, as a certain kind of crude Freudianism would suppose, but rather must be the sacrifice of my self-centered fantasies, which, however, if it is complete, will entail also a liberation from the law that alone sustains them. Both Žižek and Badiou recognize that St. Paul Rst of all in history proposed a step beyond a divided subjectivity in thrall at once to the law, and by the same token to its own obsessions and illusions. Here, indeed, Lacan Catholicized Freud's inverted Judaism. Nevertheless, St. Paul was much more radical than Lacan, Badiou, and Žižek. For Žižek in particular, in accordance with orthodox Lacanianism, desire is sustained at all only in response to the law's imposition, and desire is accordingly always of an impossible object, the fantasized shadow side of the impossible real that every law as a symbolic order must assume as its tional reference point of absolute value, just as the laws of the United Kingdom sustain a reality that no one can deny and is in a sense not really there, especially in the year 2005. Although Žižek rightly denies that Paul's agape excludes eros, this seems to mean for him that it involves something just like Deleuze's active force of self-expression, to which also Badiou tends to reduce agape. However, the consequences are somewhat austere. First of all, in this perspective, we cannot really ever nally rid ourselves of illusory desire, since every symbolic order is akin to Paul's legal order, and yet symbolic order is constitutive of humanity as such. So are we really so far removed from Deleuze's ontological impossibilism after all? On this ontological basis one can imagine the gesture of revolution, but really no stable progress towards socialism, much less its stable achievement. In the second place, the subject who has gone beyond both law and desire is only an austere disillusioned subject, only able to share with others a tragic consciousness of what has been transcended. The situation is compounded, not really altered, if one follows, as Žižek sometimes does in the Fragile Absolute, 116-17, the more radical Lacan of Seminar XX, for whom there is no longer any one simple instituted symbolic order, but rather the ultimate reference of the latter to the impossible. Real is echoed in its multiple fragmentation. In consequence, there is now a manifold of incompatible regimes of fostered desire, such that one authority is but a pathological symptom for another authority and vice versa, for example the incommensurability between the laws of male and female sexuality. This ensures that in a sense there are only symptoms and no laws at all. But where there is no single identifiable abstract source and system of law, then there is equally no possibility of resignation to its sway, and to its instigation of a desire that is healthily exercised precisely when one knows, for Lacan, that it cannot really be fooled even though it must never be given up. One cannot any longer here abandon oneself to the law in order to outweed it by denying the constitutive gap between legal order and the reluctant subject of always somewhat illegal desire, that alone allows legality to function. Instead, the symptomatic obsession taken in earlier Lacan to indicate a disguised seduction of the subject by law into fantasizing a night source of foolement is now seen as the original instigation of desire in terms of a gap that is opened up by the fetishized object or theme, between itself and itself. Like the classical fetish of anthropologists, it at once repels and entices. It becomes in this way its own hollowed-out void, just as it plays at once the role of law and irregular exception to the law. No longer, then, can one safely be rid of symptoms without losing even the sublime void of the real that for the earlier, as it were dialectically Buddhist Lacan, saved desire even in the recognition of its impossibility. Žižek sees the newer scheme as more Christian according to the terms of a Hegelian death of God theology. The abject night object of desire alone enshrines the sublime void, as God the Father is dead in Christ's dead body, and so desire cannot be saved by recognizing its illusory instance. It is its illusory instance. Sublimity resides only in the once discarded sign of sublimity in shit, the sublime object. Yet this is in reality an intensification of the older Lacanian scheme. In clinging onto the multiple pathological symptoms that are now seen as original and inescapable, we still attain the void, and with the crucified God man can begin again without illusion as to even the possible loss of illusions. Still more than before, we receive the Lacanian cure of not being cured. And all this is still very Greek, not at all Pauline. Žižek's tragic subject, resigned to the supposed impossibility of sexual relationship and sadist desire, albeit in the midst of his continuing but chastened obsessions, simply commits an utterly abandoned ego to collectively revolutionary seriousness. Such a Lacanian revolutionary subject will be committed if necessary to the violent overcoming of all still conned under the law or multiple laws/symptoms of desiring, but to what end, and so with what justification? Not to any possibility of just laws and just desiring, and so not to any real material incarnation of socialism, given that laws and desiring are constitutive of our humanity as such. Hence the problem is not that the new Lacanian Leninist revolutionary may will dubious means toward a just end, but rather that he or she can conceive no innately just end. What such revolutionaries share among themselves can be only the replete idea of a surmounting of inevitable and ultimately materially grounded processes. Like all nihilists, they must remain idealists. This follows, since for Žižek, unlike Badiou, the human ruptureth invokes thereal, which I am the agnosingus an ideal moment, and takes us beyond the symbolic, which is a materially grounded process, is nonetheless a constitutive sewer in a Heideggerian fashion, a sewer within being and so within materiality as such. This sewer is the authentic eruption of pure being in its ontological nullity, however, by token of this very authenticity it is destined to lapse back into the inauthenticity of the usual symbolic manifestation of materiality in all concrete appearances. Therefore the violence that such revolutionaries may visit upon the unredeemed is not the negative imminence of utopia but the usual anger of ideas against recalcitrant bodies. In this way Žižek sustains the nihilism that Lenin, in a very Russian fashion, tended to add to Marxism. 12. He's more phamistical nihilist than Badiou, because he sustains the Heideggerian idea of a folding of beings back into being and the concomitant idea that being as such suffers a fall and dissolution in the human realm of ontic regimes of meaning that are constituted by forgetfulness of being. This is somewhat worse than Badiou's relapse into immanent pagan dualism. For what one has here is, despite everything, the purest Gnosticism. The heart of Gnostic tradition lies not in dualism alone, but rather in a negatively mediated dualism as enshrined in the Valentinian and then Baumanist idea that there is a kind of fall of an aspect of the absolute, or a reality just beneath it, or even of the absolute itself, in Jacob Boehme's case, into night evil, a negative moment which is later recuperated. Hegel's thought, which, as Cyril Oregon has RMLY established, is most fundamentally grounded in the ineance of Boehme, tends to see the recuperation as nonetheless also the permanent perpetuation of the original constitutive loss of the innate in the night, by virtue of the dialectical identity of the void of identity with the rival void of the non-identical. 13. Heidegger is merely a variant on this Gnostic idealism mutated into nihilism. Such a perspective tends to eternalize and positivize evil and to make agon an ultimate and not contingent reality. It ontologizes violence and is one version of the supreme secular gesture. As the great Russian thinkers, Florensky and Bulgakov, of the 20th century argued, in a cosmos without ultimate meaning or order, the consequently manifest violence of the arbitrary will itself be sacralized. Nazism was but the most extreme manifestation of this implacable logic, which Leninism did not altogether escape. 14. But it is utterly inimical to a viable socialism and cannot sustain more than a nihilist revolution. Socialism crucially recognizes, of course, that human histories of apparent peace are really histories of hidden conflict and opposition. However, it should not ontologize this prevailing circumstance but instead insist on its contingency. Otherwise socialism loses all hope. A hope for socialism is possible only if the cosmos is secretly such as to be hospitable to human harmony and to humanity living in harmony with the cosmos, that is to say, to, non-dialectically, mediated diarences. A hospitable cosmos of this kind must be an analogical cosmos, and for reasons that we have seen, an analogical cosmos is a created cosmos, a cosmos that proceeds from a simple and perfect donating source, not a RST principle of absence agonistically ruptured within itself. It follows then that if we are hoping not just for revolution or gradual transformation, but for material incarnation of socialist practice, that we require to become less austere subjects than the Lacanian ones who have advanced from the shoals of desire to the shore of a kind of disillusioned love. Such subjects, in leaving behind their false, fascinated souls, have also left behind their bodies. But we should not despair. St. Paul, unlike Lacan, does not deal in any duality of desire and love, for it is clear that for him agape is also a desiring longing both for other people, Rom 1:11, 12, and for the null vision of God, 1 Cor 13:12, Rom 8:23. Even within the foulement of this vision for St. Paul, desire remains and is not cancelled, since we are told that agape abides even in the Bedic vision, 1 Cor 13:8, 13. This must mean agape as desire, and not as self-giving charity, since in the vision of God there can be no further need of the latter. This is probably why, for Paul, one can give away everything to others, including one's life, and still lack agape as desire and reciprocity. Rom 13:3. This longing for others and for God is itself grounded in the groaning travail and longing of the material world, so that agape fools and does not deny the promptings of the body, Rom 8:22, 23. And why should there not be this other sort of desire, not elicited in response to the ban of the law? Why should not desire be incited by the distance of the other that sustains this otherness as the very precondition of their presence to us? In that case, there must always be a surplus to presence within presence to sustain it as over against us. Certainly, we have, in Lacanian terms, to imagine this distance, and in doing so we are caught up in the symbolic webs within which alone the other can appear to us. But just what is it that causes us to assume that the unreachable obstacle of desire is therefore not real in an emphatic, fully ontological, and not Lacanian sense? And how can we know that this real and inaccessible object is not beautifully mediated to us through all our fetishistic substitutions for it, including the confronted and reintegrated abject object, whose initial exclusion is always the sign of a subordination of living desire to abstracted legal command? Surely no psychoanalytic evidence could ever tell us this, since assertions concerning the unreachable, even that it cannot be reached, and cannot be mediated, can only be dogmatic and not empirical. Rather, one can suggest here that Lacan was already governed by a Kochvian, and substantively correct, nihilistic reading of Hegel, according to which, as Žižek puts it, the only true desire that remains to us is desire of the void. But this is, after all, only one theology. Another interpretation of the constitutive excess and inexhaustibility of desire remains possible, another, alternative theology, of a more orthodox Catholic kind. According to such a theology, in loving others, we do indeed love them as ciphers, loving them for the signs they owe of an inaccessible true object of desire. However, if this true object is God, then in remotely loving God we do also love not others in due measure, as both Aquinas and Scotus insisted, and more properly as themselves in pointing beyond themselves. All this allows more validity to certain Levinasian insights than is admitted by Badiou. However, what is involved here is somewhat more than a Levinasian non-desiring love for the innate in the other, without analogical mediation. One has here instead a desiring love that ineffably blends us with the other insofar as we come to realize how both our imagining desire and the other's symbolic presence blend beautifully as a remote participation in a real plenitudinous innate. Then, after all, masculine and feminine diverse desires obscurely meet, and there can truly be sexual relationship. Then, after all, the outrunning of the law of the agape does not merely hypostasize the unlimited beyond taboos, but constantly enacts what Paul describes as the law of love, which rearms in a new mode the Jewish law, in a continuing reinscribing and interlinking of temporal and bodily limits, but according to no new exed and general rules. Then, after all, there could be socialist subjects not abandoning their material desiring specifics for human political universality, but realizing that universality analogically and so harmoniously in those very domestic particularities themselves. Equality with diarents. Equality with liberty and fraternity, which, as Krzysztof Kieslowski's great L.M. Blues sings out in its beginning and end, is possible to envisage only through the ontological vision opened up by faith, hope, and charity. Karl Hefty, Truth and Peace. Theology and the Body. Politic in Augustine and Hobbes. 6. One of them, the earthly city, has created for herself such false gods as she wanted, from any source, Shekis even creating them ut Hoffman in order to worship them with Zacharsis. Saint Augustine, City of God. For by art is created that great Leviathan, which is but an artificial man, though of greater stature and strength than the natural, and in which, the sovereignty is an artificial soul as giving life and motion to the whole body. Thomas Hobbes, Leviathan. Through both Greek and medieval thought runs a corpus of social and political writing that envisions the universe as one articulated whole and all beings within it as both wholes and parts of wholes. One, the image of a body politic served as a predominant metaphor for describing the relation of the whole to the parts. It conveys not only a social whole analogically as a functioning body, but also a unity in which each member, without diminution of its distinct being, constitutes and participates in the whole. Sustaining this metaphor, both Greek and medieval philosophers, with few exceptions, sought to hold together in thought the good of one and the good of all. To this holding together cohered in part because individual and social were seen as mutually constituting and not as fundamentally dissociable or opposed categories. By the mid-1600s, as political theorists increasingly conceived of private ends within a neutral and largely indifferent public framework, the justification of moral questions separated gradually from the justification of legal and theological ones. 3. As much as an attempt to secure peace against the risk of domination by privileged interests, this reconfiguration of the social relied upon the fundamental epistemological assumption that human reason somehow operated entirely independently from the movements of passion and desire. By no means an unshackling, the bifurcation that ensued consigned the good to a supposedly discrete private sphere, a exed and isolatable province seen as devoid of social or political consequence. The cohesion of the ensuing body politic relied for its compelling force not upon the actual desire of its members, but upon a stoical notion of obligation, itself sustained by the sibling fantasies of contract and consent. For in this essay, I contrast Augustine's De Civitate Dei and Hobbes's Leviathan, two texts that span a wide range of philosophy concerning the body politic. I begin with a brief comparison of their accounts of human nature and show that a seemingly compatible realism masks crucial differences between an Augustinian ontology that is fundamentally peaceful yet open and a Hobbesian ontology that remains, in important ways, both violent and closed. In the second section, I consider the manner in which both authors relate the human person to the social body and show that their radically distinct notions of the good yield incommensurable accounts of hierarchy, proportion and justice. In final section of se examine Hobbesian and Augustinian accounts of knowledge, wherein I locate and question Hobbes's turn toward a secular body politic. I will argue that, because it wrongly separates reason from will and thus from desire, the Hobbesian political body remains beholden to the pernicious eeks of self-interest, unable to preserve unity amid difference, it succumbs to a vacuous conception of social peace. Because he begins theologically, with the restoration of peace in the human person, Augustine can be seen to retain the meaningful unity of personal and common good in a body politic that is open and creative, yet also free from coercion and the residues of the artificial order and nature. Hobbes and Augustine both doubt the capacity of human beings to achieve peaceful social life unaided, but they disagree about whether peace is, or ever has been, the natural human condition. 5. For Hobbes, notoriously, the pre-political, natural man abides in an immutable, a social stasis, a condition of war of everyone against everyone, swearing, or haunted by fear of swearing, poverty, adversity, and death. 6. In this condition, everyone is governed by his own reason and has right to everything, even to one another's body. 91. This natural state of unsociability arises as a necessary consequence of each person following his natural passions, none of which is more pernicious than the prideful competition for self-honor. 7. Augustine 2. Laments the constant threat of bloodshed, sedition and civil war, even where least expected, ending treachery even in kinship. 8. Like Hobbes, he traces social chaos to the cause of pride, which he deems as a perverted imitation of God that seeks to impose its own dominion on fellow men. 868, 869, 874. For Augustine, however, pride is a state of personal disorder that also discards the real relations between beings, which pride implicates not merely in a derivative and indifferent manner as generic obstacles to its whims, but as genuinely caught up, subjected to, and thus diminished by its ambitions. His conception of pride calls into question any notion of a merely private or limited sin. Hobbes seeks to limit the eeks of pride by the very mechanism of domination, and its correlate, fear, by a visible power to keep them in awe, and tie them by fear of punishment to the performance of their covenants. 117. Augustine, however, regards all such stopgap remedies as unstable and unjustifiably optimistic. Not unlike Hobbes, he nds the polis tainted by the impossibility of just judgment, because of its inevitable situation of ignorance or incomplete knowledge. Similarly, the possibility of a peaceful universal state is ever compromised by the fact or threat of civil war. And friendship, among the most basic of social bonds, remains ultimately insecure because of its attendant fear of change or loss. 9. Even virtue, the highest among human goods, Augustine says exists only or against vices, weakness, disease, and lethargy. Yet, rather than revert to manipulations of fear, Augustine argues that there remains, untouched by human sin or failure, a certain just order of nature, by which the soul is subordinated to God, and the body to the soul. 854. Peace holds priority for Augustine, for as he can conceive of life without pain but not pain without life, so can he conceive peace without war, but not war without some sort of more rudimentary peace. This foundational peace in the universe is, for Augustine, a condition of our being that still connects the parts with one another. 869, 871. For Hobbes, by contrast, the RST law of nature is not peace itself, but a requirement to seek peace, from which he derives the associated right of self-defense. 92. Because he begins with a natural condition of disorder, Hobbes' solution to the problem of the body politic is not, as for Augustine, the recognition and creative perfection of a more fundamental natural order, but rather the imposition of an artificial one. Hierarchy, proportion, and the good. From these vantage points, Hobbes and Augustine envision a body politic as emerging by way of two distinct forms of hierarchical relation between beings. Hobbes brings the artificial soul of sovereign power to bear against the social body's condition of anarchy, a form of disorder. Augustine begins with a conception of justice as a form of order within the body and soul in right relation to God, which only then culminates in a right relation toward other creatures. We will see that, whereas Hobbes requires the dual operation of fear and domination to secure hierarchy and motivate peaceful human interaction, Augustine relies on the mutual, reciprocal work of love. Augustine begins ontologically with the good as that to which all being has relation. Because the body does not give life to itself, it exceeds itself in soul and so already implies a social relation and a theological relation. 10. Peace and justice begin with the restoration of ordered harmony in the person, a proportion of body and soul that relates both constitutively and analogously to order in the household and in the city. If there is no justice in such a man, Augustine argues, there can be no sort of doubt that there is no justice in a gathering which consists of such men. 883. Domestic relations are an example of this proportion. The relation of head of household to member is one not of sovereignty or contract, but of interested love that, while related to the good in a form of hierarchy, destabilizes the tendencies of self-interest or domination. The father serves those he appears to command, while those commanded end in their subservience a sort of freedom by serving with fidelity of action. 11. In this way human bodies and the social body come to share the ultimate good as a common referent of desire and worship. According to this argument, peace in the earthly city is a provisional end that can serve the good of all, but is neither its cause nor its ultimate end. 12. Hobbes considers social life based on a common object of desire or worship as an inherently unstable and tenuous arrangement, because he rejects explicit lion notiono facut that is simpliant absolutely so. 39. Humans do not share a common public and private good and are uniquely capable of manipulating any good or evil for private ends. 119-20. Moreover, all objects of passion the feared, hoped for, and desired vary by education and are blotted and confounded by lying, counterfeiting and erroneous doctrines. 10. Hobbes agrees with Augustine that we should pursue any object of desire in a deliberative rather than imperative manner, but he deems the good not as that which is desired for its own sake, but merely as that which is desired. 45. By extension all objects of human desire epistemologically from the beatical vision, which is unintelligible in the present world. 46. For Hobbes, the null cause of man is self-preservation and maximum contentment, which is found neither in the laws of nature nor by uniting with other like-minded people in small or great numbers. 117, 13. Because he mistakes will for at, Hobbes understands ends not as reference, proportion, or eros, but within the natural self-interested economy of punishment and reward, purchased by the respective currency of fear or praise. Having rejected the Augustinian vision of the good, it is unsurprising that Hobbes enforces social peace through absolute authority. If any group of people could live sociably and justly without subjection, Hobbes argues, then all people would wish to live under such an order. Peace would arrive without subjection. 118. Yet no human group gives consent to such a rule of justice without some form of coercion. Thus, underlying his turn from the good to authority, Hobbes identifies the common link between particular man and mankind, between the body and the body politic, not in an object of passion, but in the similitude of passions, which are the same in all men. 10-11. From these shared passions, Hobbes purports to deduce by natural reason principles of all human behavior, of what is common among men. 10-255. For this reason, fear and self-interest serve as the ultimate unifying principles of Hobbes's social body, over which sovereign authority, a mortal God, serves as an artificial soul. 120-21. Supporting this argument, the wars of religion demonstrated that, even within the Church, peaceful social life did not, in practice, emerge from a common notion of the good. Given this political setting, Hobbes's suggestion that voluntary contract is a more just solution to the problem of inactive authority seems compelling. However, fueling this dissension, the Church of early 16th century England had inherited an untheological emphasis on authority as a safeguard against both Protestantism and an inchoate version of Enlightenment rationalism. 14. One might say further that the wars of religion were philosophical wars and not fundamentally theological ones, insofar as their combatants insisted upon settling for truth over against the good, upon a closed and secure realm of certainty over actual peace. In its gradual acceptance of a radical bifurcation of reason and desire, the heavenly city had already adopted the logic of the earthly one. It is in this historical context that Hobbes redeems justice in contractual terms, as giving each his due as stipulated by contract. The contractual reduction does more than signify consent for Hobbes, it marks a real unity of them all, in one and the same person. 120. There can be no just disobedience against the sovereign by appeal to any hypothetical higher covenant with God, for any such covenant requires mediation by some body, which, we will see, cannot be Christ. The sovereign may commit injury but not injustice properly understood, for he operates only by the consent of his subjects. 122-24. Because instituted to establish peace, only the sovereign can be judge of what opinions and doctrines are averse and what conducing to peace. This obviates direct contact with church authority. Hobbes contends, because any doctrine repugnant to peace, can no more be true, than peace and concord can be against the law of nature. 15. Under this approach, the structure of human desire, rooted in disordered self-interest, remains unchanged. Worship and sacrament signify a disposition of the will toward obedience only in pursuit of private reward or out of political obligation. 332, 335, 338. Self-interested desire orders worship, rather than the converse. 16. Augustine regards contract, or the compromise between human wills, as a provisional means to promote peaceful interaction, but only given the condition of an absence of justice. 17. As we have seen, for Augustine, there can be no true commonwealth united by a common sense of right or by a community of interest or by consent to the law without establishing real justice within the person prior to these formations, which otherwise remain beholden to a discurred will. Beyond the general notion of giving everyone his due, a form of which Hobbes also adopts, Augustine deems justice as a right ordering rooted in faith, a service of the lower to the higher, of body to soul, passions to mind and will, and both to God. 18. Without a conception of the good as both fooling yet irreducible to the private projections of a human will, the body politic cannot sustain its members as members of a larger whole. 19. The contract of the Leviathan, which purports actually to be the single will of the people, makes an unwarranted presumption of true will and good intention, even and especially among those who positively endorse it. It cannot be a real unity, which always implies diarrhence, because its social body is comprised of indifference. 20. In order to discern the stoicism that sustains the concept of obligation at work in Hobbes's contract, we must consider the manner by which Hobbes assumes a division of reason and will, rather than permitting a symbiotic relation between them. 256. Truth and Peace, the time of the body politic. Hobbes's notion of a secular body politic requires a theory of knowledge, by which it must distinguish itself from faith in order to enable a voluntary consent that is not itself a movement of faith. In an or to ground authority, and thus hierarchy, in reason rather than revelation, Hobbes discloses an end of history for the Church, with no further need for new revelation. 257-58, 260. Because miracles now cease, we have no sign left. 259. Hobbes argues that revelation ultimately cannot contradict reason. Yet when we examine what he means by reason, we see that he has established rules of intelligibility that derive from a mathematical model comprising parts, summations, and remainders. 256. According to this model, we reason by reckoning the consequences of general names agreed upon, for the marking and signifying of our thoughts. 21. Apart from this method, any other mode of reason is unintelligible, because it does not begin from settled significations of constituent words. By zing the domain of the intelligible in the temporal present, Hobbes banishes from the social body the use of metaphors, tropes, and other rhetorical gers. Instead of words proper among those prohibited, he includes names that signy nothing, but are taken up, and learned by rote from the schools, as hypostatical, transubstantiate, consubstantiate, eternal. Now, 34-36. However, in demarcating private reckoning, marking, from public demonstration of private reckonings, signifying, Hobbes's reason is already a social phenomenon, both insofar as words or general names, even those for private use, are already agreed upon publicly, and insofar as the act of signification is itself social. Yet Hobbes explicitly does not assume a social life prior to and unaffected by self-interest, for he acknowledges that, in the state of nature, each person follows his own reason. He therefore neglects to explain adequately who it is that determines agreed upon public meanings and how these meanings escape untainted from the machinations of private interest. Without presuming peace already in operation, we must fall back upon a kind of faith, a blind trust in the intentions of the other. Of course, this trust is precisely what Hobbes wishes to resist, and this wish is precisely what the Augustinian account can be regarded as calling into question. For Augustine, the processes of reason, however useful for understanding and persuasion, cannot reach the depths of the good, whose full expression always exceeds immediate perception. Objects of faith may prove more real than hollow realities that result from conning the ultimategu toth present and thereby produce a false sense of security. 843. Here there is no opposition between faith and reason, for Augustine is explicit that, in matters the city of God apprehends by mind and reason, it has the most certain knowledge, however partial. In every case it trusts the evidence of the senses. 22. Yet this mode of knowledge presumes an ontological recognition of the will as an intermediate good and is thus at one with faith and Christian practice, for reason alone can have perfect command over the body and its passions. 23. Augustine therefore rejects any attempt to ground social life in a theory of knowledge outside theology, even human self-knowledge, because ignorance, a common action in the wretched condition of this life, always limits what can be truly known, either about ourselves or about the intentions of others, whom one may always suspect of ill will. 24. We can now trace, however brief, the complex manner in which Hobbes's creation of an artificial order precludes the Augustinian analogy between personal and social. 335. In 1643, 8 years before the publication of Leviathan, Hobbes argued that statements about God, if understood as propositions of people philosophizing, amount to blasphemies and sins against God's ordinance. Alternatively, if understood as proclaiming states of mind that govern our wish to praise, magnify, and honor God, Hobbes argued that our propositions are correctly enunciated about God. 25. Given God's unfathomable nature and our mere propositional tools for expressing our concepts of the nature of things, The only true proposition about God can be, God exists. 26 Beyond this, theology can pertain only to non-authoritative language about God. 27 The abrupt break between the philosophical and the theological, between knowledge and worship, between propositional truth and states of mind, occurs even more overtly in the Leviathan. 28 The noteworthy change in Hobbes's thought involves the shift from an earlier argument in favor of a discrete theological realm, which functions to create authoritative doctrine out of otherwise non-authoritative propositions about God, to an argument against such a realm. 29 Less obviously, this movement presumes an underlying notion of truth already in operation. In order to grant the Leviathan authority to determine all meanings of words, Hobbes must rely on a prior bifurcation of theological truth from all other forms of truth and, specifically, of truth that cannot be demonstrated incontestably from truth that can. This move, when coupled with Hobbes's construal of signification as immanent demonstration, has an implicit regulative content that renders it impossible to conceive of worship as a social activity, or to conceive of a heavenly city that has any bearing on the earthly one. Reducitosunction authority havenori allorinitive power, for it can neither invoke desire nor compel any genuine, positive submission other than involuntary servitude. Grounded in fear, its violence precludes truthful peace. For Augustine, the earthly and heavenly cities move together from the beginning to the end of time. Augustine therefore does not secure the possibility of a just social body in law. 30 Much subsequent medieval thought would seek to articulate a body politic in the form of jurisprudence, and Hobbes was perhaps most successful in doing so. 31 But Hobbes must thereby, in a manner akin to Islam, regard Christ merely as a second Moses, who representeth the person of God who from that time forward, but not before, is called the Father. 338, 32 Christ cannot disclose a transmission and reception of grace that establishes social peace in time, but can o'er only an earnest of the future kingdom of God. 33 For Augustine, who does not deem grace in terms of contract, the heavenly city lives salvation as rightly ordered. Fellowship in worship of God, a reconciled world of multiplicity. Restored to unity in the Church, mundus reconciliatus ecclesia. 34 Through participation in the love of God, social peace happens as a restoration. 35 Personal and social are held together by, indeed are, a single body. In all the multifarious vitality of its signification. Does reading Augustine in this way not render current debates between realism and idealism outmoded? His theology is not one of idealism because, regarding all earthly life as open to risk, he resists the urge to procure any temporal safeguard against all threat, whether present or future. Yet his theology exceeds the category of realism, because, while he takes human sin and swearing as serious threats to happiness and to the Beatific vision, they never obscure completely a still discernible piece of being. By plumbing to its depths this question of the condition of our being, he resists in a compelling way the shallow waters of the real. 36 Hobbes does not think that he has created a perfect state in Leviathan but considers it the only viable alternative to the condition of war, which a weaker power cannot abate. 128. But by presuming natural disorder, by adopting an authoritarian notion of hierarchy, and by divorcing reason from will, he leaves human desire unchanged, unchanging, and unfulfilled, and thereby compromises the integrity of an already artificial social body, which never comes to articulate an integral desire of its own. 37 By beginning with ontological peace and developing a notion of a restored right order within the person, Augustine unites personal and social good in a way that, though never fully realized in the present, makes intelligible the real social relation implied by the notion of a body politic. Confounding the grasping demands of the demonstrable, he holds out hope for a future city not only already in the world, but already caught up in the life of God, in whom, and in whom alone, all things have their end. Philip Blond The Politics of the I. Toward a Theological Materialism. 6. If one were overly impressed by recent French philosophy, one could quite easily consider vision as some sort of disaster that has befallen the human race. 1 According to Derrida, Such ocular centrism opens one up to all manner of philosophical errors, chief among which would be the charge that sight, or thinking through seeing, is intrinsically metaphysical as vision is fatally committed to presence and its parousia. Of course this is nonsense, but it is instructive nonetheless. It tells us that one of the characteristics of modern thinking is a mistrust of vision. But why this lack of faith in what we see, and what are the consequences of this modern denigration of vision? If we cannot see, we cannot think. That at least was the belief of Aristotle, who held that all thinking requires the phantasmata produced by contact between the world and the senses. If thought is to be about something other than itself, then mind must know something besides its own activity. If thinking has to be the thinking of something, then thinking, if it is to avoid mere reactivity, must think things. In this category of other things are both animate and inanimate beings. We would not even know of the existence of other minds unless we could hear or see them. In consequence, we know other minds or other things only by virtue of the senses. Moreover, it is only by having a world and some contact with it that we can distinguish between mentaltion and rational verity. However, popular culture doubts the efficacy of such a distinction. The contemporary idiom has decided that the very idea of any alternative to the current consensus is a Platonic illusion. And, we are told, since the good, the true, and the beautiful are matters of debate, they must, if we are to avoid fascism and totalitarianism, be nothing more than matters of taste and conjecture. In the place of these displaced transcendentals is enshrined a banal utilitarian aesthetic that reduces all things to the pleasures of conspicuous consumption and commodity exchange. Such satisfactions are indispensable for current Western culture. Not only do they legitimate the prevailing socio-economic order, they also hide from us the possibility of any alternative. Politics has been reddened. Instead of postulating an alternative communal order, the liberal consensus has decreed that politics is nothing more than a public securing of the private pursuit of happiness. Thus has the public arena been privatized. We can no longer conceive of something other than this mode of life, as we practice nothing other than self-gratification. This situation could last for generations. Perhaps we should not be surprised. Most human history until the last 2,000 years or so is marked more by stability and inertia than by change. Societies have lasted for millennia, possibly because whatever hierarchical structures marked and stabilized these societies, such structures were sacralized by the culture that framed them. What was what should be, in which case what marks these cultures, and most human history, is a complete lack of politics. If change is real, it must represent an overarching and structural transformation in social relations. Change is rare and requires certain special conditions. Wars between rival kings and queens are not history. Such conflicts change very little. Whoever wins, the status quo is nearly always maintained. The serf, peasant, or slave merely serves a new master. One reason why the Egyptian culture of the pharaohs, despite all its magnificent architecture, longevity, and relative world ascendancy, matters so little is that its social structure wreaked it, albeit on a grander scale, what had always been, what Dumézil described as a tripartite hierarchy of priests, warriors, and peasants. Politics really began when an alternative order was envisaged, when Jewish slaves were told that their subjugation was not a natural state of affairs. Prior to the revelation of Moses on the mountain in Sinai, which itself was a continuation of those covenants given to Abraham and Noah, the gods were held to arbitrary representative sopharendo mortar governet on libethir requisite power. God, however, revealed himself to the Jews as lawful, and covenants were made with man that governed both him and the rest of created nature. As such, the world was both re-described and re-envisaged. No longer was the exercise of arbitrary power conducted under divine license. Power was subject to law, and law now regarded power as the servant of justice and righteousness. The priestly role was no longer the sanctifying of the existing order, it was the overthrow of arbitrary rule and the establishment of a consecrated world by a common communal practice that upheld it as such. Israel was elected from among the multitude of nations, to be a new kind of priest to them all, for all the earth is mine, and you shall be to me a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. Exodus 19:5, 6. I will make of you a great nation, so that you will be a blessing to all the families of the earth. General 12.2-3. However, the universal vocation of some traditions of Judaism became subject to a secondary and ultimately triumphant need, the necessity of survival. As a result of various factors, to be discussed below, Judaism lapsed into an ethnocentric faith that taught salvation for only one people. As a culture, it abandoned the practice of conversion and so eschewed any genuine transformative form of politics. It was the failure of Judaism to complete and fulfill its universal mission that led Christ to be both an inheritor of Judaism and one who transformed it into the genuinely global movement known to man. Christ, by positing a universal a universal that would transform all current forms of living, not only extended the law to all peoples, he also reformulated the relationship between the particular and the universal. We know of course that Plato and Aristotle some 300 years before Christ had already determined the presence of transcendent universals in eliminate things. They dieridon lion respecto themenero this relationship. They knew that the existing order, be it social or metaphysical, was not self-explanatory. As such, they knew that each particular social instantiation could not claim to wholly represent a transcendent universal warrant. Particular existent social forms, just like particular physical forms, required some further explanation as to how and why they should be so. By and large, the answers the Greeks gave to the how were so persuasive that they have determined and framed all consequent debate. But the Greeks were always less sure as to why things were so. They could understand that things were like they were because of some relation to a universal, but they could not grasp why the universal was interested in the particular. If there were a god, or a demiurge, or a transcendent one, why would it bring about things other than itself? If the one were so replete, so unit, so lacking in lack, why did it create or cause the many? It was Christianity that provided the answer to this, and in so doing it was Christianity that constructed the condition for a radical politics. As we know, Greek society, even after Plato and Aristotle, could easily endorse a form of hierarchy such that even slavery was viewed as natural. For Christians, however, they scoffed a naturalisteric the divine order, and, contra Marx, the message of the Christian priests was not division but equality. As Paul told the Greeks, we are all his children, Acts 17:28. For Christianity, the Trinity is not sumption that attempts to resolve monotheism and polytheism, it is an account of the why of the absolute. The absolute for Chris Tiens is already relational, the Logos was already with God, John 1:1. Thus God is not a self-identical henological Greek substance but rather a relational and loving absolute. As such, the genuinely radical aspect of Christianity is that it demands that all social practices mirror and copy the divine equalitarian order. And to the extent that the exclusive hierarchy of the pagans sought metaphysical justification for enshrining division and class, it was the Christians and their priests who were the first in human history to call for the overthrow of a society based on divisions between classes. In the one Spirit we were all baptized, Jews as well as Greeks, slaves as well as citizens, 1 Cor 12:13. And even if current Christian social practice has decayed to a virtual synonymy with liberal bourgeois ethics, a situation whose genealogy we can trace to this should not blind us to its more radical legacy. If the left innocence is misguided in its repudiation of Christian social practice, so it follows that the left might also be misled about the Christian ontology that formed the basis for the transformative social practice of the Christian Church. Of course, the eschatological hope of the Christians is that the two become the same. As practice more and more realizes in the immanent the transcendent social order, the opposition between both becomes cancelled. In what follows I will argue that a Christian ontology is indispensable for social transformation. In this sense there is no grasping of an ought of what should be, if such a state of affairs is not accessible to us. If the falseness of the world is discernible, it can be only because our minds can discern some presence or aspect of an alternative. Or to say this another way, if all good politics is in some sense founded upon a realist claim, that is, upholding the true as opposed to the false, the genuine as opposed to the illusory, and the good as distinct from evil, then we need some manner of contact with this real. Given that we cannot dispense with our senses and leave our bodies behind in the hope of gaining a more immediate encounter with the exigencies of our material existence, we can at least say that abstraction from the world is not the mode by which we can know this earth more concretely. In which case, in terms of our ethics and politics, we might take the issue of the senses more seriously. Realism, if it is worthy of the name, cannot easily dispense with the phenomenology of the world. If it were thought that appearance bore no relation to reality, then the real and thus the true would be hidden from us. Appearances would lie, and the things themselves would hide from us. In which case, though we might try to grasp the real with our minds, there would be no assurance that any correspondence between our conceptions and what we were attempting to conceptualize would pertain. However, if the essence of a thing is its appearance, then vision would be intrinsically linked to ontology. In which case representational epistemology, which relies upon there being a gap between the mental and the material, such that mental proxies stand in for a world that cannot be presented, could be discarded as just another conceptual abstraction. That I take vision to be the prototypical sense for the purposes of this essay in no way reduces the other senses to that of sight. Nor would I deny that hearing, touch, taste, or smell, together with sight, also make the world a livable and disclosive sensorium. But the discernment that the world confronts us as a whole owes perhaps more to sight and vision than any other sense, for it is not clear that we could have a world if we did not have its visible horizon. But it is rank foolishness to suggest that seeing the good or the true is simply a matter of clear and distinct vision. Too much modern phenomenology thinks hatonen don latakli anons phenomenological spectacles to get an unambiguous look at what is the case, be it the Levin Asian face or Marian's untutored intuiting of the absolute. But vision is not like this. And to the extent that phenomenology repudiates mind by reducing the role of the mental to that of the passive reception of an objective positum, phenomenology gets it all wrong. Seeing is neither the pragmatic cum postmodern making whatever you want of the world, nor is it the submissive receipt of some vast objectivity already fashioned for our worship by some absent hand. When we open our eyes we neither see what we wish nor are we confronted by some ready-made truth. Both of these positions are forms of dualism, and both should be dispensed with. The myth of the given is indeed a myth, but this should not commit us to some pseudo-Kantian variant of a dynamic a priori constructivism. Mental construction and material reception occur together as part of a process of cognition broader than either vocabulary can grasp. Leaving a description of alternative accounts of cognition until later, let me be more explicit about the political nature of sight. In the German ideology, Marx argues that revolutionizing the world requires an adequate conception of it. Even earlier in 1842 he tells us that the time must come about when philosophy will get in touch with the real world of its time and establish a reciprocal relationship with it not only internally through its content, but also externally, through its phenomenal manifestation as well. 3. For Marx, once consciousness has grasped the real, it understands that the real can change, for what is revealed to mind is that consciousness is nothing other than consciousness of existing practice. As such, mind and world end their separate existences by discovering that they are identical products of the same process. Overcoming such a separation means the destruction of the alien relation between men and what they themselves produce. It is here that a certain form of spontaneous naturalism emerges. Human beings are restored to themselves as men abolish the gap between them and their creations such that they can enjoy a full recourse to the all-sided production of the earth. For yet there is a problem here. On the one hand, men are nothing but a social product of the prevailing conditions, at the same time, they retain an innate, and therefore pre-social, conception of their genuine needs. Thus the workers can determine a contradiction between their intolerable situation and their own natural needs only if they have some pre-social access to hate their needs are. But and here is a further peculiarity: these natural needs as identified by Marx are on examination nothing at all. For at base Marxist anthropology posits not a natural self existing in rural idiocy but only a self-positing freedom. The aim of Marxist man is curiously neoliberal, the right to enjoy unfettered liberty and any and all products of voluntary activity. Division of labor is thus objected to not because it alienates man from his true nature but rather because it limits man by imposing upon him a certain sort of sociality. Marx objects to capital only insofar as capital distributes freedom unequally, enslaving some while letting others have the benefit of the full fruits of the productive process. What is wrong with capitalism is not so much that its needs are false, but that not all enjoy them in the same measure. Far from having a natural as opposed to artificial duality, Marx exhibits in its crudest form an idealist legacy predicated upon the self-positing self whose only material claim is that it values only its own activity. The Marxist looks very much like the liberal bourgeois tourist of today. He determines himself at base to be summation of all his free choices. For what is lacking in Marx is any notion of the sort of beings we ought to be. Outside of freedom, Marxist anthropology is wholly underdetermined. Paradoxically, what Marxism lacks is a genuine materialism, a real account of our limits and what we should want beyond the mere fact of satisfaction itself. What is unexamined in Marxism is that against which the self posits itself, the world. For Marx, nature is simply hostile and has to be subjugated as a threat or limit to human self-expression. It is part of my contention that manifestation itself can in part teach us our true needs and true nature. Marxism, however, bequeaths to us the idea of a nature without nature that makes only inasmuch as it demonstrates that it acts. Marxism urges us not so much an alternative to the present order as its intensification. In this regard, we should not think that all the post-Marxism of Deleuze, deterritorialization, and desire are in any aspect an innovation in respect of Marx. Indeed, the residual sociality of Marx is increasingly eroded, as once the social has been recovered from the marketplation true freedomus restoreto al each persust hieron and witches. Only their own liberty. 5. In this regard we can concur with Alain Badiou when he calls Deleuze a thinker who cannot think relation. In Deleuze's thought, Dieren second bethought radically on libimi and softe disjunctive synthesis, which while testifying to the innate and egalitarian fecundity of the one separates each individuation from all others in order to think its Dierens all themericately 6 and as he haveside this development is not foreign to Marx, as radical spontaneity cannot think that a relationship to anything other than itself is anything but an imposition upon its own unique distinction. In which case, as I said prior to the discussion of Marx, true and genuine politics requires an alternative to thought thinking itself. It is not just that spontaneity needs receptivity if what it thinks is to be real, nor is it that a suspension of freedom in the name of constraint should take place. It is rather that we are makers who have been made. Christianity is as far removed from the pursuit of sovereignty and autonomy as it is possible to be. All these modern thinkers have dispensed with the real or the material because they cannot think it as anything but a constraint upon self-determination. The reverse is true. Only by having a created order already in some sense directed can we fool our nature as a creating orchestration of our world. In this manner is not just the thought of dependence. Christianity overcomes the opposition by being neither freeman nor slave. The tradition determines man both in relation to what precedes him, humanity and the world are caused, and in relation to what exceeds him, the telos of man is the Vedic vision, which is nothing but the innate practicing relationality of all creatures. The Christian absolute, which alone urges a genuine alternative, reconciles universal and particular through the incarnation of the Christ into the material order. Appearance is thus the very stew of relation, because it is the site of reconciliation between he transcendent and the immanent. Ever since the incarnation of the God-man, the particular contingent order has revealed itself to be the mode by which we relate to transcendent necessity, which is why the book of Revelation promises a new heaven and a new earth. And if the order of appearance is divine self-expression, which the tradition teaches us that it is, then the aesthetic unalienated practice we are called to is not just the complementary of the divine order, it is its very essence. The self-expression of a creator is not passivity but creativity itself. For Trinity teaches the unity within Dierens of the ingenerate and generate order. The particular thus becomes more universal and more singular by being not just one self-asserting uniqueness among many, the logic of the same and the one, but the uniqueness that is unique in the light of all other practice and relation. In this sense aesthetics and material ontology collide, all that is calls for its aesthetic discernment so that it can participate in the divine artistic practice that is creation itself. This is why appearance matters. Objects give themselves so that they can be seen and thus thought, and thought in relation to what they express and so make possible. But as we know, we are very suspicious of sight and vision. If we were being good scholars, we could trace the genealogy of this suspicion of sight to that rupture in the 13th century when, after the death of Aquinas, Henry of Ghent, Duns Scotus, and William of Ockham all helped to construct a voluntarist theology that drained the universal forms and structures from the world of nature. That this was done in order to prevent God's creative acts being viewed as a necessary artist that does not detract from its disastrous consequences. The world became viewed as an arbitrary epiphenomenon of God's, possibly malign, will. Indeed, in seeking to guard against pantheism, these thinkers produced its unchristian converse. They made, to paraphrase Nietzsche, the real world a myth. The consequence of this erasure of form or universality from visibility has dictated virtually all subsequent accounts of sensibility and intuition. From Descartes to the British empiricists, on up to Kant, Hegel, and beyond, sense experience is something that true knowledge has to overcome, ignore, abstract from, or add to in order to reach anything like a rational account of what it is that is seen. Even those very modern scientific discourses that claim self-explanatory appeal to the immediately evident or the clearly seen are themselves founded upon a logical abstraction from concrete entities. The truth of animals or human beings is not to be found in atoms, quanta, or even genetics, because in departing from material things in order to explain them, we forego the evident discernment of their purpose, the visible testimony as to why such entities were formed in the first place. That is to say, one may understand the atomic or genetic structure of a ore, but neither atoms nor genetics can tell us why it is beautiful, nor defend the idea that the telos of plant blossom is to delight the human eye. It appears then that I am crediting medieval nominalism with the denial of universals to vision, and I am, but it must be remembered that antiquity also had its doubts about sense experience. We can recall that it was Aristotle who accused Plato of being a Heraclitan for having similar doubts about the possibility of knowledge being derivable from the senses. 7. Leaving aside Aristotle's misreading of Platonic vision and ignoring for the moment all the very real complexities of the post-13th century loss of faith in appearances and delaying for the purpose of this paper any discussion of 20th century phenomenology, the least that can be said about the genealogy of the history of vision is that the only period in history in which appearances appear to be valued as the manifestation of something universal is the Christian epoch itself. From St. Augustine in the 4th century to St. Thomas at the end of the 13th, it is Christian thinkers, in both the West and the East, who have most explicitly expressed their deity to vision and to the universals that appearances make manifest. To state the obvious, it was the incarnation that gloried the body and thus the created order, and it was the resurrection that redeemed the body and promised not just and not only a new heaven but also a new heaven and a new earth, Revelation 21.1. Once Christ assumed the human form, and Christian scripture attested to the resurrection of that form beyond sin and death, and the descent of the heavenly Jerusalem to earth, then all creation and all form was in some sense divinized. Indeed, St. Augustine so valorized appearances that much of De Trinitate is spent attempting to show that the senses can discern the presence of the Trinity in practically all of the stimulus array. Similarly, so serious a materialist or better empiricist was St. Thomas that he insisted on following Aristotle's dictum that nothing was in the mind that had not passed through the senses. But I have still not answered or even explicitly raised the problem implied by these few paragraphs. Just what is it exactly to take vision seriously? Or, to put it another way, what does sight do? What is its role for human beings? Both the classical and medieval periods are in agreement on this point. Vision gives us access to knowledge. Aristotle's Metaphysics opens with a eulogy on vision and its ability to apprehend the knowable and make many qualities manifest. Far from articulating a separate world of timeless forms inaccessible to or from the sensible sphere, Plato developed a form of intellectual empiricism where phenomena were seen in the light of the transcendent forms they participated in. Similarly, and most excellently, it was St. Thomas who synthesized the positions of Aristotle and Plato, a synthesis already anticipated in the work of the Academy and the Lyceum. Thomas produced a Platonic account of the cognition of form via an Aristotelian determination that such knowledge is accessible by the soul only through the knowledge of the natural world at an edbethesenses. Southern vision is about knowledge, but what sort of knowledge, what type of things can vision know or give us access to knowing? Again, for both antiquity and the Christian epoch, there never really was a sectioning of discrete fields of inquiry, even if, given the transcendent nature of knowledge, one could never attain a full comprehension of a thing, one either knew in some degree its nature or one didn't. In knowing a thing's nature or being, the knower would grasp the ancient and null cause of that creature. The beginning of the being and its end were cognizable, the virtues that allowed a creature to flourish and become what it was were, if a matter of debate, at least thought amenable to human cognition. In short, there was what in the Middle Ages at least might be called a convertibility of the transcendentals. The good, the beautiful, and the true were thought to share identity. What is good must also in some manner be true and beautiful. 8. Leaving precise technical discussion aside, once again let us note the difference between such a conception and that of the modern era. Our time is characterized by a disassociation of our sensibility. With some notable exceptions, I would contend that the modern tradition has separated itself from a more unit vision by failing to think that goodness and truth are linked with each other, or even that either have anything to do with aesthetics and its concern with the beautiful. The Kantian legacy. Particularly instructive and influential in this regard is the work of Immanuel Kant. His separation of the three transcendentals into the three critiques alienated each transcendental from its others. As a consequence, truth-telling has become a project independent of reality and relation. Doing right or acting well has, after its separation from truth, become unable to defend any claims for the objective value of its codes, whereas art has become merely that, just art, a matter of taste or gratification important only to the recipients of such sensations. Since we are concerning ourselves with beauty, it is clear that the most perspicuous demonstration of the separation of aesthetic from moral and cognitive worth indeed comes from Kant, who aestheticizes art by refusing the idea that any judgment as to an object's beauty could be a cognitive one. Consider the following remark from the Critique of Judgment: a judgment of taste is not a cognitive judgment, and so is not a logical judgment but an aesthetic one, by which we mean a judgment whose determining basis cannot be other than subjective. 9. The origin of this refusal lies in Kant's wish to avoid a spurious choice between, as Simon Jarvis puts it, a rationalist and empiricist aesthetics. 10. The rationalist operates regardless of subjective experience, believing it possible to argue someone into a position where they are forced to acknowledge beauty. This appeal to unmediated beauty of an object becomes a dogmatic classicism with petition to the timeless geometry of certain forms, lines, and ratios. But such a position would locate aesthetic judgment within the object and make of transcendental idealism an objective empiricism. Moreover, it would run counter to Kant's primary claim that one cannot reason or argue someone into the judgment that an object is beautiful. Claims of taste must for Kant be separated from claims of truth or right action. Likewise and conversely, empiricist aesthetics is merely one of subjective gratification, a description of the perceiver's feelings in the presence of an agreeable object, a type of emotivism of the eye. Kant's attempt to avoid the bad extremes of an unmediated objectivism and/or subjectivism has a curious effect on his aesthetic theory. In section 3 of the Critique, he divides aesthetic sensation into two: that which expresses an interest and that which does not. For example, the sensation that produces agreeable pleasure is connected with interest. It is, as it were, a subjective, rather than objective, presentation of sense. The agreeable is not a report on the qualities of the aesthetic object, it is merely a report of our gratification by it. Those who endorse such an aesthetic aim at nothing but enjoyment. They like to dispense with all judging in this regard. The agreeable represents empiricist aesthetics. Equally, the good is also connected with interest. In this respect it is not an interest for us, For we call something intrinsically good if we like it for its own sake, in which case the good is purposive, it calls for a relationship between reason and action. Such judgment for Kant falls under a concept: in order to consider something good I must always know what sort of thing the object is meant to be, i.e., I must have a determinate concept of it. 48. In short, the good fools the appeal to rationalist aesthetics, as it is, like the categorical imperative, clearly universalizable. But as we have seen, Kant thinks neither is aesthetic experience just sensation, mere gratification, nor is it capable of rationalist universalization. Kant contends that there can be no rule by which someone could be compelled to acknowledge that something is beautiful. No one can use reasons or principles to talk us into a judgment on whether some garment, house, or oar is beautiful. 59. In contrast, for Kant, a judgment of taste is wholly without interest. As such, it is free of both subjective gratification and objective universalization. In this sense it escapes the Kantian schema of knowledge. Lack of interest is deemed by Kant as an indifference to the object's existence. In order to play the judge in matters of taste, we must not be in the least biased in favor of the thing's existence but must be wholly indifferent about it. 46. Indifference is exactly what allows aesthetic judgment to be a judgment rather than an expression of the stake or interest that one has in the outcome of beauty's discernment. Curiously, it is exactly this lack of interest that sparks universal regard. For Kant, it is only as an object of a liking devoid of all interest that the beautiful can be presented as the object of a universal liking, for if he likes something and is conscious that he himself does so without any interest, then he cannot help judging that it must contain a basis for being liked, that holds, for everyone. 54. So this disinterested delight lays claim to general assent. Yet, and at the same time, this universality cannot make universal claim through concepts, for then it would be akin to practical reason. However, if this universality is not to be thought through a concept, it must be received via sensation, but that would place it within the sphere of gratification. Alternatively, this conception might suggest that there could be a disinterested intuition, a sensus communis of generally communicable feeling. Indeed, this is exactly what Kant argues that the beautiful represents. This subjective yet communal sense does not threaten the rest of the transcendental architectonic, as Kant holds that the beautiful represents neither a wholly subjective or objective pole but the subjective conditions of the possibility of knowledge, with the eke that unlike the agreeable, where no one would demand that others be of a mind with one's own, in a judgment of taste about beauty we always require others to agree. 57. Even Kant admits there is something very strange here, for judgments are being made in respect of which universal validity cannot hold objectively but only subjectively. The feeling of pleasure or displeasure relates not to the cognitive power because the aesthetic is indifferent to the existence of its object. Indeed, Kant uses the example of a fabulous palace created in the mind by imagination as indicative of the feeling of beauty. It relates more to the free play of the cognitive potency, the ability of the subject to create a disinterested power that operates without a priori legislation but by means of a rule that can compel general assent. In short, the aesthetic concept of the genius. It is important to realize that at this juncture Kant is genuinely attuned to the peculiar character of perception and its inherent resistance to monological interpretations of its nature and or culture. This is perhaps why the only secular left that is left locates its last hope here in aesthetic judgment, a way out of a world where all our sensibility is conditioned and committed by the culture industry, and all our concepts are isolated from ontological connection with the world and one another. Here I quote from J. Bernstein's The Fate of Art. Aesthetic discourse contains concepts and terms of analysis, a categorical framework, which if freed from conment in an autonomous aesthetic domain, would open the possibility of encountering a secular world empowered as a source of meaning beyond the self or subject. 11 For Bernstein, and in this he follows Adorno, aesthetic judgment can attain this by virtue of its ability to displace the paradigm of knowing as a subsumption of particulars under universals, conceptualize free action through the notion of the genius as creative and legislative rather than rule-following, open itself up to otherness through the sublime, and nally, with the sensus communis. break with solipsism and rigor, an alternate community irrevocably political in its complexion. It is instructive at this point to note that a materialist project requires material if the aesthetic is to be the means by which transcendent nature can free itself from the culture of subjective domination, in which case, nature itself needs to be recovered from the Kantian indifference to its existence. As Adorno wrote, if thinking is to free itself from idealist illusion, then in some manner pace Hegel essence must appear 12. But the difficulty in thinking materialism is that any immediate appeal to givenness free of idealism is illusory. If the model of conceptuality that the materialist wishes to escape is deemed as thought, then what on earth could it mean to think materialism? Can we think an object in itself without subjecting that object to our own structures of thought, symbolization, and limit? And if there is no appeal to the objects of experience outside of our structures of experience, then it is not clear what could or would distinguish an idealist approach to the world from its materialist critique. One way of grasping the importance for the secular left of avoiding this double bind is to acknowledge what it might mean if such a situation were true. For Adorno, it would signify the null erasure of human freedom and the disappearance of the ability to think something other than the received order and the status quo. If consciousness really is only the product of the social-cultural process, and if it is in principle impossible to separate this committed consciousness from the objects that it thinks, then there is no transcending the received/constructed order on the near or far side of human experience. Thus it follows that there is no possibility of a genuine experience of something other than unfreedom passing itself as freedom. In short, there would be a complete acquiescence to the exchange value of the capitalist order. Consequently, we can see why the art object retains a utopic focus for Adorno, as it errs, through its thought of autonomy, an account of a being in itself that is not subject to the prevailing order. Accordingly, it allows a genuine thought and perhaps experience of freedom and the idea that our social experience and accordingly our whole cognitive order might one day actually change. But again, to return to the third critique, if aesthetic judgment is made cognitive, then in strict Kantian terms it will be associated with the subsumptive judgment of cognition, in which case aesthetic judgment will fall under the sway of the culture industry and forego any of its purported independence and autonomy. Adorno's often brilliant critique of Kantian metaphysics and epistemology indicates how he might propose to avoid such a situation. Adorno gives an account of Kant's intellectual and sensible conditions of knowledge and inverts the intellectual's primacy over the sensible by arguing that the conditions of intellectual knowledge cannot be timeless invariants of what they think are variants in time, since the variants in time are themselves conditions of possibility of what makes them possible, appearance itself. If this were not so, Kant would have no way of distinguishing between appearances and a priori conditions, for both would look the same, and Kant would be the vulgar idealist he claims not to be in the Prolegomena, in which case one might suggest that systems themselves are not quite the all-encompassing totalizing structures Adorno so evidently fears. But, leaving that aside, the real strength of Adorno's critique of Kant is that he questions its very starting point. He doubts whether anything like pure understanding or pure sensibility is possible or even thinkable. As such, two unthinkables cannot produce a thought, which leaves the question of what constitutes genuine materialist thought or thought of matter very much open. I want to suggest that Adorno's account of determinate negation and mimesis are vital for any project that would liberate us from what Adorno calls an ontology of the wrong state of things. 13. If indeed, to quote Adorno, the existing world is false to its innermost core, then an account of what is not false is required. 14. Of course, determinate negation allows thought to negate what confronts it as inevitable, and it reveals any supposed necessity to be a contingent state of airs, moreover, whose contingency has unduly sedimented itself into thought as an ahistorical given. But Adorno's difficulty lies in the inability to negate the Kantian paradigm he considers an irreversible material condition of modern thought. In making a necessary appeal to something other than the existing state of airs, Adorno also argues that total despair is unintelligible, in which case an account of such an unintelligibility is required that itself would be the positive loci in respect of which the world could be reordered. That Adorno cannot think this, except in terms of the utopic function of the artwork, comes because he cannot think thought and matter together. He accepts the Kantian division of reason and sensibility because he is unable to give a materialist account of it. Bypassing Kant is perhaps now more possible than it was in Adorno's day. We have recovered, or are beginning to recover, the great counter-Enlightenment thinkers such as Hamann, Herder, von Humboldt, and Jacobi, all of whom dismissed in various ways the division between mind and world and thus that between phenomena and noumena. Thanks to Husserl and Heidegger, we have the beginning of an attempt to constitute a fundamental ontology, and this may well be the same thing, a complete refusal of epistemology, a denial that the theory and practice of cognitive and political representation can in any way deliver us to a world or realm that is real. Here I want to insert a properly girded Christian theology as the only successful way in which to think the relation of matter to what is non-material, as only Christianity can think the separation between concept and intuition such that their requisite dualism is cancelled. Of course, it follows from this that I do not accept that a materialism can be thought that excludes ideas, forms, or secondary qualities. In short, a materialism that does not account for the appearance of non-material properties is, I believe, incoherent and ultimately unintelligible. If there were materialism without ideal properties, presumably it would have to be some vast extended substance, which would perforce have to uphold all those non-material properties or qualities. If it didn't or couldn't perform such a role, then materialism as such would lose all explicative power. And if we concede that it does not make sense to deny the existence of ideal or mental qualities, since every philosopher in the tradition has accepted their existence but disputed their nature and origin, then matter, as the upholder of non-material substances, would be the only genuine materialist option. However, as I have said, I think such a materialism is neither coherent nor intelligible. Taking the issue of basic cognitive coherence RST, it is the very idea of prime matter as some sort of featureless extended substance which underpins accidents or properties that seems bizarre. We never meet with such a matter, whereas we seem to meet with qualities, properties, and attributes all the time. Yet in the venerable tradition of the British empiricists, we always give these accidents an independent status, as if they existed apart from the substance that underpinned them. George Berkeley RST pointed out that the very idea of an independent materialism derived from the creation and separation of abstract ideas from their concrete and encountered actuality. Featureless materialism is thus for Berkeley a mental product of an unwarranted abstraction of general ideas from a particular combination of ideas, the resulting idealess residue being named as unexperienced matter, which nonetheless in some unexplained manner produces in human minds the act of both primary and secondary qualities. There are other problems for a theory of material substrata underpinning non-material qualities. 15. If, for example, such substrata are conceived as place or space holders for qualities, they themselves would have to be quality-free, for if such substances were allowed to have accidents or properties, they would stand in need of material substrata themselves to enable the support of these properties. The resulting innate regress could be terminated only by accepting substrata without properties or by meeting substrata that had properties but that required no further support. But if substrata with foundations existed, then the motivation for introducing substrata without properties would be lost, in which case any theory of material substrata is committed to the existence of propertyless substrata materially underpinning or carrying non-material accidents or qualities or whatever. Yet this seems to make unintelligible any claim that matter exists in the form of a substratum, because no inference to it can be legitimately made. For example, if the Denning mark of that which supports properties is that it is not a property, and if we have no access to things apart from their properties, then how can we infer the property of not being a property, and what material basis can be found for asserting that this absence of quality constitutes the foundation of all quality as such? Moreover, materialism needs appearances, because without them it is not clear that materialism is not also a form of mental abstraction. For example, some contemporary materialists claim they are physicalists such that they can reduce all thought to the biochemical process of the brain. This reduction implies, however, that given a certain physiochemical state, a specific thought must follow. But it is exactly this linkage that is impossible to demonstrate, since it must tie each specific mental event to the specific brain state. Yet the brain state of pain is clearly realizable by any number of human and indeed animal brain states. 16. Thus if materialism posits something other than what is seen or indeed given, it always tends to a form of reductionism. Transcendental idealism. If this all suggests that matter cannot think the non-material, does the converse apply? Can the non-material think matter? If not, then dualism is nearer to the truth, and Kant, with his division of knowing into the separate realms of sensibility and the understanding, would be the closest to guring how given a dualist universe knowledge might be possible. But even 9th it is evident that transcendental idealism fails for the simple reason that it cannot verify or know if the phenomena it meets with in intuition are genuine appearances, creations of matter, or subjective illusions, fabrications of mind. The great problem with Kantianism is not that it splits the object of cognition into that which we can know, phenomena, and that which we cannot, noumena, but that which we cannot know is made the mark of all genuine experience and thus the foundation of knowledge itself. 17. If intuition is to be distinguished from concept, we must have some means to ascertain that appearances represent something other than the activities of the understanding. That is to say, if appearances are merely the product of mind, if appearances as being for us reek not being in itself but only being for us, then the connection between phenomena and noumena is sundered, in which case Kant becomes a simple idealist, for he cannot establish contact with what lies beyond the mind. If such a correspondence can be reasonably doubted, and it can, then intuitions become mental projections rather than indicators or proxies of a world beyond consciousness. Hence, since the world in itself is, according to Kant, inaccessible to human cognition, the question as to what the mind's representations are representative of must perforce be raised. As Manfred Frank puts it, if objects only come about via synthetic acts of the understanding cannot be made into the imitator of objects. 18. And if the synthesis of the understanding cannot correspond to the objects it synthesizes, then any question as to the truth of mental representations of material phenomena is both begged and found wanting. Idealism. If materialism fails because it cannot explain the presence of ideal properties within it, and transcendental idealism falls short because it cannot connect with, let alone explain, the material world, what philosophical options are left to us? Clearly the category that has failed in both of the aforementioned is that of relation. Materialism cannot relate to mental properties that it purports to uphold, whereas transcendental idealism cannot relate to the world whose appearances it claims to know. Perhaps secular or at least heterodox idealism is more promising. At first glance it might appear so. As Rowan Williams points out, Hegel thinks relation in such a way that there is no unmediated appeal to anything. As a result, there is no dualism to either assert or overcome, because for Hegel there is no moment of pure, unmediated identity in the actual world, there are no discrete and simple objects for thought to rest in. No perceived reality is stable and self-contained for thinking, everything can be thought, nothing is beyond reconciliation, every percept makes sense in a distinctness, a uniqueness that is in harmony with an overall environment. 19. If Hegel could make good on this promise, then he would be a resource indeed. The trouble is that Hegel, like most idealists, cannot think the individual, the unique, or the particular. That is to say, each particular is subsumed by, and into, the universal that thinks it. Sense certainty is derided in the phenomenology for assuming it has knowledge of the absolute before the dialectical work of spirit has even commenced its path of reconciliation. Likewise all matter, or rather all material form, is held to signify something higher beyond itself, in respect of which its phenomenal appearance is but a pale manifestation. By this I do not mean to suggest something silly such as Hegel is a thinker of totality, or even that Hegel subsumes all things under an abstract absolute. Rather, what I want to suggest is that Hegel can see no good reason for the particular, no compelling account by spirit of why there are these individual things that must be related if reconciliation is to be achieved. This is why Hegel believes almost of necessity that each particular must unfold its relationship with the universal and so self-transcend its own limitation. Such sublimation perhaps does enter into an innate relationality, but it is still a dialectical economy whose teleology lies inexplicably beyond each and every singular manifestation. In short, from the perspective of Hegelian idealism, individual singular things are a failure to think the universality that binds, relates, and exceeds them. It follows, therefore, that there is nothing necessary about the elements that indicate necessity. One could imagine that spirit would remain happy if in some possible world there was no requirement to reconcile discrete parts to one another. A self-reliant spirit that had achieved its goals would see no logic in dividing again, ne raison d'être in the dispersal of itself across elements that gestioned, in which case Hegelianism might better be understood as an inverted voluntarist theology. While the standard voluntarist starts from God's universality and can see no reason why he invests such in the world, Hegel starts with concrete particularity and cannot explain how universality began there in each discrete worldly element. For if the claim of absolute spirit is to achieve self-knowledge, neither spirit nor Hegel can tell us why such knowledge was lost in the RST place, nor indeed how the absolute came to be scattered across such a vast compass, in which case the reconciliation of the absolute with itself is made in spite of its dispersal in plurality, not because of it. It follows that plurality is neither the intention nor wish of the idealist absolute. Thus, once again, an idealism of the absolute cannot explain the existence of material entities nor the value found in any relations therein. Accordingly, absolute knowing, while it involves self-consciousness of the divine, can easily dispense with consciousness of and relationship to the particular. A Christian vision. Let us recap. I have argued that it is only in the Christian era that appearances and consequently sight as such have been taken seriously as demonstrative of the ontological nature of things. We have seen how modern cognition has marginalized sight and aesthetics by separating consideration of beauty from questions of ethics and truth. However, since the project to independently establish ethics and truth on subjective and transcendental grounds has so evidently failed, the question as to the status and role of aesthetics has returned. For Adorno and the Frankfurt School, only aesthetics can oar us a way out of the subjective domination of truth-reductive cognition and the systemic determination of subsumptive judgment, yet the purported autonomy of post-Kantian aesthetics can indicate an alternative state of things only if the nature of things could support such an account. If no explanation can be given as to how the things themselves would wish their essences to appear rather than be subsumed beneath falsehood and miscognition, Adorno's account remains utopic in the pejorative sense that it suggests that no such object or cognitive option exists. In short, if we can accept that a successful materialism would have to account for appearances, forms, and secondary qualities, then a secular materialism that cannot connect appearances with the essences of things faces severe problems, as it cannot explain why objects would tell us the truth about themselves. Conversely, as I hope to have indicated, neither can a secular idealism, since according to Hegel entities reveal the truth about themselves only to escape from their particularity or individuality, for they can see no value in what they are, in which case what appears is not the entity itself but the absolute as yet unreconciled to itself. Transcendental idealism, in trying to avoid the dangers of both, unites the faults of each by producing an abstract universality that has no connection with the world it purports to judge. But to avert to the questions I raised at the beginning of this paper, why does all this discussion about the relationship between appearances and essences matter? And what is the relation between this issue and that of vision and aesthetics? Finally, of course, what does all this have to do with God? The question of appearance and essence matters, because if essences do not appear, if the essences of things are not capable of being known, then truth is not an option for human beings. And if truth is an illusion on the part of consciousness, then so too are ideas of any ethical or aesthetic correspondence with the nature of things and the created order as a whole. Likewise, since we human creatures can know things only according to our own structures of knowledge and experience, if the essences of things were not fully amenable to our cognition, that would suggest that truth was fundamentally hidden from us. That essence has withdrawn from us on account of our nature rather than our actions or formation would indicate that no matter what we do, think, see, or say, we are damned. Similarly, this would indicate that God had withheld himself from us, for since we know God by his works, and since creation, if it is anything, is his work, then cognition of the work of God would not lead to God and we would not know our Savior. But, as St. Paul insisted, Christians worship what they know, whereas pagans worship what they do not. So if indeed God is known by his works, and if indeed, as the tradition used to hold, we need both the book of creation and the book of Scripture to discern the work of God, then the eyes that see the work and the mind that grasps its divine nature are the means by which we know God, in which case aesthetics and vision itself are receptions of and discernments therein of the mind and work of God. In a way, therefore, all of the philosophical problems we have discussed are able to be resolved only theologically. By this I mean that only a divine intention posited behind each and every thing could explain why the object would wish to be known by the subject. That is to say, every and any theory of correspondence between mind and world will still have to explain why world would reveal itself to mind. As we have seen, no theory can really account for such a phenomenon, whereas the idea that God stands behind each and every object and intends that that object wholly and utterly gives itself to its perceiver can account for the appearance of essence in the human eye. But we should not be surprised that intention itself, both on the part of the object and the subject, is theological in nature and origin. For the entire world and all that is in it is designed and destined for the human eye. What is known in each thing is its form or essence, and in this regard I do not think that form, being, and matter differ, as God intends there to be esche material creatures that really exist, informed by the divine idea that he has of them 20 inasmuch as the world is an ordered creation with differences of degree corresponding to the scala intus that ascends and descends from the mind of God. The form of each thing is uncompleted unless it is known by its higher complementary. The telos of each entity consists in being known, for in being known its relation with other knowables, and the known universe as such, is gained, and thereby the knower glories the known by placing it within that context that more perfectly reveals the Creator. Accordingly, when the being of each and every entity wishes to be known by that which is higher than it, it is elevated by being so known. This elevation consists in knowing more perfectly the nature of the thing known than the thing itself. A plant does not know that it reveals its maker. Such an imprimatur can be revealed only by the eye of man. While each thing has a teleology to be known by mind of man and God, so that in being known it can submit its unique visible testimony to the appearance of God, this knowing does not depart from a thing once it is known. Just as one keeps returning to a painting to explain it, and just as such an elucidation becomes part of the art object by increasing the knowledge and account of its aesthetic reception, so the Christian knowing of things does not depart from the thing known. And this is the true value of bringing together truth and beauty, for beauty is always an individuated and wholly irreplaceable testimony to the work of the universal. Beauty is the delight in the thing, object, action, or creature for its own sake. Beauty is the visible appearance that such a work could be achieved in no other way or manner. In knowing a beautiful thing, we know its nature and thereby call others into relationship with it. In such a manner, the mind of man at its highest perfection enters into the divine mind with knowledge of the connection, relationship, and desire between all things. Man is lord of all creation because each being desires the human eye and wishes to repeat and therefore honor its naming by the RST atom at the dawn of creation. And man names creation because adding his own artist to creation is man's way of exemplifying and demonstrating God. Man perfects nature. For the world to truly fool its telos, man must apply the order appropriate to the natural order that nature itself cannot supply. Divine activity created the world in order that man might discharge his creative power in the light of the Trinitarian Godhead that he also will share in. Now you might ask, what does the knowable demonstrate its maker? Why does God want all things to be known? Well, the knowable reveals the Creator because what is known in beings are the forms that inform each thing, making it this entity rather than that creature, that thing rather than this being. And in knowing a thing's form we know albeit in part an element of the mind of God. Why? Because form is like God insofar as it is the means, way, or manner by which creatures participate in the Creator, for each form represents a certain way that a creature's innate being can imitate God's innate being in an analogous manner. It is not surprising then that in Book 3 of the Summa Contra Gentiles, St. Thomas Aquinas uses Aristotle to proclaim that form is something divine and desirable, forma est divinum quadam et appetible. 21 Now form is certainly divine and desirable in respect of matter, as matter seeks its own actualization through form, since every being is actual through form. 22 But form is divine and desirable not only from the perspective of material potency and non-being but also from the position of the highest being itself. Forms are from God, they are of God, and they represent the characters, grades, and determinations that God's essential goodness participates in his essential being. Form is divine in respect of potency as it represents both act and actuality, and as that which actualizes matter, even though pure matter, as we have seen, does not exist. Form is divine from the perspective of God. For form by reason of its actuality is like God, who is pure act. Bodies as composed of matter and form, approach the divine likeness because they possess form, which Aristotle calls a divine thing. 23. Of course this is not to say that in knowing a thing we know God completely. No, not at all. All knowing of God knows him partially, or better yet, mediately. Even if we know God, such knowledge is asymmetrical. There is always more of God than we can know him but not comprehend his nature. Thus, while the likeness of creatures to God is on the basis of form and esse, God is nonetheless not like his creatures. God is beyond all ends insofar as he is simple esse and indeed simple form itself. However, this distance between creature and creator does not produce an unknown God who cannot reveal himself to that which he has made. On the contrary, because God is inatebing itself, ipsum asanatum, he cannot fully demonstrate his goodness via one night being or single creature. Thus many creatures and many forms are required to make manifest the goodness of God. In order that the likeness of divine goodness might be more perfectly communicated to things, it was necessary for there to be a diversity of things, so that what could not be perfectly represented by one thing might be in more perfect fashion, represented by a variety of things in different ways. 24 As all material and immaterial things are the result of a divine idea as to what could more perfectly reveal God's nature and goodness, in a sense all and everything is divine mind revealing itself to itself and also, as a result of the Trinitarian promise, to us. But and this is the crucial question, why does the divine absolute will each and every particular? Why are the divine ideas more real in their concrete instantiation than as universals in the mind of God? Because in a reversal of Hegelianism for Christian theology, particulars are more universal than universals. The universal is better exhibited by that which represents its concrete individuation than it is by that which returns to such universality in its abstracted state. Particulars, or better, singulars, are the events that realize universality itself. Divine mind is more actualized in creation than it is by itself, and God's self-expression retains the higher value. In this manner, perhaps, only Christianity can explain why the universal, or rather, the absolute, would create, why it would wholly express itself in the particular instantiations of its essence. God thus stands behind the created order as that mode of divine self-expression that he wills as his most evident appearance. A divine idealism is at the same time realism. It already encompasses and collapses the distinction between realism and idealism because it can explain both. The ideal wills the real, for the real is the ideal's more noble proxy. God makes his intentions concrete, but only we, the creating creatures of the Creator God, can fool them. The task of man is to take his place in the Trinitarian order by making good on creation by completing the task that the Creator through the created order sets for us. Human creativity is required to make good on the intentions of God, for creation requires for its null elevation man's stewardship and aesthetic work. Human construction completes natural creation, for it adds the knowledge of artist to the created art of God and so knows the work of creation as such. In such a prescription beauty, truth, and knowledge are not separate but coincide. But this is not a description for this world, which is not yet paradise. There is still a gap between the is and the ought, between how things are and how they should be. I have endeavored to outline an ontology in respect of which Christian discernment can recover its aesthetic visible dimension. Part of this project would be to indicate that such judgment is indeed possible, that the nature of creation might support such an account. I have not yet even begun to outline how one might form an ethics from such a world picture, nor have I talked about the formation of this discernment, how intuition itself might be taught. This depiction will have to be given elsewhere. However, there is no avoiding ontology and accounts of how we might see its nature, not least because one consequence of the fall is the misperception of the world, a point noted by Oliver O'Donovan. In speaking of man's fallenness, we point not only to his persistent rejection of the created order, but also to an inescapable confusion in his perceptions of it. 25 The restoration of the created order requires knowledge and previsioning of its foolement. This itself demands that we can account for how we might know such a thing. And if goodness and beauty have an appearance, and if we wish to make it true, then vision is, in part, a gift of the divine art in order that we might pursue what ought to be and make real its manifest warrant.